impact. If we soar through the sky with some broken wings, how far could we fly before we fall? Let me know. And if the whole world is so hypnotized and chasing what's not real, how do we grow? Let me know. Let me know.
It's like the whole world's clutching religious paraphernalia, waiting for an alien savior. Eyes glued to the tube. The news is WrestleMania. Crude views produced by the cult of Saturnalia, inviting you to a new future destined for failure, where men in suits have got troops looting Mesopotamia. How do we separate the coons from maroons? But our entire culture's been used and abused.
This time you got a kid with you.
It won't. Just let me go. It wasn't even that expensive. Just let me go.
Yeah,
Oh, save your breath. I recognise you.
boss.
You were here last week, wasn't you?
Not learning shit.
Please, it won't happen again. Please,
I
please.
quit every time.
It's not even anything expensive. Please, just let me go.
Would you understand just how often this happens?
I'm sorry.
What it costs our company?
I'm sorry. It was like. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sure you are.
So she's been caught.
No,
She's not learning.
no.
Oh, really?
Please, please.
You should have thought about that before.
Yeah, but he needs to eat. He's hungry.
Please speak.
So the youth are confused, from the womb to the tomb, fabricated proof, got us all immune to the truth. Like, we don't see the lies at all. We can't let them hypnotize us all.
No, I
Two
know.
choices,
Lying.
fly or fall. We the people say, fuck the government. And their demonic covenants, they don't encourage nourishment or spiritual sustenance. All they know is punishment. I'm plundering the continents without consequence.
It's got to the point now where we're going to have to step in.
What do you mean take him?
Like we're going to have to take Sakai off.
What do you mean take him? He's mine.
The powers that be don't feel that you're responsible enough at the moment.
What do you mean? I'm out here feeding. I think I'm stealing because I want to. I'm here to feed him.
We're not saying that at all.
We're not penalising you. We're just
We
worried.
need to look at the Sakai.
We're going to give you 5 minutes and just to say goodbye.
What do you mean 5 minutes alone with him?
It's
You
the
will
best-
not take him away from me.
It's the best
I
thing
will
to
not
do.
take him away from me.
That's all we can do. It's gone too far now.
You do it. You cannot take him away from me. Do not walk away from me. You can't take him. You are not taking him.
We can't do anything else. We've tried everything with you. You've got 5 minutes, okay? We'll leave you to it.
You're gonna take you away from me, and I'm going to be strong, okay? I'll come back for you. I swear I will. I ain't done much for you, but I will come back for you. I promise, okay? Always remember who you are, okay? Promise you'll do that for me.
Come on, time's up now. I'm really
What do you mean time's up? You just left the room. Give me this
I'm
mic.
sorry.
What do you mean no sorry? You ain't sorry. You don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Soar through the sky with some broken wings. How far could we fly before we fall? Let me know. And if the whole world is so hypnotized and chasing what's not real, how do we grow? Let me know. Let me know.
In a land of the lost with no map for the blind, was born a unified being with a spectacular mind. Check how I pattern my rhymes, magical lines, snapshots of eternity, captured in time. My root and my sacral is fine, so I don't need no Hindu gods to get my chakras aligned. My third eye's bust wide open, it's not a joke thing. Deeper than talking to dolphins up in the ocean. Still I'm crow smoking, indulging in alcoholic potions, suppressing my emotions, internally turbulent, verbally impertinent. Does the creator of the earth permanently circle the firmament? I spit a verse to reverse the curse of Copernicus. I use the words of a nerd, but my mind state is murderous. Life when my state was merciless. Mates in the grave were doing life labeled murderers.
If we soar through the sky with some broken wings, how far could we fly before we fall? Let me know. And if the whole world is so hypnotized and chasing what's not real, how do we grow? Let me know, let me know. The man them said they're out here, like really, really out here. Whoa, how long you been out here? And can you tell me what you're out here for? I know, like you know, in this life that we live, we need currency. Call the vibe in the air, without cash to spare, you won't live life free. So all day, we got the mind running, thinking how to get those. Double up once, triple up and make more. We all chase the money, but money won't save us so. Nah, gotta take caution, everybody's looking for a portion. Easily forgetting what's important, living in distortion. Clarity can only be restored when we decide to head it in the call. If we soar through the sky with some broken wings, how far could we fly before we fall? Let me know. And if the whole world is so hypnotized and chasing what's not real, how do we grow? Let me know. Let me know. If we soar through the sky with some broken wings, how far could we fly before we fall? Let me know. And if the whole world is so hypnotized and chasing what's not real, how do we grow? Let me know. Let me know.
Yes, I know. Yeah, you are. Oh, yeah. Life's a battle. You gotta keep moving. Can't give up, man. You gotta keep going. Yeah, yeah. Yes, I know. I gotta keep going.
You gotta be all you were sent to be, all you were meant to be. 'Cause in this life there's more than they let you see. The truth will come to light to you eventually. Something knows how
Like a weed, like celery, lungs full of smoke, and a bladder full of Hennessy. But the happiness it brought, wanna give me prison as a penalty, or a position in the cemetery. I started thinking about flipping my trajectory. Quiet contemplation started giving me serenity. Discovered that my legacy lays hidden in my memories. Discarded knowledge learned from books written by my enemies. They're self-paced, stemmed from jealousy of my pedigree. The challenges I face are hereditary. Still I'm everything they'll never be.
all you were sent to be, all you were meant to be. 'Cause in this life there's more than they let you see. The truth will come to light to you eventually. Something always happens out and out and call it destiny. I know you're a star, but you're not meant to find out who you are. You're not meant to find out who you are. You're not meant to find out who you are.
I'm on the journey, this journey I travel stealth on my once I'm on the mission. My mission's to find myself. Do you know who you are? Like really, who you are? Do you know that you're a gateway to galaxies and afar? With the gifts that you possess, they try to lock you down with stress, trying to hack your mind and hypnotize you till your spirit's dead. But energy never dies, you will forever rise. From the ashes you will climb like the phoenix forever flies. And that's the poetry, but in reality it's grim. I ain't bugging out on nothing, cause reality is dim. We're all lost, lights off in the dark with our shades on. Throw to the world with less than half of our brain on. So wake up, star. Better wake up fast. For they block you from yourself and distract you from who you are. 'Cause who you are is something precious. The essence is undefined. You're a diamond under pressure, you shine.
You gotta be all you were sent to be, all you were meant to be. 'Cause in this life there's more than they let you see. The truth will come to light to you eventually. Something always happens out and out and call it destiny. I know you're a star, but you're not meant to find out who you are. You're not meant to find out who you are. You're not meant to find out who you are.
I know it's hard to become the person you want to, but you've got to keep on fighting, even though they're gonna keep on judging. And I know that society says do this even though it's not fair, but you've got to keep on climbing. Don't get distracted. And yes, I know who you are, yeah. Do you know who you are, yeah? And yes, I know who I am, yeah. Yes, I know who I am, yeah. Life's a battle, you gotta keep. Gotta keep.
Red pill chill, know who you are. Yeah, Jade, I know who
You
you are.
gotta be all you were sent to be, all you were meant to be. 'Cause in this life there's more than they let you see. The truth will come to light to you eventually. Something always happens out and out and call it destiny. I know you're a star, but you're not meant to find out who you are. You're not meant to find out who you are. You're not meant to find out who you are.
Yeah, yes, I know who I am. Keep going. Yes, I know who I am. Yeah, yes, I know who I am. Gotta keep going. Yes, I know who I am. Yeah, yes, I know who I am. Gotta keep going.
Yeah. Yo, I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. Drive out a bush. Yeah, push better, shoot the fam, stay ever prepared, whenever shook, connect with man, from everywhere, every hood, feds brang, they full up affair, cause we ain't hooked on their false narratives, poison and their additives, they paint us as the bad guys, they're the real savages, an empire of vampires and energy scavengers, descendant of Dracula, infiltrated Africa, colluded with coons, instigated massacres, if goons form platoons, we can flip it like a spatula, now my thoughts are accurate, my mission is immaculate, I don't need a jewelry, sage or an amulet. I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet ram slangers who jump out of bush, get whoosh with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a cook and a gangbanger. I'm home with the holy, I'm good with the ram slangers. Jump out of bush, get whoosh with a mad hammer. Jump out the shrubbery on bare skullduggery. Manners on some antics and fuckeries. Free the people, fuck the monarchy's my policy. I don't even want no reparations or apologies. I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. The vaccines, the poisons, taxes are robbery. Fat cats relax and leave us trapped in the poverty. Pigs on the pavement, rats in the pot. I treat him like his fam. If I got it and you need it, holler me. I'm the man. Ever double cost me. I leave you bleeding where you stand. Leave you bleeding where you sit. Leave you bleeding where you lay. Know some greasy geezers that don't need a reason anyway. They be beating heaters any season. Man, I let it spray. Beefing for my freedom. To the heathen, I will never change. I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. Poet and a nerd, a cook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. We jump out of bush, getting whoosh with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a cook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. We jump out of bush, getting whoosh with a mad hammer.
Dog, I'm good with these books and I'm good with the crooks. I smoke weed with shush and count peas with shush. So if I lean to the side and I jump on my phone, it could be to get a man knowledge or get him hit with the whoosh. We don't part with them faggots cause they wuss. Never been hit with a package I couldn't push. If we couldn't make it then me and mine talks. Come from a manner where you could dead overlooks. Close my eyes and I see heaven. Trap house seniors earn their keep, dog, they put in more than the tenants. Tenants spend on smokes and tenants. They consume more kestrel than this whip do petrol, dog. Life's no bitch, she's the queen, she'll test you. Blessed everywhere, my energy's ancestral. But my my path, it might not be the best route, but I do what I do. Couldn't care what the rest do.
I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd. You jump out a bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm home with the holy and the gram slangers. You jump out a bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer.
Hey. Look, books, bro. One mug. Yeah.
No, man, pick up my books. I'll pick up my books, bruv. Hey, listen, yo. We used to be some warriors, brothers, just looking weak now. Police brutality on the youngers, they're knocking teeth out. Fit ain't revolution, there's nothing for us to speak about. Open up a place, I watch them leak out. Used to be some warriors, brothers, just looking weak now. Police brutality on the youngers, they're knocking teeth out. Fit ain't revolution, there's nothing for us to speak about. Open up a face, I watch them leak out. When it comes to real ops, you never bang. Killing your own kind is a gang. When it comes to real ops, you never bang. Killing your own kind is a gang. If it's on and you just pull out your phone, I know you're pussy. Put a burner to officer's dome, a roaster's cookie. It could be his first day on the job. I ghost rookies, ain't crip, but I'm down to set trip. I'm a woke cookie. It's stone cold. These young bucks are dying over postcodes. Roads they don't own, cocaine, diamonds, and rose gold. With a popo, put brown babies in chokeholds. Broken bones of cocos are getting so old. We should be linking up from the Emma to Croydon, wrapping up the Boyden, mashing up, destroy them. Man could take on the army if they deploy them. That's why they try to keep us sedated with all this poison. Throw your fist up and recognize. Keep targeting our kids if we let them slip. I ain't telling lies, they got our differences. Weapons to your ops, you're a friend of mine. Used to be some warriors, brothers, just looking weak now. Police brutality on the youngers, they're knocking teeth out. Fit ain't revolution, there's nothing for us to speak about. Open up a place, I watch them leak out. Used to be some warriors, brothers, just looking weak now. Police brutality on the youngers, they're knocking teeth out. Revolution, there's nothing for us to speak about. When it comes to real ops, you never bang. Killing your own kind is a gang. When it comes to real ops, you never bang. Killing your own kind is a gang.
They hate us cause they ain't us and they ain't us. Minors, we majors, don't try us, we dangerous. Flamers, never tame shit, we throwing fire at the lamest. I aim a blaze it, rearranging the agents' faces. Never leave fresh prints, we keep it aces. Before the bells air, my uncle filled in the basics. I burn these fools with petite tools. Run up on the free stooge. Still up the dweller or the man left Philippe too. Slap him with the rapper. Tell him Casper and I see through the system, kill a man in cold blood, and it's legal. That's why I grip the eagle. I do this for fuck cops, buck shots, leave them lights out.
Used to be some warriors, brothers, just looking weak now. Police brutality on the youngers, they're knocking teeth out. Fit ain't revolution, there's nothing for us to speak about. Open up a place, I watch them leak out. Used to be some warriors, brothers, just looking weak now. Police brutality on the youngers, they're knocking teeth out. Fit ain't revolution, there's nothing for us to speak about. Open up a face, I watch them leak out. When it comes to real ops, you never bang. Killing your own kind is a gang. When it comes to real ops, you never bang. Killing your own kind is a gang.
Rob man, we didn't steal lots. Let them shots bang until the still's hot. And brother man is still hot. No need to talk about them that we still got. Still got my brothers in the still box. Grieve for the youngest getting killed off. We ain't been diseased by them ill cops. Real G's got beef with the real ops. For your brother, man, your auntie. Pigs coming, man, are dancing like a shanty. Don't be fronting like no bad breed. When it's time to face the ops, you turn Gandhi. Yeah, we want peace, but we still got the peace if they want peace. Facts.
Squash the beast, then we squash beef. How if it all leak up, we made them ops flee.
Used to be some warriors, brothers just looking weak now. Police brutality on the youngers, they're knocking teeth out. Fitting revolution, there's nothing for us to speak about. Open up a place, I'm watching leak out. Used to be some warriors, brothers just looking weak now. Police brutality on the youngers, they're knocking teeth out. Fitting revolution, there's nothing for us to speak about. Open up a face, I'm watching leak out. When it comes to real ops, you never bang. Killing your own kind is a gang. When it comes to real ops, you never bang. Killing your own kind is a gang.
Content over everything.
We used to be pharaohs in Egypt, now we're emotional paraplegics. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. Symptoms of humanity's unraveling helix. Calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb. Need a hat, gloves, boots and a fur jacket. It's cold water make you turn savage. Smoke a whole herb package for the nerve damage. Ghetto was replaced by the term ratchet. And the queens rock a perm with their sperm addicts. They wanna twerk and the boys wanna burst. Esoteric and your ability and paradise. Be fair. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb. Need a hat, gloves, boots and a fur jacket. It's cold water make you turn savage. From a whole herb package for the nerve damage. Ghetto was replaced by the term ratchet. The queens rock a perm with their sperm addicts. Need a hat, gloves, boots and a fur jacket. It's cold water make you turn savage. From a whole herb package for the nerve damage. Need a hat, gloves, boots and a fur jacket. It's cold water make you turn savage. From a whole herb package for the nerve damage.
Big up, family. So sorry, I've been having internet connection issues. Let me reload that tune for you. Big up, everyone. Happy Sunday. Let's try this again. How you gonna ruin my favorite song for me? Sure. Let's go.
We used to be pharaohs in Egypt, now we're emotional paraplegics. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. Symptoms of humanity's unraveled in helix, calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb. Need a hat, glove, boots and a fur jacket. This cold water make you turn savage. Smoke a whole herb package for the nerve damage. Ghetto was replaced by the term ratchet. Like the queens rock a perm or they sperm addicts. They wanna twerk and the boys wanna burst matics. They want you esoterically paralyzed king, trying to limit your ability to analyze things. So they advertise a pantomime, paradise paradigm. Look at all the fuckeries they're glamorizing. False like rituals and sacrificing. Global depravity and sodomite things. Geoengineering, the large hadron collider. They want a microchip under my skin. But when I look around, everybody's turning up. The buildings of the governments are burning up. Nobody's fighting for the rights of a black man. A couple hashtags, some cool t-shirts and a logo and a snapback. On the head of a rapper in a backpack. Then it's back to the Snapchat. Double tap IG pic of a chick with a fat cat. We used to be pharaohs in Egypt, now we're emotional paraplegics. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. Symptoms of humanity's unraveled in helix, calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb. Need a hat, gloves, boots and a fur jacket. This cold water make you turn savage. Smoke a whole herb package for the nerve damage. Ghetto was replaced by the term ratchet. Like the queens rock a perm or they sperm addicts. They wanna twerk and the boys wanna burst matics. Can feel the pain. Feel the day. I'm drawing the stars. Just standing in the mask in the dark. I need to heal again. 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 I can't feel my face. From Genesis to genocide. The revolution will be televised. I can't feel my face. Head full of reach and a heart full of scars.
I need to heal again.
We used to be pharaohs in Egypt, now we're emotional paraplegics. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. Symptoms of humanity's unraveled in helix, calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb. Need a hat, gloves, boots and a fur jacket. This cold water make you turn savage. Smoke a whole herb package for the nerve damage. Ghetto was replaced by the term ratchet. Like the queens rock a perm or they sperm addicts. They wanna twerk and the boys wanna burst matics.
Big up everyone in the building. Big up Beefy. Pastor Beefy, where you at? We need you to jump on and preach. Tell them. Big up John BBBB. Big up man like Kale in the building. Big up 77. Big up. Who else we got? Man like Khan 007. Chemo.
How's it going, MJ? You alright, yeah?
Yeah, big up, bro. You good?
Yeah, not too bad. I see you're the deacon of the Sunday service.
Come on. Oh, who are you?
Big up,
Pastor
man.
Kale.
Big up.
So I was going to ask the people, how did yesterday's show conclude after IC3's tremendous claim?
Yeah, it was like a whirlwind, fog, and you know we needed some guides through the whirlwind and the fog and stuff like that. But, yeah, he went. He as I said, it was very informative. and very sensitive at the same time. You know, it's just about dropping the knowledge, isn't it? You know, I do hear where you're coming from when it comes to certain allegations and statements. I hear where you're coming from because it is a bit tricky. You know,
Yeah, it's not it's a horrible label, like, for anyone. And you know what it is for me, Cal? Like, I cannot stand people that, like, women in particular, because we say, like, mainly it's women who would throw out false allegations about those things, and I've seen how it can destroy a man's life. Do you know what I mean? So it's not an allegation I feel anyone should throw around, and particularly, like, although I know, like, I get his kind of sentiment to it, but to hear that about your personal self and know that you produce kids and stuff from these relationships is not nice to hear.
I hear that one. But at the same time, historically, we cannot forget that. So I don't believe he's mad in what he says, but at the same time, it was a very sensitive issue to kind of just, you know, use your name. And that's where I understand. I get that, because it's like, I understand that you carry yourself a certain way and you've got a lot of different ethnicities of friends. You know, this is personal, and I get that. So having these labels on you, especially, you know, I mean, we're both old. Social media wasn't around when I was young and stuff, right? And you could literally have a certain, you can use a name on someone, and that can go from east to west within a minute, and then you're that. So that's where I understand the sensitivity of it, you know. So
That's it. And I think that's the thing, like, certain things that I hear online, it's like, because we know this is the internet and things can go viral, obviously I'm going to clarify if there's any sort of allegations or things that are said in regards to me, or even if people say that the all white thing, like, I don't have a problem if people talk about white people in general, historically, or you want to say majority, but when people say all white people, if I don't agree, I'm going to make it known that I don't agree.
Yeah.
Big up the
Khan,
family.
you was proper caping for IC3 yesterday. Big up, Beefy.
I wasn't caping. Caping's like when you're making a case for someone who hasn't got a case. I think he genuinely had a case. I just think he was an example of someone overly relying on the political sciences to sensationalize a simple point that he was trying to make, that he didn't need to go that far with. He could have easily explained the story and we would have had just as much of a laugh. He could have revealed things about himself that he obviously wanted to get off his chest and let everybody know, like, what he's been through. He could have done all that without using the political angle of it, which ironically in the end didn't hold water, because he was accusing someone of white supremacy who turned out to be mixed race, which is a bit weird.
Well, it needs to be down the political angle, though, because everything is political. You
I
know,
agree with you, but
we can't get out of
when
that.
people become desensitized to it, then you've kind of shot yourself in the foot, because you're using the overuse of a weapon makes it less potent, I believe.
Well, it is the thing, right? What he went through, I can understand in it. I'm not too sure when it comes to the story. I don't know if he was joking or not. However, because of the paradigm and historically what's happened, as I said, it's you know, people may not like it, but it is true in regards to black men were raped. You see?
Agreed.
So if he's using a political analysis that can be applied to times of now, where the black men, unfortunately, due to this organization, doesn't have any collective power, then he can use that. The only thing that I understand empathy is that nobody wants to be labeled as these monstrous types of names of, like, the R word, you know, ending with the E.
Yeah.
So I get that. It's tricky, but we cannot dismiss any political historical things.
No, we're not dismissing it. What we're saying is, in the hands of the right people, weapons used responsibly can produce a fruitful result, right? But in the hands of somebody who's less responsible or less sensitive to the use of it can have the reverse effect. So I'm saying someone like Kale doesn't swear, Kale doesn't insult people unnecessarily. So even though you go to extreme levels to get your political science across, it's still very potent. Like, people aren't gonna scoff at it and go, what's he talking about? Whereas with IC3, I think his sensitivity isn't as he doesn't have that laser beam focus on what he's doing, obviously because he's been through a lot himself. He's obviously traumatized by it, and he's like a little bit of, like, when he speaks, he's a little bit of a slight bit of a loose cannon, that he can say something that can kind of like bring the house of cards down. Like what he said to MJ, I think was unnecessary. I think he does genuinely owe her an apology, and you know, although he was right in everything else, I think his delivery is a little bit overzealous, and it had a backlash that didn't really need to happen. Like, everyone that was speaking against IC3 didn't really need to actually go against him, because his point was, like Kale said, valid.
Yeah, I hear that the historic
but he
sense
brought it on
in that,
himself.
yes, but what I would say is, because he made just a general statement. This is how it started. Was he said, when a white person sleeps with a black person, it's the R word, right?
Oh, yeah, okay.
And so then I asked him, so does that mean every time I've had sex with my partner that it's that? So I put myself in that equation to clarify if he was talking about sort of in this day and age type of thing. And he said, yes. So, okay, you're in that generalization, you're including me. So, you know, it wasn't that, he put that allegation on me. He put that allegation on all white people, and that includes me.
Yeah, but when you're trying to establish a principle has to be universal. There can't be no get out clause. Otherwise, it's not a principle. The principle is underlying truth. So when he says, yes, all white people, he means to a lesser extent, there is an element of dominance of the white person over the black person in every mixed relationship.
Exactly. And that's what he was. And then that's why I came in, right, and agreed with it, right?
Yeah,
well, here's the thing, Khan. Regardless of if people, how I come off with wisdom or not, people automatically, and they're supposed to go against what I'm saying. Non-African people, they do supposed to, because what I'm saying is goes against the ideology of what they perceive as African people. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, so I think the long and short of it is the poor man suffered. He's traumatized by it. He's obviously not the same person he used to be. You know, he obviously had like a high flying job, and the loss of that job kind of like took away his financial power, his friends in his family, his children. Everything got taken away from him just because of one person's decision to sack him, which was ultimately a racist decision, because they were like, who's this guy trying to shine more than the rest, which he thought was his job to do his best. So I feel for him, 100% feel for him. And you know, when you see somebody that's like been broken apart and put back together, you've got to realize there's always going to be cracks in that person. They're never going to be fully recovered. And you know, when they try to share their story, you have to listen to it with an element of empathy and make allowances. You know, and even if he's saying something you don't want to hear, or he's gone too far with what he's saying, the truth of it is he's trying to communicate something that's very personal to him. And even I said it to him, you haven't told this story enough times for you to be eloquently like reeling off the stories. Obviously, he's kept it to himself. Like, it's probably the only time that he's actually ever sat down and spoke to anyone about it. I doubt if he's had anyone that would listen to him even or understand him. So it is heartbreaking. Like, and a lot of men don't survive. A lot of men you see, like, I don't want to say it, but you know what happens to them. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah.
I'd just like to ask the congregation if we can all gather to pray for Reggie. I really hope, Reggie, that you get Kadisha back in your life at some time soon, so you can stop jumping on here and slandering people and using people's religion against them. Thank you very much. We pray for you.
Amen.
Amen.
It's Amen. Not Amen. for you. So. Anyway, that's dead convo. Anyway, what's going on? Sunday. You. That's what I fucking know. Rent.
Can't be collecting rent on a Sunday, Beefy. What are you doing with these people? It's the day of rest.
Listen, if the pastor can go to church and collect rent on Sunday, why can I not do the fucking same? What are we talking about? Rent. PayPal. Cash App is in the fucking description. Let's get going. Anyway, big up IC3, some dead guy anyway, but anyway.
Big up the elder.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with me, people are too political, and none of you are in politics. It's fucking kills me. People talk politics, but no people. No one.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, neither do I. Because
if you look at the etymology of the word politics, it suggests that everyone should be involved.
I'm not. Are you?
What does poly mean?
Wait, can't stop, hold on. Tell me, how are you involved in politics, day-to-day politics of the world? How are you involved? Tell me.
By having an opinion, by being informed, by having a stance, by being opinionated, by being vocal with my opinion. You know, if anyone asks me what I think, I can reel off a 1 hour speech off the top of my head.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. Listen to my question again. I beg. Yeah, I'm saying, you're talking politics the whole day. What influence does it have on the day-to-day runnings of the world by the politicians?
You're one of them. You think no one's actually understanding you or listening to you. The answer was the perfect answer. I don't understand why you want a second answer to the same question.
So do you think you can change the way things happen around the country today? Do you think you can change anything at all?
That's a separate question.
No, it's the same thing. As I asked you, I said, have you got influence in the politics? You say you speak politics the whole day.
Politics.
Listen, bro. I said, if you had any influence on the political making of the people of government.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying to you. Listen to what I'm saying to you. You're one of these people who you think that people aren't listening to you. They're not hearing you. They're not answering the question that you're putting correctly. You need to ask the same question 10 times. You seem to be in a state of being unpowered. There's a person who can open their mouth and speak and make a point, and that point can ricochet all around the world.
That's right.
Do you understand?
Let's answer the question.
Things go viral these days.
Okay.
Like you can say one thing that can change the world.
Okay,
one
cool.
person. All right, 1 minute, Beefy. Let's look at history. There's been times where one person has been pivotal in changing the course of. This is what I mean. These are these people that false flag, pretend no one's listening to them when really they just want an extra bite of the cherry. You just want to be able to make the same point in 4 different ways.
You don't want to talk.
You put your point forward. I'm answering you, but my answer don't mean nothing to you.
You're not answering the question,
brother. Listen to what I'm saying to you. There's people that have changed the course of history single-handedly, but you seem to be putting forward the notion that we can speak all we want, we can do what we want, and nothing's ever going to change. That's a pessimistic attitude that's not shared by the rest of the panel.
Oh, okay. Can you tell me one political decision that has been made for the country in the last 24 months that you have influenced directly, Con?
How can I know the scope of my personal influence? How can I know?
Well, you said you're influential in these things.
Can your great grandfather see you now? He can't, can he?
Yes, he can.
Your great grandfather? How old is he? 3,000 years old.
He can. If I'm alive, he's alive. You don't get it African science, my G.
Yeah, I'm not talking about science. I'm saying, can he physically be aware of the influence that he has had on this world? Like, when I plant a seed, I want to see it grow, right? When I have a child, I want to see it grow. What happens after I'm dead, I can't see that, innit? So that means that my influence extends longer than my lifespan. Do you understand what that means? It's like immortality.
Pause.
I don't know where you're going. Me asked you what decision have you helped influence?
No, you're asking me to help you confirm your own bias, but I can't do that.
Bro, you said
I can't do that for you.
Forget about it.
So I forget then. I'll go on mute.
Let's stay away by waffling shit the whole fucking day. Fuck off, man.
Yeah, well, you're one of them authoritarian people that your opinion means more than other people's
I've
because
no
you think you're someone special. But yet, when other people come with hope and optimism and different angles, you're like, ah, that's bullshit, that's bullshit. Everything's bullshit. Oh, what's real then, bruv? A bottle of Johnny Walker and sitting around talking shit with your friends. Is that real?
Ask a question. You were just waffling for a second.
Brother, you're obviously an alcoholic. I can tell by your demeanor.
I'm an
You've been on the
alcoholic.
bottle. You've definitely been on the bottle. You've got that negative alcoholic vibe about you.
Blood, the last time I drank was 2 weeks ago, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, so you do drink then?
Of course I drink.
Oh, there you go. That
So
says it all then.
what's that got to do with anything? Do you eat a lot of food and it makes you fat and then happy?
Yeah, but food makes you happy. Alcohol makes you depressed.
It makes you fat and then happy, Con. You're fat and then
Alcohol's a
happy.
depressant. Alcohol's a depressant.
I don't drink every day.
Doesn't
You
matter.
eat sausages every day. You eat wall sausages every day. What are
Yeah,
you
but if
talking
I
about?
don't eat, I'm gonna die. If you don't drink, what happens?
Yeah, go eat pork sausages every day. Go on, carry on. It makes someone
Cool.
happy.
I'd
You
rather
can
eat
cry
pork
about it all
sausages
life.
than drink whiskey.
Yeah, go on. We know you do. About you,
Who's
rather.
we?
know
You and your alter ego.
You're gonna eat
Yeah.
pork, bro.
Huh?
That is mad, bro. I just walked into the panel and all I'm hearing is I'd rather eat pork sausages, bro. What is your
Yeah,
life?
I would rather eat pork
Is
sausages
your
than
life
drink
at
whiskey.
stake for you to do something
Yeah,
like
that's a
bro?
fact. What do you mean? I don't understand. Why is your? Why are you arguing against that? What would you rather drink whiskey than eat pork
I don't
sausages?
drink whiskey.
Whiskey,
drink
Hold on a
Martell,
second.
whatever, innit?
Khan, haven't you got some really nice Irish crystal whiskey glasses?
Yeah, they're just wasted on me.
Liar. You used to drink, bro. Don't lie, man.
Crystal.
I've never been a drinker.
Don't lie.
Why
He's
would
got
I
a
lie?
boozer.
So everything's bullshit and everyone's a liar. What else?
You've never been. Hold on.
the
You've
psychology of
never
beefy
been a
today?
drinker. You've never been a drinker. I swear you
No.
told us that you drank before you reverted back to Islam.
That's
I wouldn't class myself as a drinker.
But you used to drink, though, didn't you?
Yeah, but that don't make me a drinker.
But you used to drink, though. Yes or no?
I said I've never been a drinker. Do you
So
know what
what
that
does-
means? I used to be a smoker. I've never been a drinker.
So you've never purchased alcohol?
Do you know what it means to be a drinker?
Tell us.
I remember you telling us about vodka, Khan.
Yeah, but we can't be
Tell us.
relying on your memory of events.
Come on,
I'm
tell
telling
us,
you
Khan.
that I've never been a
Right.
drinker.
So tell us when you first drank then. Tell us that story. You're not going to tell us.
Brother, I've never reached the level of being a drinker.
Have you had one
Never
drink?
been a drinker. Drinking
If
has
you
never
have
been
drank
my thing.
alcohol, you have been a drinker. You
No,
don't have to be near
wrong,
alcoholism to be
wrong,
classed as being a drinker. Did you
wrong,
consume? Did you ever?
wrong,
Did you consume
wrong.
alcohol?
I've consumed alcohol. That doesn't make me a
Okay.
drinker.
There you go. Game over. Fucking liar. Fat twat.
Finally.
You're ill, bruv. You're ill. You're not well. Your demeanor, it says a lot about you.
I just can't do wafflers and liars, bro. Just pissing me off, bro.
Don't
Maybe
mention.
it's your low IQ.
Let's not go off. Let's not go Waffle Street.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, what is this beef between you for real?
A simple question you couldn't answer it. You want to attack me? I asked, yeah. People like talking about politics, yeah, all day. Politics is politics. I said, what influence do you think you have on the politicians in decisions they make? That's a simple question I asked. And he thinks he has influence on the politicians. He can't think he has.
Yeah,
I
but
was saying,
BP, you do understand the politicians, they are always listening online and always listen amongst the people so they can use it in order to have their agenda. You do understand that, don't you, BP?
Like, answer the question. I don't know why people like doing this. Like, I don't know
It's
why.
true, though. It's true. How do you know what Khan says? That they're not listening.
That's
I'm
not
putting that in the blueprint.
That's not the question I asked you. You know, I want to reframe the question and say, answer this.
Right.
Please, play politics with me. I'm not here to play politics. That's a simple question, yeah? I said, what? You talk politics. Okay, you Kel. You say politics all day.
Brother, you're a pessimist.
Shut
and
up, bro.
You're a pessimist. Look how he's reacting. Look at the reaction.
Yeah, but BP, all due respect to you, beloved, right? You've got to understand, for example, Jeremy Corbyn, right? Do you know that he has also studied when it comes to the Palestinian plight? Do you know that he studied those things and listens in? How do you think he's able to incorporate that in his movement? This is why you got a lot of people doing this. Jeremy Corbyn, he's multicultural, he's for the Palestinian, things like that, because he's listened in. and
Kel,
able to execute that agenda. What are we talking about, beloved?
I'm not asking about Jeremy Corbyn. 1 second. Ask about Kel. I said, Kel, tell me one thing you talked about and then you've influenced the politicians in making a decision. Tell me one thing that you talk about today in the last month in the panels that have told, Boris heard me talking and he made this decision because he heard me talking. I beg.
My position is not to influence the politician. I'll tell you why. First of all, brother, politicians, you're supposed to buy them in order for them to carry out your agenda. If you're not buying them and you're talking to them, they're not going to carry out your agenda. They're going to carry out the agenda of the person who is funding them. That's a political basic science of how it runs. So I'm not trying to influence them without giving them large amount of money to carry out my agenda. Or due respect here, my son, brother.
Okay, so you talking politics the whole day. The only way you can change things is by giving someone money. Is that what you're saying?
That's what you
What
said.
I said was, brother, when it comes to voting, and
you're talking about voting. I never said about voting.
Brother, my son, brother, all due respect here, right? Because politics,
you're adding into it.
brother,
so please,
brother Beefy. When we're talking about a politician, you know, a politician has knowledge of the state of the system, his political behavior and his activity and the law, and will use certain strategies in order to get the agenda across. Now, brother, a politician is also put into a position to carry out whether it's the government agenda or not. So the government, brother, they build a lot of money to give to the politician to carry out that agenda. So if we're not doing that, you have no power on them to carry out agenda. I'm not trying to influence the politicians, brother. I'm trying to carry out a Pan-Africanist agenda, which I am doing grassroots, whether it be on the continent and here, and also calling my people, whether they're in the different religions, to understand that you collectively have to fund yourself and to help yourself out of your situation, whether politicians listen or not. You understand what I'm saying, beloved? Go on, bro.
Is your agenda political, yes or no?
Is my agenda political? Of course it is. This life is political.
So if your agenda, one second. If your agenda is political, but you're not involved in the politicians, I'm confused.
The reason why you're confused, beloved, is because you equate that the Europeans are the only one who control politicians, and you go, hold on, beloved. Please. But what you fail to realize, brother, all due respect, brother, all due respect, yeah. What you fail to realize, the moment a woman or a man opens their mouth, you are engaging in political science straight away. Whether you're in religion, whether you are in the LGBTQ movement, a gender movement, whatever movement it is, even if you are disrespecting one another, that is political. So hold on, brother, all due respect here. So when it comes to political, brother, you are carrying out a campaign to get people on board with your political view.
But I'm none of those movements you mentioned. None of them movements I'm involved in. So I don't know. I can't relate to what you're talking about.
But you have an organization, though, beloved. You remember your organization, which
one?
You hold on, brother. You have, and the thing is, I would definitely be a part of what you're trying to do, brother. Because first of all, it's a betterment. I have a couple issues with it, and you know what the issue is. But you are trying to solve our issues, right? So therefore, brother, you've automatically engaged in political science straight away, brother. You do understand that, don't you, beloved?
I do, but see, me, the thing is like politics. Yeah, for me, people have to be involved in it. Right. People have to be involved in getting tricked for them to be governed. What all governments do is govern your mental. You just ask people to tell you what to think and how to think. Right. But all I'm saying is, why do people think for themselves? It's that simple. Why do you need someone else to think for you?
True.
That's all I'm saying.
The thing is, brother, is that imagine you have a set of energies, right? And these energies are energies of charismatic nature. Every African, every European, every Middle Eastern, every Asian, all of us are charismatic, right? What the problem is this charismatic nature that we have, if it's not channeled in a one way to formulate an agenda, what happens is, right, you got explosions. So the government understands, right, if any one of those charismatic people, particularly the African ones, were to call or entice their people and stuff like that, that nature could go against us. So this is why some of us, because we don't understand our charismatic nature, needs to be governed in order to carry out a synchronized agenda. And that's why, brother.
So you want to people in this?
You broke up, Godi, for saying?
I said he sounds like he wants to control people in essence.
But that's my thing as well. Like, with me, I don't want no one to govern me. I don't want no one to tell me when I can do shit, what to do, and how to do it. Because I think I've got enough intelligence to know what's good enough for me and what's bad for me, without hurting anyone else around me.
That makes no sense, because you have an organization, right? And I'm guaranteed that your organization will conform to your rules, how you want that organization to be carried out. So if we're going to join that, by necessity, you have to have some form of authority and controlling, so your criteria, doesn't become distorted. So that, unfortunately, beloved, you've contradiction, and it doesn't make no sense.
Well, if we look at the definition,
what I'm saying,
politics,
yeah, I don't know how to say that in sense. Beefy-ism is not organization.
Have you got a delay, Beefy?
Go on, MJ. What are you going to say?
I think
so I just looked at the definition quickly. It says politics is a set of activities that are associated with making decisions in groups or other forms of power relations among individuals, such as the distribution of resources or status. The branch of social science that studies politics and government is referred to as political science.
Right.
So I don't know. For me, I would kind of say, like, as much as we may not necessarily feel like we're involved in them making decisions, and that everything that we do, like even down to how we consume things and how we buy things and our spending habits and our behavior habits, like they use that to make their decisions. So us being part of this society, we are, in a sense, influencing their decisions.
Okay, let me break down for you now. Let me tell you like how crazy this is. Yeah, the last MP, Liz Truss, who voted her in?
Her peers.
I thought it was for the people choose who. I thought we are involved, the people of politics.
We don't choose a prime minister. We choose a party if we vote. A general election is to vote for a party, not for a particular leader. But it will be represented by a particular leader when that general election comes around.
So who are the people who choose the names to go forward for leadership? Are we involved?
No. No, that's down to their party. The public chose the party, and the party decides who leads them.
So, but no one names of any of these individuals who chooses the people to be put forward.
No, it'd probably be the rest of the MPs that are in the Conservative Party, innit?
Probably. We don't know. You're just saying, okay, we don't know.
I'm not too knowledgeable on the breakdown of how they sort of do it, to be honest. So someone else might be able to give that answer, but that's my assumption.
Yeah, and then when you come in MP, who chooses?
MJ, sorry, Beefy. What's your assumption on how the leader of the party gets elected?
By their peers in the party.
Yes, so basically she's resigning as the prime minister, but she's also resigning as the leader of her party. So the party elects a new leader who automatically becomes the prime minister unless there's a general election. Then we get to vote, but we're voting for a party. We're not voting for an individual. That's what I just explained.
That's literally what I said to
so then
Beefy. That's what I'm saying.
That's
We vote for the party. Yeah, we vote for the party and the party decides on who their leader is going to be, either through representation at the time of general election or in a case like this where the leader stepped down and they need to put someone else in place.
Yeah, which is the opposite of the American system where you vote for an individual to be the to be the president, and then when they get in by default, their party then becomes the leading party. But then they've still got,
same as in
because they've
Ireland,
got a Congress, so that's a bit different.
In America, you got the presidential elections, which are for the president. You got the House of Senate elections and the House of whatever. So there were 3 different elections going on at the same time, and anyone can win them. So there's no given like this party is going to win this. But most times, if you control the Senate, you control the lawmaking in America. I think that's how it works. In Britain, the 3 parties. Who picks the leaders of these parties and how they are chosen to be parties? No one knows. No one knows how the policies of the parties are formulated. Who makes the policies for these parties? I don't think the general public are involved.
Well, they've explained it recently. They said that you have to have, well, usually about 100 people backing you for you to be able to put your name in the hat. Now I think they've changed it to 150. So they're saying that means that there'll be a maximum of only 3 people at a time going for any leadership battle. Whereas before it was more, because obviously you needed less votes. So now they've made it so there's less people.
It was. I'm trying to see like how anyone here on the panel or in the chat is involved in this process. Since we like talking, our leader should be this and our leader should be that. I want to see how what role do we play? Actually, play in electing these leaders for these parties. What role do we play?
No, but Beefy, you seem to be confused, beloved. I don't believe that they're going to help African people. This is why. Hold on, brother. If you can allow me to, brother, let the sun man, your brother, finish the sentence and drop the sunshine, so you may be able to prosper. Just for a little bit, brother. Right?
Okay.
What I'm saying is, right, is that proof and evidence that these politicians, whether they're in Europe or out of Europe, but they've never done anything for African people. We think, brother, that if we vote and tick Labour and things like that, that change is going to happen. But, brother, you need money to finance a politician, brother, in order to get your agenda across. This is how it's always been done.
See, you're talking about. I'm looking at it like anywhere in the world you go. Even if I was in China, I was doing, maybe China is different. But if I want to most African countries where they do the voting system, all the leaders are there are black, all the parties there are black. Yes.
Oh, man.
So
the community fund, brother, you should know this, brother, because if you see you're part of the true Illuminati, right? And what I get from that type of organization and group, brother, they're always producing the knowledge how things are run. The fact that you're a member, brother, and you're questioning, right, because there's black politicians, there's going to be any change when you need to have finance power in order to have your agenda. That is how it's all ran. The people who are in charge, brother, you think they go to university? No, brother, they have power to dictate how they want their agenda. You see, brother? So you shouldn't really be asking, well, the black politicians, they'll be able to carry out. No, brother, if you don't have money to fund your agenda, you're going to be watching other people's agenda prosper more than yours. And that's how it's ran. This is basic science, beloved.
Okay, cool. I hear you. So, Kel, why do we all conform to what these people say if they're not for us and for us? Why do we conform? Why do we say yes? Why don't we like to say no to get involved, not conforming? Why are people scared to do that?
No, bro, you see, due respect to you, my son, brother, you see, the ones who are synchronized, they don't get involved. They understand. We don't get involved, brother. We understand. What we try and do, brother, is, okay, let's build something, and then eventually, when we're in a position of power, then we can dictate. We're not involved, bro. It's not for us, brother. This is what we people fail to realize.
When you say,
in other words, beloved, if it's none of our business, you see, because they don't involve us sincerely in their business. You see, if someone doesn't want you around or want you to be with them or participate in them, you as an African descendant should say to yourself, wow, they don't want me around. They don't involve me into anything, so I must retreat and go back. But what we do as Sun people, it's not fair that we're left out. We want to count.
No,
The
no,
dopamine hit.
no,
It's all about the
Kel.
dopamines.
No, I think you're wrong there. You see, I think you're very wrong. The problem is, yeah, and this is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem we have. We give these people power by participating in their fucking bullshit.
What power have you got? You're 3% of the population.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Bro, but you've been watching MTV and NBA All Stars too much, bro. That ain't power.
When they say take the badge and you took the badge and you stay home, you're in lockdown. Did you go out, Khan? When you locked down? Did you participate in the bullshit?
So by going at your front door, there's some big rebellion. Some big rebellion that you managed by going out.
Bro, it's called freedom. Do you not see what he's saying? Like proper freedom. Walk where you want to walk. Think what you want to think. Yeah? Kel's talking about the only way to do it politically is to have more money than the opposition. How's that even logical?
What do you mean, how's that logical? He's showing you that it's a process that's funded financially.
Don't make me give you...
Even if you want to run for president of the United States, you need X amount of money behind you. What he's saying makes sense. What you're saying about rebelling against everything and having no principles and no code of conduct or no nothing and rebelling against everything just for the sake of it frees you up to just basically be a waste man and just sit there scoffing at everyone else's efforts and going, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Oh, you're talking about politics, but what have you actually done?
You're doing a hate.
It's just bullshit, bruv.
I know. Well, you can't answer. You want to go on a little rant, like.
No, you're just a pessimist by nature. Yeah, and there are people that are pessimists by nature, but in any organization, the pessimist is not going to be the front man. He's never going to be given the microphone. He's never going to be allowed to speak for an organization because you're a pessimist, and people don't relate to pessimists. Everything runs on hopes and dreams and aspirations and effort. Pessimists, bro, you're at the back of the queue. No one wants to hear you.
Bro, shit gets done though. Don't think these kind of people don't get shit done.
Pessimists ain't doing shit, fam. Pessimists are saying there's no point even trying. Yeah, they're basically going against the effort involved. They're going against it.
I'm saying do not participate in the bullshit. They're two different things.
Why? Why not?
But you're just giving them power.
Going outside the mainstream to going with the current and the flow. That's the easy part. That's what you're suggesting.
Don't play with fire, you'll get burnt. Why? Why shouldn't you play with fire? But you get fucking burnt. Simple fucking logic.
You're talking shit, brother. Shall I tell you why you're talking shit? Let me give you reasons why you're talking shit. When you look at how few amount of black people there is in the UK, they are outperforming. They're outperforming their potential. Every time you see a black person go into Oxford, or a black person in the House of Parliament, or a black person that's in the cabinet, yeah, as 3% of the population, they're outperforming their potential.
Push it to me, you know, black.
Right? But you're running them people down, going, what have they done? What have they done? You don't know what they've done. You don't know what they've done behind the scenes. There's people working behind the scenes, bro.
Come.
We know what they haven't done.
You will never be as black as me, so please don't talk about black people.
Bro, being black don't mean shit to me. Don't mean shit to me. It's just being black is a political stance. That's what it is.
Why are you mentioning black? I don't mention black.
Bro, being black is a political stance. Not every person of your complexion identifies as being black. So what are you even talking about?
Have you ever?
What are you talking about?
1 second. Gurdip, did you or MJ? Did you hear me mention color at all during this whole conversation?
You said you'll never be as black as me.
No, before this.
And then you said
before
and them kind of things. You're the one mentioning it, bro. You sure you're still not smoking?
Bruv, you're spastics, bruv. I'm dealing with spastics here.
I'm
spasticated.
Kel mentioned race and Khan.
You're spastic, fam.
I've been talking about 1 second, Khan. I've been talking about politicians and people, the public. That's what I've been talking about. I never said nothing about color or anything.
I'm telling you,
bringing it up.
It doesn't matter if you're Chinese, Spanish, French, or Italian. Beefy, you are a pessimistic person. Yeah, you should never be allowed to speak on behalf of any organization.
You can't allowed to speak on anything. You can't speak on nutrition because you're fat. You can't speak on Islam because you don't.
Is the alcoholic negativity pouring out of you?
By your logic,
carry on.
By your logic, I'm pessimist. I can't talk about anything.
Let's hear more about your negative view of life. Go on, carry on.
Where was your logic? Now you're mad because I'm using your logic against you.
Brother,
Okay.
you woke up in this mood, bruv. You come on the panel with this attitude. I just want you to pour it all out so we can see it. Pour it all out on the table. Let's see it all of it.
You got issues, bruv. Which needs a
No,
lot of
no,
fucking.
no. I'm just allowing you to be yourself.
I'm good.
Your true self.
The thing is with brother Beefy, right? That whether he likes it or not, he has a political view, and his organization is based upon politics. So I think he's using political science just to cause animosity, but you can't get out of that, beloved. It's facts. You're using political type of science in your organization, and when you come on the panel, you definitely understand how to orchestrate political science. So I don't know who we're kidding here.
Listen, that's not the question. I never said I don't understand how politics works. I'm just trying to get people who talk about politics the whole day to see how involved they are in changing politics. But I know politics is a dirty game. It's a fucking dirty game. So I keep saying, play with fire, you get fucking burnt.
Yeah.
You walk into politics saying you're going to change the world. You only walk there to get involved and with the fuckeries. You're not going to change shit.
But brother Beefy, let's say, for example, we're talking about relationships. That's based on political science again. If we're talking about women, that's political science. Men, political science. Food, everything in this life is political, which is why you can campaign your agenda with it. So we can't get out of it. Now, do I agree that you have to put some form of sprinkle and nice sunshine on there to make the conversation interesting? Of course, I'm that type of guy. But it's still political, though, whether you like it or not.
Let me show you how bullshit it is. Yeah, let me show you. Right now, the world is saying we're about to have a world war, Russia and this world war. So all go sitting at the table, yeah. Russia, America, China, all the PP guns are sitting on the table. United Nations, all there. They're saying, okay, we're gonna agree on a war, but we're gonna have peace on this. On you can't go to that article. Okay, we agree on that. We can't. Or COVID, we can agree on that, but we can't agree on peace. We're gonna have war. This is how it really politics works. Should we believe this bullshit?
Yeah, we need to change the name of the show. This should be called the Sunday Morning Hangover.
I was wondering, like,
I think we've all got a hangover, all of us, from yesterday's show.
I didn't watch the show. Thank God.
Beefy, quick question for you. Do you believe that there is an agenda?
Yes.
So what do you think forms that agenda?
What forms the agenda is, I think the agenda has been, for me, the agenda has been in play for the last 2,000 years. People realize that using politics, religion, education, and health as a tool to control people and manipulate people to stay in power. So this agenda has been running for a long time, and they've been pushing the agenda, and it's been getting worse. Like for 2,000 years, every decade, our civil liberties get taken away more and more. They're getting more and more in control. Within the next decade, I think we can't say nothing. We just be living ducks, where we'll be told what to do, when to eat, when to sleep, when to shit. Like that's where we're heading. It's all about control, and people in power, they love that. They love to control people, isn't it? Simple. But they can't have enough control until they control every facet of your life. You know what I mean?
So that agenda, basically, what you're saying is it's formed by politics, right?
No, politics is a tool. It's formed by a certain amount of a few. It's not politics.
But
politics
who makes these decisions when it comes to education, religion, these things that you've mentioned? Who makes the laws and legislations around these things?
A very select few. To tell you who they are exactly, I couldn't, but I know there are very select few who do those things.
But is it not our politicians who put certain laws and legislations in place to say, yes, as this religious sect, you're allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do this. This is how we're going to run our education system. This is how your children, when you put them in our education system, are going to be taught. This is the curriculum that they will be learning. All these decisions are made by people in power, are made by the politicians.
It doesn't matter which party political power will be in power, those agendas will still run. Doesn't matter if it's conservative, Labour, Liberal Democrats, those agendas will still run the same. Doesn't matter who's in power, which leader you've got. They're all puppets running for the same agenda. It's a trickery. It's a trickery of inclusion by giving us choices.
Yeah, trickery, politics, it's all the same thing at the end of the day.
Right.
Beefy.
That's right.
Politics is a tool. Politics, that's why I say it's a tool they use. It's a magic tool they use. It's not the end of all. The trick, the tool they use.
So, Beefy, if we go back to earlier on when someone was saying, like, I think it was Kale, and he said that they, like, the conversations that we have on here, right? They hear what's being said. Now, that's not to say they're literally sitting down with one of their little admin staff saying, right, you listen to Nawabian Sniper TV every Saturday and write down everything they're saying. Remember, we have a thing called algorithms. Remember who owns these platforms, right? Now, think about this. Every video that goes on YouTube, within 5 minutes, there's a whole transcript where you can actually read what is being said on the panel, right? That means that they're collecting that data of what is being said. Now, let's say, for example, Liz Truss decides to leave office, okay? Then they can tell by the algorithms what conversations people are having. Like, and this is how that information gets fed back to them. So Claire was right when he says, like, they're listening, they're hearing what is being said on these platforms because of the algorithms that are listening in, collecting that data and feeding it back to them.
But Mary, also the thing you said that they're not doing, they actually are doing, because there is a police officer sitting down somewhere in the office watching this show or watching Speaker's Corner or watching Tommy Robinson outside of a court doing a live stream. Yeah, they do that.
Do you know, Khan, I would say if it's part of something that they're monitoring or investigating or something like that, yes. But like to say that, oh, they've got people sitting there. Remember how many live streams are running on YouTube all throughout the day?
Not that many.
Bro, there's hundreds of them running throughout YouTube throughout the day. We only see the ones that are available to our region. We're not seeing the ones that are available if you live in America or Australia or all these other
I'm
places.
talking about the Met Police, and they're monitoring everything that's Speaker's Corner related, including us. Whether you
but they can do that via the algorithms. They don't have to sit down and actually watch the streams to be able to collect the information. They could have certain trigger phrases that they're looking out for. So, for example, even Speaker's Corner could be, okay, every time something is said related to Speaker's Corner, that gets a certain marker beside it.
That's done through YouTube
They might watch
itself.
that clip. So they might
about...
be hearing, they might be listening to this particular bit right now because we've said Speaker's Corner at least 12 times. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But the algorithm you're talking about runs through YouTube's own diagnostic tools, right? But I'm talking about Met Police monitoring what goes on in the UK through live streams and YouTube, and they basically have access to YouTube. Like they can basically watch YouTube on a different way than what we can. They have a different level of access to what goes on.
What you don't understand, yeah?
It's been exposed. It's been shown.
YouTube is part of the government's agenda. They all work hand in hand. It's not separate.
Exactly. So the police have access to YouTube.
It's not separate. We like to think, oh, with choices and like I can go to Instagram, I can go to this. It's no choice. It's illusion of choice. Yeah. If they want us talking about this stuff because we're participating in the bullshit. What could be worse for them is us all turning off our computers and not talking about shit. That will really bug them. But us going online and talking about shit, we're participating. That's what they want. We're not going to change shit, but we're participating. We're giving it energy. That's what I'm talking about.
Brother, even Raj had MI5 turn up, sitting down in his mum's living room, telling him, listen, the shit that you're doing at Speaker's Corner is fucking up our own investigations. Fall back. They even told him.
Listen. I don't know. You guys live in the cuckoo land or something. Do you think if MI5 went to Raj's house, Raj would be able to talk about that shit?
Bro,
what are you talking about?
This is the thing. This is what I'm saying to you. It doesn't matter if you're French, Spanish, Italian, or black. Who you are is who you are. You are a skeptic. You wouldn't believe anything. I could tell you there's a bag of gold at the end of your road and you wouldn't get out of your bed to go and look. Because you're a
Con.
skeptic. It's
No,
who
Con.
you are. You
Con.
have no faith. You have no iman. You have no optimism. You have nothing. This is just who you are. You're a shell of a man.
Bro, you can't judge people.
The only thing that makes you feel better is alcohol. That's it.
Oh my
This is who you are.
You're
You
triggered
just
for some
happened to
reason.
be at Speaker's Corner because your friends went up there and you followed them. And it was something to do to hang around smoking weed all day.
Why
This
you
is what it's
listen,
entertainment for you.
relax, bro.
Brother, he doesn't stand on any principles apart from rejecting other people's principles. Like, I like the guy. He's a funny guy. He's amusing. But I'm not going to take any instruction from him in terms of politics.
Brother,
I'm sorry.
Worth it.
I'm sorry, bro. Maybe if you
Pressure.
come with some good recipes or come with something like something other than politics, yeah?
It's talking bullshit. You finished now. Fucking no, it's ranting for the sake of ranting. Go and have a sausage or something. Are you hungry? Go and have a Mars bar or something. Magnum, I don't know. Please, I beg. Just waffling on nonsense. Made me lose my chain of thought. Like,
Yeah, check your sugar levels or something, Con.
No, I'm calm, babe. You need to check yours.
I'm good. I'm good. I ain't got diabetes, bro. You do.
But you could still die before me. Carry on smoking, innit? See where that gets you.
Relax, bro. Relax.
No, I'm relaxed, man. You're the one with the 24-hour smoker's cough.
Really?
Yeah, your voice sounds like a man's voice.
No, that's just how my voice sounds.
Nah,
regardless
don't
if I
lie.
smoke or
It's from
not.
smoking.
sounds like
Everyone's got
Gary.
an auntie that smokes 20 rough a day.
Listen, don't
Come off
hate
it.
just because your
I'm not
voice is more
hating. I'm just saying
just
that.
because your voice is more feminine than mine. Stop hating, okay?
My voice is the same as when I was 16 because I
It's
don't
not
smoke.
my fault. It's not my fault you've eaten all of that processed McDonald's and pork
okay.
sausages and Magnums and Dunkin' Donuts over the years. It's no good for you.
Estrogen, like
Estrogen levels, you get me?
Okay.
Aye.
Interesting.
Bro, you are what you eat, man.
Yeah, so Beefy, what was you saying?
I forgot now.
We're trying to convince us that he's not a skeptic and he's not a pessimist. And somehow he has the right to speak on certain things that he was just happened to be there. Oh, yeah, apart from the day he got smacked in the mouth. Apart from that,
Beefy, don't even respond to him, bro.
it was just a side man. He's just a side man. Man's
So
just
how many times did you
Beefy,
go
you're
to
just
Speaker's
coleslaw.
Corner,
Why
fam?
have you named yourself Beefy?
One
Change
second.
it to coleslaw, bro. Because you're a side thing. You're a side
Con,
dish.
I saw
You're
that
potato salad, bro.
Con, I saw it was 1 o'clock and it was supposed to be prayers, but you're jumping online talking
Brother,
bullshit.
you're a side man. Yeah?
Yeah,
And the
yeah,
thing
yeah.
is, who are you a side man to? The
What am I
man
side-
that you're a side man to is a joke within
Who?
itself. Like, I could be a side man, yeah, to a big man. I'll fall back in it, hold my position.
Con, first of all,
You're just the lowest of the low, fam.
Con, listen. When I want to speak as corner, Con, when I want to speak as corner, I want to speak as corner on my want. Not go
Yeah,
no.
did you ever get on the box and stand up and speak and make a speech? Even Tan made a bigger speech than you.
1 second. I talked to a lot of people. Speak as corner. How many people do you speak to speak as corner, Con?
Brother, you went up there to do what?
How many people
To
do you
meet up
speak?
in Smoker's Corner?
No, I met a lot of people at Speaker's Corner. I met
Smoker's Corner.
So were you there to know about Speaker's Corner? You wish you were there. You wish you were there? Or something? I beg. What is it?
Would you like to go Speaker's Corner, Con?
You like to go Speaker's Corner? Are you shook? You want me to hold your hand there? Are you scared? What is it? What's you? Speaker's Corner. I don't give a fuck about Speaker's Corner. I haven't been there for I don't care. You ever hear me being out the corner? You're obsessed with Speaker's Corner. Do you go there? Have you been there? Fucking idiot. Super fan. No, all my time at Speaker's Corner, you saw me there. You were watching me, you fucking dickhead.
Obsessed with you. He's obsessed.
Fat cunt. Don't let me come to your end and find you, fat bastard. You can't even run away from me. Fucking fat shit.
Like time to none of your
1 minute. Are you trying to say that because you're black, I should be scared of you?
I never said
Is
that.
what you're trying to say? Like in a physical world, what makes you think you're stronger than me, bigger than me, harder than me? What? Because you went to prison and took it up the arse. Because you were in prison and was drinking cheap tea for about 5 years. What makes you harder than me, though, bro? Because you're dumb.
No, punching your fat stomach and win you.
You got punched by Ahmed Ali. You done nothing. You done nothing.
I'll punch that fat stomach
Bro,
of
your
yours.
delayed reaction said it all. Your lips were flapping.
What were you doing?
Your lips were flapping in the wind when you got cuffed.
What were you doing? What were you doing? Frank and sausage when you're watching that?
Brother, shut up.
What were you doing? Frank and sausage when you're doing that? Ooh, excited.
People who think they're hard because of what? Your skin color. You think you're harder than man like me, fam. You ain't been through things I've been through.
You wish you were black. You wish you
I
were
wish
black.
I was black. For what reason? For what reason?
You bring it up. You bring up my color.
I bring up your color. When was that?
You bring it up this whole time.
You're spastic, fam.
Black this,
You're
black
spastic.
that.
Trust me. It doesn't matter what color you are. You could have been born Chinese. You could have been born Hindu. You still be the same idiot that you are now.
Do you wish you was black?
For what reason? What would it benefit me?
Well, I don't know, but you keep bringing it up.
So you don't know.
You keep bringing it up. Black this,
Brother,
black.
don't come on panels when you got a hangover. Because you at the best of times, you're rolling around with half a brain.
You got
you dumb motherfucker.
You got no brain. You got lard for brain.
You get lard for brain.
It's leaking out right now. Bare fat. Are you hungry,
brother? You got smacked in the face by some skinny Arab, meerkat-looking motherfucker, and you should have been the first one to grab man from his collar and go, "What the fuck?" But you didn't. You was flapping.
Really Surah Fatiha or something.
The ex-prisoner, the hard man, the man who's gonna do me something. Yeah, you. Come off it, fam. Come off it. Don't know about man like me, fam. You don't know about me. Trust me.
Us give you your shahada.
Trust me. I'll give you one fucking Ottoman slap to your face, and half your face will fall off. Not no Ahmed Ali slap either.
He needs us to give you a shahada again.
How can Ards give anyone shahada? He's an alcoholic like you. You got more in common with Ards than me.
You took a shahada from Ards though.
No, I didn't. That's lies. That's lies.
Yes, you did. Malibu shahada.
Of your own countryman, Zulu rejects you.
How did you take shahada from Ards?
Your own countryman rejects you, fam.
Hmm?
Your own countryman reject you.
You took shahada from a drunk guy.
You're just making it up, bro. You're making up things now.
Ask him.
We're going around the houses now. It's getting boring.
You bring Ards and ask him.
Brother, listen.
This is facts.
Listen.
So, can you read through your Fatiha yet?
You lived your whole life as a skeptic, a non-believer, and a pessimist.
I'm a non-believer. So are you. You're a non-believer.
Brother, take my advice.
You're a non-believer as well.
Put your trust in the Lord, bruv. Put your trust in God.
How are you Muslim?
Stop going on the easy road and relying on yourself. Rely on God. Take some chances. Have some faith.
You're a non-believer,
Try
bruv.
to do something bigger than yourself.
Try that as well. You try that. Might lose some weight. Try that. Try some faith in God.
Thank you very much. I have been doing that. Why does your laugh sound like a Mustang car in a neutral gear? Why does your laugh sound like Fast and Furious?
Why are you watching man's laugh for?
At the starting race.
What it does?
I don't know. Like, what is it? Is that your thing? Is that your laugh?
Yeah.
What is that?
That's what he was doing yesterday. What's wrong with you, man?
He's just jealous of me.
How are you a side dish to a side dish? How are you trying to come on the side of a side? Just fall back, man, you little spastic.
Huh?
That's your try to put me in that like your belly, bro.
Shut up, man. I can't even hear you. Your cheap internet's breaking up.
They attach two belts.
Are you speaking with your pathetic voice? Is that you speaking?
Are you speaking with your GMO hormones?
No, it's your wife. It's your wife, your cousin wife.
It's some feminine energy, bro. Some serious
it's your
feminine
cousin
energy.
Wife that's speaking right now.
I can't
the wrestling finger, bro.
Connie, man, you're breaking up, man. Tell your wife to put 50p in the meter. It's breaking up.
Wrestling finger.
Are we all good now? Got it out of our system?
I think, where I was working up Stamford Hill, I saw bare cons up there. Khan, are you sure you're not Jewish?
Yeah, I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish.
Yeah,
I'm Greek. I'm everything
you
that's non-African. That's me.
No, but I'm being real. I'm working up Stamford Hill, and I see bare Jewish guys, and they
Yeah.
bare look like you, though. Ain't gonna
Yeah,
lie
because
that.
they're all Turkish, ain't they?
Or are you Jewish?
It's the same thing, isn't it? What's the difference?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, you're asking the question. I'm saying, yeah, you're right.
But you all look alike. Like you look like you be twin. Like
Yeah.
so.
Why not?
Okay.
Big up everybody. Midday up. Day up.
Are you sure?
Who got my
Big
big
up.
Big up,
What's
Lady
the
B.
subject matter, man? Big up, Mary. What's the subject matter, man?
Khan, are you sure you got your topping in you? Well, I don't.
Beefy and Khan are cooking up a Sunday roast.
Shit. Do I need to go back in the kitchen, Khan? Do I need to go back in the kitchen?
Khan, are you topping in you, Khan? Are you sure? Well, I don't see it. Are you sure you got your topping DNA in you?
There ain't no DNA in me, fam. I'll put DNA in other people.
Well, I just see pure Ashkenaz in you. I don't see no African at all in you.
You can't see
Not one.
African in me because there's different types of African, isn't it?
Well, which one? Which one were you?
The non-Bantu type.
The non-Bantu type.
Yeah, the East Africans.
And they were.
Hold on.
East Africans are Bantu. You know it.
Some of them are.
Which are they not?
Huh? What?
Which one are not?
What would you say that M-Stax is Bantu? Would you say that M-Stax is Bantu? Would you?
You got a bit of Bantu in him, yeah?
Nah, not at all. Not at all.
A bit of Indian in him, a bit of Arab in him, yeah. What are you talking
Yeah, a
about?
bit of Arab, yeah, but nothing like
I would say
no way.
No Arab in him. It's a bit, but Arab is a bit
You
misnomer.
could have a bit of Arab in him. That's just
that's
an
like
admixture.
No, that's like an Arab. Arab is not a race. Yeah, first of all, Arab is not a race. So I'm thinking it's probably maybe Indian in him, maybe a bit of Persian in him. Maybe. Yeah. That's why maybe, yeah, but Africans are Bantus, isn't it? So I don't know what you're talking about.
Are they?
Actually, which one they're not? Pointed tribe is not. I'm waiting. Bam, bam, boom, boom, bang, gang, gang, gang. Mr. African, tell me.
It's not my fault, bro. I didn't choose it.
No, you said I'm not asking. You said which African tribe you're from. I said you're not African. Oh, there's nothing African about you. Not one.
Yeah,
drop
but I'm saying you can't recognize something that's not in you, innit? Obviously, you're a Bantu supremacist. When you say African, you mean Bantu African. You don't mean all Africans.
No, all African. I'm all African.
You're using the word African, but you're using it in a different way that I'm using it.
I'm African. I'm part Pygmy, part Maasai, part I'm everything African. Everything black African. It's me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're using black and African as synonymous with each other.
Yeah.
So you're using black and African as synonymous with each other. Synonymous means the same as.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm the same as them.
So that's your point of view. That's your particular point of view. You're entitled to your point of view. Just be aware that not everyone agrees with you.
The fact that I'm African is a fact. It's a fact that you don't have one drop of African in you. That's a fact as well. That's what I'm saying. Prove me wrong. That's what I'm saying, isn't it?
Prove you wrong.
You're a liar.
This is some attention-seeking behavior. You want people to come and prove you wrong.
No
one ain't got time for you, bro. No one ain't got time. No one's invested in you.
How someone sad? How can you come online lying about having a black grandma? How sad?
Why would I lie? How is it benefiting me?
Why would you do that, Khan? Why?
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I think you got mental illnesses. What
man comes on panel.
All right. Calm it down. Listen, I came in. You know, was talking about politics. What went wrong? How did we get from politics to this?
Because Beefy's saying that politics is bullshit.
In what way, Beef? Like in did he already say that, or did I miss that bit?
He's saying that anyone that thinks they're involved in politics but hasn't made a change to anything significantly is wasting their time, and they should not be carrying on with this bullshit. Don't be trying to tell him that you're involved in politics just because you're speaking. Don't mean you're doing anything.
Oh boy.
He asked you what change has your effort made? Where can you see it? Don't tell me.
Right back. I'll be right back. I'm listening though. I'll be right back.
I'll say what I said. But some people like to talk about what other people say, when they can't say shit themselves. I'll repeat myself. I said a lot of people like here talking politics. Politics this. To be good, if we talk about this politics, we can go and implement it somehow in politics, in the political world, with politicians, the governments. But we can't. Everything we talk about, they don't mean shit to these politicians. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. They don't care what we say or do, because we allow them to do that. We allow them to govern our mental. They know what's best for us, as they say. So how can you tell them what to do when they know what's best for you?
Yeah, so I referred you to the etymology of the word politics. Poly meaning the people. Politics is the matters that concern the people that they speak about. Now, what you're getting that conflated with is systems of governance and the government itself. You're conflating the two things with each other. You're using the word politics to define the actions of the government. That's not true. And that's not accurate definition of what politics is. People standing in Speaker's Corner talking about political matters is politics. Now, when you're talking about, what comes of it? What's the repercussion of it? What's the end result of it? That's a different question.
I said, people talking about it, it gives them the illusion of inclusion. They want you talking about politics. But
they are included.
Can I finish?
They are included. People, the people. That means all the people.
Can I finish? Yeah. But you talking about it and you're discussing it, they don't mean they're included in the decision making and the overall decisions being made. Even the choices you think you're making, they are given to you to make. You're given, choose between this and that. So your choice is already limited already. So everything is handed to you to choose from. So you have no control in anything whatsoever. Your political parties are given to you. Labour, Conservative, Liberal, Democrats. You can't just go and make your own party. No, you actually get into the rules on how to do politics. You see what I mean? You just can't walk into Parliament and say, I want to represent myself. You can't do that, can you? You have to play with the rules and all this. That's what I'm saying.
No, what you're saying is inconsistent. You're saying that unless you have control over everything, you have control over nothing. You're saying, the choices that you're given are limited, so therefore you have no choice at all. These things that you're saying is not consistent with each other.
No, I have no choice. If all my choices are given to me, how have I got a choice? I beg.
Yeah, because you're an extremist. You're saying, I want to have all the choices. If you take away one choice from me, then I have no choices. That's basically what you're saying.
If all my choices
you're an extremist.
Someone else asked the question. With a different answer. I'm not trying to argue. You don't have to answer, can't say I don't have the answer. I'm trying to argue with you. I'm an extremist, I'm a pessimist. You said that 100 times. It's getting boring now. Move on. You will not answer, just keep your mouth shut, innit? There are a lot of people on the panel.
That's what he does.
Bro.
You know what I mean?
Bro, here's the thing, yeah? When you make a choice, it needs to be an informed choice, right? Now, not everybody's informed on everything. There's certain subjects where it's for the benefit of the country to not inform the population, like military strategies, for example. So these decisions need to be taken by people who are in the know. Now, as the population, even if we had something which is called direct democracy, where we get to vote on everything in a referendum style thing, like you said, even then we don't get to vote on everything. So there's no such situation where, as a citizen of a country, you can have a say on everything. It doesn't make sense to even ask that. And then to further imply that because you don't have that, then you don't have a say in anything is absurd. It's an absurdity.
So I ask you, what do you have a say in? I ask you, give me one thing in it.
Well, you know how the system runs. One man, one vote.
I-
Each person gets a vote, innit? For example, next time there's a general election, every single person will get one vote.
Okay, let's say on the policy to let's say let me think of something. Remember when Britain invaded Iraq?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have a say in if that happened or not? If your country went to war?
No.
Did you think that the general public had any say if the country went to war or not?
No. Should they have? According to you, should they have a vote on
yes.
that? Why?
Yes.
Why? So you're saying people who don't know anything about war, people don't know anything about the relationship between England and Iraq and any secret agreements they might have, these people should decide whether there's a vote or not, or a war or not.
Yes. Why not?
That's ridiculous. So you're saying
Why?
that people who are ill-informed should be making decisions.
No.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, if two people present their cases, one for war, one for against war, who make up their mind? What's wrong with that?
Because it's the principle that when people make decisions, it should be an informed decision, right? If you don't have education of a certain subject, you shouldn't get to vote on it. You should leave it to the experts.
And who picks the experts?
No, the experts aren't picked.
Who are these experts then?
All right. I'll give you an example, right? There's ministers, right? So, for example, you could have a minister of religion, right? If we said to the minister of religion, oh, according to the scripture, no one's allowed to work on Sunday. We want to change it. What do you think? He's the expert. He could look at the book and say, there's two schools of thought on this. One says yes, one says no. There's a little bit of wiggle room. Okay, we can swing it. Yeah, we can change it so everybody has to work on Sunday and it doesn't go against the religion. We're not going to become kafir because of it. So the expert has brought the knowledge that not every human being, every lay person could have. So he's informed on that subject, so he makes the decision. Yeah, this is what the government does when they want certain things.
Carl, I wouldn't say that they're
people.
experts.
When they want certain things, they go to the
because a minister can go from being a health minister to an education minister in a day. It doesn't mean that they're an expert in that particular field.
He still has to know what he's talking
But
about.
he will know. He'll know the government's strategy and agenda in the sense of what they want to do in that arena. But it doesn't mean that he's going to be fully learned in that particular field.
He's learning to the level of making decisions.
No, he's not.
What do you mean?
He's not. Like,
so if you have a health minister and the health minister says 60% of the population is obese, we're going to bring strategies in like sugar tax to bring that down.
So I tell you what, answer me this: what was Liz Truss an expert in?
How would I know? Leadership, maybe.
What even was Liz Truss's background, in fact?
But why are you asking me that? Ask Beefy, innit?
Because you're the one saying that these people are experts. So I'm saying if they're experts,
I'm not saying that these.
So why make the statement? Why make the statement then if you don't even know what these people
are experts of anything? Because I don't know them individually.
Exactly. So then why say that?
As a principle, the government themselves have to ask experts to make decisions that they don't even know how to do it themselves. This could delegating it out to the people that know, right? They don't have to know all the answers themselves, but they know where to get the answers from, right?
No, they just make decisions. They don't need no expert opinion or influence to make those decisions.
One minute, MJ. He's saying that every Tom, Dick and Harry on the street should make a decision on whether we don't go to war. All right, so does that apply for if we do go to war? Can I hold a referendum tomorrow saying I want to go to war with Iran? And
no, but how
that mean we should do it?
No, I hear you can, but how about we should be able to decide if the money that we contribute in the form of tax is spent on certain things like going to war? I think that's where we should have a say as the public.
All right, but what we're talking about is direct democracy, where it's not like how it is now, where everything goes to referendum. That's a different form of democracy. That's what he's saying. He wants a say on everything. That's what he's saying. He's saying if he don't have a say on everything, then it don't count. He doesn't. It's all on. Like with him, it's all or nothing. He's saying basically.
All right, but Beefy, is that what you want? Do you actually want to have a say on what the system is doing?
But if something's going to affect my life, I think I shall have the right to say yes or no.
But then, do you vote?
Huh? No.
Do you vote? Well,
What's the
then
point?
why are you bothered? Exactly. So, but Beefy, why you know how the system runs. You know that like your vote, as you said, is just a choice between a couple of options, right? So you're going to choose one of them, but ultimately you're not going to be able to see the changes that you want to see. Do you know what I mean? So I don't understand why you're even arguing this if you know what the system's about.
I'm arguing people who's saying politics is good for us. I'm saying we shouldn't get involved. We shouldn't participate. So I don't know why you're asking me if I vote or not. That's a bit mad. You should ask the people who talk about politics the whole day if they vote or not. They like to politics the whole day. You should ask them if they vote or not me. I'm saying we shouldn't participate. We're discussing it, we're talking about it, it's participating, giving it energy. If people that's just interested in politics tomorrow, there'll be no MP. What would they be there for? To talk to who?
Okay, but we can't deny that what the decisions that they make still do affect us, right? So we can talk about it in terms of how said changes are going to affect us, but in reality, we know we can't really do anything to stop those changes, right?
That's why I'm trying to figure out how can we stop the changes. Because we can even talk about it. Because if we talk about politics and politicians are making decisions which don't concern us but affect us every day, yeah, but we can't do nothing about it, what are we doing? Why are we all going along with it then? That's my question. What are we doing about it? Anyone? Because I don't see how trusting politicians is going to help us. Or I don't know. Kel, you got the answers?
What was that? I was just doing so. What was that?
Well, they were saying, do I vote? I said, I don't see the point of voting in it. But my problem is politicians are out here affecting our lives every day. Yeah. Every day our lives are getting affected by politicians. Decisions that to be made. Why is it that we can't have a say in what's going on? Why are we just going along with it? Why are we just agreeing with it?
Yeah, but my brother, remember I said, voting without finance, brother, it doesn't do anything. We spoke about that earlier on.
Yeah,
And but hold on, beloved. Right, I tried to explain this many times. You are Sun man from the Sun people. So your agenda and your struggle is not the same. So if you believe that it's the same, brother, then you will get caught up in all this blah blah malakasha and stuff like that. But as I always said, brother, your struggle, your people are not the same as the rest. I hope you understand that. And then that's when you'll be able to say to yourself, okay, we can organize this and do this and do that. We're not being horrible to people, but we have to be realistically, sun is not the same as sand, ice, and mountain. But what the unsynchronized Africans do, brother, which is a contradiction, they want to put us all together. And no disrespect to you, brother, then they'll say, why are we going along with it? Brother, we already are separated. You see, we are separated from the get-go of the Berlin Conference. So when I hear a Sun man or Sun woman talking about why are we going along with it, it tells me that the Sun man or woman hasn't understood their political reality, or due respect here.
Okay, I don't know what point you're trying to make, but okay. I'm trying to see people like, what are we doing? Like, but if I go back to Africa tomorrow, the politics there are controlling what people do. But the problem with Africa, people actually believe that politicians will help them because they are one of them. You know what I mean? They are one of us. They'll make a change. That's the problem in Africa. It's even worse in Africa. Here, I can see the bullshit from my way. But when you go to Africa, it's one of your own doing this bullshit. And tell the majority of the people who go along with it that you not to believe it, it's hard. It is hard, I beg.
But here's the thing, as I said to you, in Zimbabwe and the rest of the countries in Africa, but we have proof and evidence that there have been revolutionaries who has tried collectively to go against, you see, just like we have revolutionary some people in the diaspora. So the proof is in the oatmeal, brother, is that you have to collectively start small, as we're trying to do, and organize with a code of conduct, controlling your dopamines towards we are all together. Because remember, all together means, brother, the illusion of how can we be separated when, you know, we're all together. But there's those who have more than us, prospering more than us, and benefiting more than us, you see. Then when you've understood the dopamines of that, brother, then that's when you can start saying, you know what, we are going to trade with one another on the continent, right? And then you may not like to hear this, but it's the truth and facts. Then we have to get military power, you see, brother, because whether you in the continent on a diaspora, we're facing the same thing, ICE controlling everything. And you don't seem to understand that. You can call it elite and all these things, but at the end of the day, brother, they have their own interest of, we want our people to survive, we want generations to survive, and we want to keep it that way. And the proof is, brother, that the forefathers of the ICE white supremacy, bro, they've been very consistent in making their people survive. They've done it in America, they're doing it in England, they're doing it in Europe. So therefore, it tells us the reality.
Kel, I'm gonna shock you.
Solutions will help what we need to do.
Kel, I'm gonna shock you and surprise you. I'm gonna be a bit controversial now.
Yes.
Let me laugh first while I'm saying this. Okay, I can guarantee you something right now. The head of the Illuminati is black. The head of white supremacy is black. These things I can guarantee you for a fact. I'm telling you that for a fact. Yeah. So I was saying this all again. This white thing, black. It's all again because I'm telling you, the head of the Illuminati is the black bloodline, black person. The head of the white supremacy thing is a black bloodline, black person. Believe you me.
So brother, here's the thing, brother. Here's the thing, right? That doesn't get out the fact, beloved. It doesn't get out the fact, beloved, that you're going to have to synchronize to create justice and equality for African people. I understand, brother. On the continent, how was Africa conquered? People think that it was the ice people entirely. No, brother. It was the sun unsynchronized people that was fighting against the synchronized sun people on the continent. That's how it was conquered. That's one of them stuff, right? So we already know already, brother, that we're used in all things to keep ice people in power. We know this, brother. You see, and guess what, brother? You know, one of the things that's been used, rhetoric's what you say. It's not about black and white and things like that. You see, brother, you are helping your dopamines, brother, to not differentiate. Hold on, beloved. You are increasing your dopamines to not allow you to differentiate between who collectively has power and who collectively doesn't. You see, and you keep going into these categories of we're all we sign on things like that. But brother, whether you like it or not, the homeless ICE person has more political power than you and I. You see those rich sun people. Hold on, brother. You see those rich sun people in Africa or in a diaspora that have the millions and billions. Brother, a poor sun person, ICE person has more political power than they do. What are you gonna say about that, brother?
It depends. I'll say it depends where they are.
What are you gonna say about that, brother?
It depends where. If you're saying political, yeah, but politics is a game and a tool which is used. And if you join politics, you can't change politics. You join the right race, and there's no way you're gonna change the game. So of course, that's how it's designed. So I don't know what you're complaining about.
No, brother. The thing is that you
All
keep.
I heard was random words. Are you gonna answer him or not?
I said, listen. I said, if politicians or politicking is a tool, which is a game to be rigged and set up, like capitalism, where the black man is at the bottom. It doesn't matter where you go in as a black man, but the system is designed to keep you down.
But what do you think about that is the question.
You can't change it. It doesn't matter if you go in or not.
Kel.
See, the what? I didn't get that.
Well, Kel,
He's accepting your point, but he's saying there's nothing we can do about it, basically.
No, but the thing is with my son brother Beefy, right? I know I know the diagnosis of what some people go through and that, right? The thing is with hold on, brother, hold on, Juice. Some people, because we have been in this state too long, especially the well, all of us, shall I say, the exercise of hope, which is very important of our human existence, is very important. Having hope, you don't have to hope in a, how can I explain this, in a unrealistic way, but you do need hope to get further. You see, what brother Beaver doesn't realize, that the ancestors of Ice people, they hoped to make sure the African continent was conquered. They hoped in the Berlin Conference, they hoped to keep up this unethical code of conduct, hope and put in the proof. But what brother Beefy doesn't understand is that because we've been in a situation so long, we have the tools, but we don't hope, and you're denying your existence as a human being because the Creator's put in us to hope to carry out things. It's part of your existence. That's why, brother, we are helping unsynchronized and differentiating from the unsynchronized. The unsynchronized Africans, they have no hope, but you're going against your nature. You need hope in order to survive.
That's right.
Laws of human nature, brother. This is why when we're dialoguing, I'm not being disrespectful. I understand it's not because you're not intelligent. You're very intelligent. It's not because you don't know what you're doing. But you, unfortunately, have unsynchronized mindset.
Behavior.
Don't believe we have this situation. That's all it is.
Go to the jungle, yeah, and survive and hope alone. See how long you survive. We're talking about bullshit. You need hope to survive. What bullshit are you talking about? What dumb? You need hope to survive. Go in the fucking jungle and say, I'm going to hope I survive. See how long you survive.
You didn't learn this behavior in the jungle. You learned this behavior working on building sites, surrounded by white people who fed you this bullshit and made you believe that that's the way to be. But it's all right for them to say there's no hope because they're holding all the cards. They're holding everything. They can tell you all this bullshit about, oh, there's no point trying. There's no point revolution. There's no point struggle. There's no point going against the government. Average English person will sell you that line.
I was born and raised in Africa, you fucking dickhead.
Yeah,
but ancestors
but
in
what
your
does that mean?
brother, they were revolutionary and hoped to make sure we all of them hoped and all of them put it. So brother, so when you're saying these things, brother, it's not included what the African Revolution did on the continent. To me, it's very foreign. But I understand because we're on a panel and because you're because you're interacting with those who don't want you to have that revolutionary mindset. I get where you're getting the dialogue, but your people on your continent, brother, they hoped and executed revolt, executed change. So you're not making any sense, brother.
They didn't hope. They didn't hope. They didn't hope. They got knowledge about the surroundings and made a change. They didn't sit and hope. There's two different. Don't talk about the hope. The hope. So anyway, go sit in your house for the next 2 months, hoping things will change. See how much things change. I beg. That's the problem.
Now you say you're not getting it, brother.
Let's hope in it. Hope things will change. Good luck to you. Good luck to fucking you guys. Go sit and hope all day long. For the rest of your lives, see how much things change in it.
Now you see how brother, what I'm trying to explain to you, this unsynchronized mindset. Now you would know, brother, I've said this many times, and Pan-Africans, we believe in this as well. Do the tangible. You ask the Creator for things that is not in your ability to do, and the things which are in your ability to do, you do it. You see? So for example, carrying out an action, right? You're still doing it, but you're still hoping at the same time. Just like what the Honorable Douglas did in his autobiography. He said he was praying for 20 years to get out of enslavement, and the Lord didn't answer him. He said after the 20 years, he started to pray with his feet, and then he was able to escape, and he was able to rival with Abraham Lincoln and organizes people. What does that mean? That means, right, I'm asking the creator for help, but I'm going to put the work in to try and escape. What we do as some people, and I said this many times, we are religiously immature. We want to ask the creator and don't put no work in. You see, and that goes against no human being on the planet, whether it's the ancient sun people or the ice, the mountain, or the sand, right? Historically, they don't just ask the creator and don't do nothing. That's not part of existence. Where does that come from? That comes from a people who want to psychologically destabilize your mind.
Kel, you're talking to me. Kel, I hope you make a speech for me. I beg. You know why you're going to so maybe for people, you don't make a speech for me. When you answered, we hope. You and Khan. So talk to you and Khan. Don't talk to me about hope. And please, I beg. I know it's bullshit. So please.
You've misunderstood, brother. And it's okay. It's okay, brother. You've misunderstood, brother. You've misunderstood.
I'll speak very carefully.
No, you haven't, brother, because as I said to you already, right? It's part of your existence, hope for things to come. It's also part of your existence to put the work in order to make hope alive. We as African people, brother, as I said already, we are religiously immature. We never used to think that way before, and that this is something that's been put into it. We do this. I'm going to ask the creator to do, and we don't put the work in. I'm going to wait for a prophet or a messenger to do the work. But you will never find that in no scripture. Who waits for the prophet and don't put the work in? No one does that. It's only those who don't want, who are not serious about revolution. It's only those, and we know who's serious from who is not serious. We know. This is why we set traps when they talk, when they act. We know who's serious and not serious. We know.
No one's about their life. Even me, I'll include myself. I'm going to include myself here. No one is about their life.
Right.
Let's be real. Let's be real about it. No one's going to die. No one wants to die. No one wants to die. That's a fucking problem. No one wants to die for a cause. I lie?
Well, the Honorable Marcus Garvey said, if the Africans are not careful, hold on, he says if the Africans are not careful, they will take the poison of what the white people's giving to them and die into it. Brother, if you're not doing anything for your people, whether you're organizing on the continent or whether you're trying to organize in the diaspora to return back to the continent, if you're not doing anything, brother, then you already are dead.
I hear you. But I don't know. Good luck. Hope things go good for you.
Hope more.
You got my. MJ, are you having ladies? How are you? When are the sun women, the ice, and the mountain, and the sand women gonna come on and talk about the lifestyle of womanhood? Is that gonna happen, or is it gonna be something else?
Don't be male chauvinist.
Yeah, when the ladies are ready, I think they're a little bit scared right now. It's become a little bit of a men's hour, which has been interesting. But when the ladies are ready, they can jump on.
No, I can change topic. I don't have a different topic. Politics is boring.
Oh, ladies, excuse manly discussion, and we open the door for some feminine, intelligent political science. So
I hope
we are ready and stuff.
I hope you good day. Oh damn. Hope and pray.
The emotion into logical conversations, yeah.
Like, hey, actually, Kyle is right. Sooner. This one is a Sahih Hadith from Sunnah Movado called Hope and Pray. Sahih Hadith, Sahih. Hope and pray, hope and pray. Big up Movado.
Big up Zulu.
Big up family.
You got my son, Israelite brother. Big up, big up.
Big up.
Shalom,
big up.
shalom.
Yeah, so it's Sunday service. So let's talk about religion. Yay!
Let's get
Yay! well, we've already said a prayer for Reggie today. You know, we've prayed for Khadijah to, you know, come back to him really soon so that he can go and get a life and leave us alone.
Reggie's not even here
I know.
today.
He's there. He's in the chat. The thing is, yeah, Reggie has to take his shahada. That's a problem.
Yes, it looks like he's gonna take a shahada. It looks like it.
No shahada, no marriage. That's why he's been going hard at the Muslims, trying to change her, but she ain't changing.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Come on, guys. Political science out here.
Bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up.
Bless up, my son, sister.
Bless up, my
Ask them
son,
all that
brother.
energy on a Sunday morning. Come on.
Yeah, we need to have some energy, some positive energy. What the hell is going on in the chat today?
Don't know. I think Khan named it correctly. It's like the Sunday morning hangover or something.
Yeah, Khan was going a bit. I don't know. What were you doing, man? Like loud beefy, man. What are you doing, man?
I don't know what's up with him, bro.
No.
He got a black hangover. He got a black hangover or something. Like, I try not to get involved in black, but I realize now, like, this political thing, black, can get you blinkered into seeing the big picture.
It's like he was presupposing that that's what you were on, even though you kept telling him I'm not on that. Like, just because you're black, you have to be on that, innit, beefy?
Yeah.
So, Axel, what are you saying? Did you want me to run that video now?
Oh no, do this, man. Why are you always trying to throw me under the bus, Mary? What the hell?
What's the video?
What video?
What's the video?
No, not now. I have a headache, man.
No,
what video, Axel?
You got me and Zulu here. We're going to chop up really good today.
No, you're not. Okay. Before,
all right, don't worry.
anything,
Don't worry.
No, wait. Before anything, she's gonna show it. Yeah, I know she's gonna show it.
I
I'm free from this.
I won't.
Show it, MJ.
I'm free from this. I'm Eritrean. Give thanks.
Oh.
So it's African shit. Oh, okay.
I'm free from this. What, Ethiopia, Somalia? What is it?
No, nothing. No, I'm Eritrean. I'm good.
You're gonna throw your Habesha's brothers over the bus now. What's going on?
Oh, Axel, my Eritrean neighbor got sectioned the other day.
Oh, wow.
He came out. They saw him in the street collecting twigs and wood and that. And apparently tried to start a fire in their living room, which then caught fire onto the duvet and literally burned the whole flat down. And then the neighbors had to come and save the people that lived upstairs from him. So the police got everyone out and they were standing out in the street. And then someone asked him, how did the fire start? And when he explained,
trying to throw like a slight dig or like
when he explained,
bare feminine energy,
what's the point?
When he explained,
bare feminine energy in this fight.
1 minute, man. It's mental health issues we're talking about here. Why are you not getting involved? I don't understand. He's not even the same race as you.
He's trying to badmouth another African.
He's Eritrean. You're Zimbabwean, man. Stay on your side.
What do you mean stay on my side, bro?
Is pouring out, Zulu.
Anyway,
you can't divide us. You can't divide us, bro.
Everyone was assuming that he was a victim of some sort of electrical.
With some people.
Anyway, explain your own stories, innit? If you don't want to hear my story, bring your own stories.
Yeah,
man. You can't say, "Oh, you're this or that." We're the same people, dog. You can't do
bring
that.
Turkish stories. Don't bring black stories.
I don't think.
Go on,
I don't think any self-respecting Zimbabwean would be starting a twig fire in their living room.
There's something wrong with them, but
you see how we're trying to divide and conquer. You see what you're trying to do?
No.
You're trying to get me to
It's
go
mental
against.
health issues, bro.
What are you trying to say, Khan? What are
This
you
is what the
There's a high amount of mental health issues among certain people.
No, you put up because I say I'm Eritrean. Come on, let's do this.
Well,
he's trying to divide and conquer.
Obviously, I'm not saying you're mental, but I'm saying like them traits seem to sort of run through.
You only know one guy who's been one Eritrean. Now you're saying he seeps through. You only know one Eritrean who's in section. Yeah.
This is what racists do.
One, now you're saying it's a problem in Eritrea.
They judge a whole race of people.
I'm sorry, but you can't say that's racism because Eritrea is not a race of people. So
Yeah,
you're
but
wrong.
you're judging a whole group of people based on one incident.
No, I'm saying that they're not a race, so it's not racism.
What are they then?
What are they?
They're not a nation of people, are they?
Why are
It's
they?
a country.
What are they then? What are
Eritrea
they?
is a country, isn't it?
They say they're
What are
racist.
they?
Am I sent in denying and controlling human rights?
You can't
Indeed,
accuse someone of
Kale, you are.
racism. That's ridiculous.
Unethical code of conduct being displayed right here.
Unethical, maybe, but racist, definitely not.
Slightly racism, like you say, cunt.
They're one in the
That's not
same.
racism.
They are one in the
You're
same.
using this ability to accuse people of being racist in an
No,
overzealous manner. You're
you said-
undermining the true racists.
But if you're trying to divide, Robert, if you're trying to divide, it's denying and controlling African human rights.
That might be true, but racist, no.
Well, you're slightly racist, yeah?
I'm saying the guys that
Code of conduct.
mental health issues seem to be like high in that community.
Wow!
Some strange blood mixture that didn't sit well, and the mixtures might be clashing.
Wow!
I'm assuming that there's some sort of Indian mixture in there.
You sound just like Hitler.
So this claim that you're making that there's high numbers
back
of
it up?
mental health issues, where's your source for this claim?
Mm-hmm.
So you want statistics? All right, let me bring the stats. All right, give me 1 minute. Yeah, hold on.
And then I'm gonna explain something to you after that, yeah, Khan, about my people in Eritrea and what they've been through. Okay?
Let's do this. When I talk about stats, mental health, and trauma that people have suffered, let's do this.
That's some racist shit. Bro. I'm not even like,
wrong.
But we all know Khan is a racist in that way, yeah. But let us just
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder how much his personal genetics, from his grandmother's side, may affect his mental health.
Wait!
Please.
That's right. That's right.
That's racist, MJ. MJ,
there's no one drop rule in Khan. Sorry,
No, Khan. Get your evidence.
No, this is based on your claim, brother.
Yeah, which you're upholding, which makes you racist.
So are you a quarter mentally ill then, Khan, or eighth?
Exactly that.
Are you?
And also, Khan, let's
Bring
make
up
sure
the
we
stats,
bring up
man.
some.
Just bring up the stats.
Yeah,
man.
so we need
I'm
some comparison statistics as well, please. Thanks.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna and when I see the stats, I'm gonna tell you why. Okay? Just jump. Yes, you do.
And we can go into who made the Edu-tainment in that state. You don't mind, do you, Khan, and that? It's all
Ottoman.
You don't
And then we can talk about
Italian.
We can do that.
And then we can talk about the reasons. We can talk about the reasons why people do have breakdowns and what trauma can do to a person. We can get into all of that, Khan.
See? We can go to the
What are you?
symptoms, cause. It's one and the same for me. Yeah.
Cause and effect. Cause and effect.
Someone clip this because Khan's gonna say he's not racist.
Cause and effect.
Yeah, someone needs to clip what he said earlier too.
No, there's a difference between racist and slightly racist. Khan is slightly racist.
In it, just a little bit in it.
In it, yeah, in it.
It's been pouring out of his pores. In it.
That's what happens.
Come on, Khan, we're waiting. Why are we waiting, Khan? You should have this to hand. Pause.
And don't do your typical behavior of going on mute and then disappearing off the panel.
Another thing, yeah, Khan.
Got him. Got him.
I want something else, yeah. Okay, I want something else from you, Khan. When it starts to get heated, don't call me bitch again. Okay?
Yeah.
Every time it starts to get heated, call me bitch.
Let's keep it civil. I will promise not to try my best, but let's keep it civil.
Here's the statistic. Kenya has some of the highest rates of depression in Africa. At the end of 2016, there were 1.9 million diagnosed cases of clinical depression. The number of suicides were also increased. On average, 7,000 Kenyans between the age of 15 and 30 commit suicide every year. So This is a serious issue. I don't know why you lot are mocking
What
and
does
making
Kenya have
jokes
to do with
about it.
Eritrea, though?
One second,
Yeah,
one
we're
second.
talking about my people, yeah. So
What a lame ass evidence was that?
Where are you reading from? I want to know where these psychiatrists are in Kenya to be diagnosing
No,
all
but
these
that's
people.
not the point. He's bringing up Kenya, and we're talking about Eritrea.
I know. Yeah, good point. Let's stick to the facts. Come on, Khan. Eritrea, we're waiting.
Wow.
Khan, you're taking the piss.
Why are we waiting?
Mental illness in Eritrea is stigmatized and very poorly misunderstood. It is viewed as a
Eritrea.
punishment from God.
Can you
Apparently,
put the
this is
evidence in the chat?
according.
So I know you're not just adding Eritrea in there.
Mental health
Yeah,
in
screen share, please.
Eritrea.
Can you put the link in the chat, please?
Khan, can you?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, can you screen share, please? Can you screen share, please, someone?
He's basically saying that because of their Christian belief system, they don't take mental health seriously, and there's a lot of undiagnosed people who all of a sudden start burning their house down.
Hello, can you screen share, please?
Screen share.
I don't trust you.
Screen share. I can't screen share at the moment.
Okay,
Can you put the link in the private chat, and we will
Okay.
happily.
Well, all right,
screen
give me a
share.
sec. I'll do it now.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
because
Focus
we're
on
Christian,
Eritrea,
yeah.
not
No,
Kenya,
no,
and you're reading
because
it.
we're Christian now. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, now it's a Christian problem now. Yeah.
It's a Christian
But
problem.
even so, what he just read out there didn't say that there is
Kenya.
a high percentage of people suffering with mental health anyway. That just said that mental health is demonized as something else.
Mm.
Let's see.
That's so lame. I can't even imagine. What?
Don't make claims if there isn't actually something to back it. Like these random claims don't do anyone any favors.
This is Khan's life, isn't it?
He just says a bunch of racist shit and can't substantiate it. That's what he does.
I'm waffling. That's what he likes doing.
Oh, like I'm really rubbing my hands together. I want to break down some statistics today. Get some F.T.Ks under my belt.
The Google Queen, MJ.
Sarah, jump on, Sarah. He's talking about your hobby too. Come on.
Come on, Sarah. Body after body after body.
Body catcher.
You're done now. Khan, why are we waiting, bro? Drop a link under that hard. Remember, I can copy and paste. Remember, I can copy and paste, so you can. So come on, let's do this.
Hello, F.T.K Unique.
Hello,
Big up, big up.
Big up, sis.
Oh, do you know what? Yeah, I've got a
Hello.
cough. I've got a cough, so I hope to not be coughing down the place, but I'll just mute up. But can I just say something? Yeah. In terms of like mental health, yeah, there is evidence that suggests that having a faith, yeah, a spiritual practice is actually seen as a protective factor. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, because you're
I've seen that as
using
well.
yeah, because you're using, you know, your faith and your belief to kind of keep your head strong. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's likely to reduce suicide, depression, or looking to use substances. Yeah.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Ashe. Yeah.
Mhm.
But Khan's
Send
gonna
them
prove
worry.
how a whole group of people are mentally ill. We're still waiting.
Yeah, my whole country. Yeah. Okay, let's do this.
He's posted it in the main chat. He's got a link there.
I'll try and grab it. Sorry, whoever's trying to jump on. Panel's full. Big up, MA.
I'll jump. Bless you.
Yeah, big up, MA.
No,
Big up,
Zulu,
MA.
Zulu.
I need you on this one.
Dirty off, man. Kick him off, man. Well,
Big
this
up,
guy
MA.
fully got article. This guy fully got article.
Big up, Unique Diamond, my sister from another mother.
Big up, Beefy.
Big up, sis. My son.
Big up, Kale. Big up, MA. Big up all the brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Some people here today, man.
Yeah, you have the.
Oh yeah, look at that. He's gone. Hey.
What?
You're right.
Don't
You're
run
right.
now.
You're right.
Don't run now.
Nah, do you know what? Maybe because he had to come off the screen, maybe it timed him out or something. Let's see. I'm sure he'll be back.
What up, family?
We'll be back 3 hours later.
Big up, Braun.
Big up, brother.
Big
Big up, brother. Big up.
Shout out to the Sun people, man.
It's Sunday,
Right, big
innit?
up, board.
What up, Mary?
All right,
Every day's a
so
Sunday, Born Rich. Did you know that?
Every day is a Sunday.
mental
Yeah,
health in Eritrea, a brief overview and possible steps forwards. I mean, I'm just going to say, like, for a start, I don't know if it's fair to compare the mental health between someone who is living in Eritrea and someone who is from Eritrea and living in the UK, because obviously they may be here for a reason and they may have had a whole different experience which could contribute to them being here and to their mental health. So this article is talking about people in Eritrea. It's not really giving us statistics for what can actually refer to, but we can read a little bit of this and see what they're saying. Mental health is an integral component of health. Recently, the global burden of mental disorders has grown with significant impacts on health and major social, human rights and economic consequences. Despite its significance, however, mental health has historically been neglected on Africa's health and development policy agenda. While there has been little research into mental health problems across Africa, health systems have not adequately responded to the burden of mental disorders, and a large treatment gap prevails. There is a widespread ignorance about the extent of mental health problems and a prevalence of stigma and discrimination towards those with mental health. In Eritrea,
Yeah.
Go on, sis.
No, continue. I will say it after.
Okay, I'll just read this paragraph and I'll leave it there. In Eritrea, a developing country located in Northeast Africa, mental health is a rising problem. Since winning independence in 1991, Eritrea has made considerable progress within the health sector, including life expectancy, maternal, infant, and child mortality, immunization, and control of major diseases. However, the country also faces significant challenges, including regional conflict, poverty, socio-political changes, erratic rainfall, and potential for drought, food security, and shortage of skilled labor. Additionally, mental health is a growing issue, although there have been few studies on the topic.
Yeah, because no one is allowed into the country, really, first and foremost. And we have a dictatorship that is killing off my people, yeah. So, of course, people are fleeing, and on the road, they've been through a lot of things. I've talked about this before. Starvation, rape, organ snatched from them and everything. So people are seeing everything, yeah. So mental illness because of that, of course. It's not I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's not a joke.
No,
yeah.
it's not a joke. Yeah.
There's post-trauma. Yeah, there's bare trauma there. Do you know what I mean? Bare unresolved trauma. There's post-traumatic stress disorder. Do you know what I mean?
So where is Khan? I need to talk to him about this.
Okay, and so they're saying that 2,704 per 100,000 of the population. So that's what, 0.2%? 0. That's a very small percentage. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but in Africa, there's not really much like mental health per se, in the sense of like people in like psychiatric wards or like in like people are they just get on with it. You know what I mean? They have mental health with it.
Do you know what,
so
Zulu?
For every 100,000 people, they got 4 people in a mental hospital.
I was going to ask that, Zulu. What is their facilities like? You know what I mean, and services? Because what I find is, because I work with children and families, so I support families that migrate to the UK and just integrate them into the community. So what I'm finding is a lot of them haven't it's unresolved, their trauma, and they haven't sought support from specialist services. So we kind of like link them up to like talking therapy and things like that, because it can hold them back. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but they don't let it become like, oh, let's put them in an asylum or whatever. They're just normal functioning people, even though they're mentally ill. You know what I mean?
No, you can't say they're normal and functioning and then say they're mentally ill. That don't make no sense.
In the sense of like they won't let that define them. They'll just still go to work and have a family or whatever. Like I'm saying, they won't be mental institutes.
Not all of them, Zulu. So the ones I see here, there's those unresolved traumas, then they're coming over to a new country trying to integrate, and yeah, so we just have to support them, you know, with housing, schooling, and it's more stresses on top of stresses that they've left behind.
100%, sis. I have a friend who's a senior therapist in mental health services, and she deals with a lot of people who have come here to claim refugee status because they've come from traumatic backgrounds, and they've suffered and witnessed some horrible things. And obviously she doesn't necessarily go into detail, but sometimes she would need to speak to someone else to kind of deal with the emotions that, because, you know, obviously she's feeling the type of way when she's dealing with those people. So yeah, it's a lot that they have to deal with when they come here.
Asking for room.
I think as well, like I think
Sorry, Zulu,
the
what did you
common
say?
denominator here.
No, Khan is asking for room.
Oh, right. Okay.
Are you not seeing the common denominator here, though, guys?
Do you need me to go?
No, Zulu.
No, you know what? I'll jump off for a little bit. I'll jump off.
Y'all stay. Khan, come on, brother. I'll jump off.
I'll jump
I'm
off.
sure, Born.
Yeah,
Yeah, you need
I'll
to stay
jump
on,
off.
stay on, because you got important information to share. So,
Hey, M.A. Brown. Is he still there?
People
yeah, I'm here.
2 people left now, man.
Hey, M.A. Brown, you see, going by what IC3 said yesterday, yeah?
Shiffer. Do you see Brown at the end of my name?
Or M.A., sorry, just M.A.
Get me?
I don't know, your name used to be M.A. Brown, so I just keep remembering it like that. But yeah, long story short, going by what IT3 said yesterday and some of the things I've heard today, yeah, it seems that at the root of mental health seems to be the society that you live within. And what society agrees with, if you don't tend to agree with it, if you have a different way of life, they're now calling you mental health. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
All right, can I just jump in?
One second, M.A. Brown. To some extent, then, M.A. Brown, then, yeah? Would you agree that the whoever is dominating the world is potentially at the root of the mental health problem?
Definitely. I think to define mental health, by the way, we need to stop using the word mental health as if
that's what I wanted to touch on, and I'll jump in after you.
Yeah, it's not mental health is it's like physical health, right? Physical health is not a negative condition, it's the state you're in. So you could have bad or good mental health, bad or good physical health.
Now,
hold on, Reggie, and hold on, Shiffer. M.A., when you're finished, let me know so I can speak, please.
No, go ahead.
To M.A., one question
No,
quickly.
Shiffer,
Just confirm that, please.
No, Shiffer, I'm waiting to speak.
Why? Because it affects white people and you don't want to talk about it.
You're not doing this today, right?
You're
not going to speak. You're not going to speak over me. You're not. Thank you. That's exactly what you need to do. Right. So I want to make a declaration. When we're speaking about mental health, there is so many different things that fall in the category of mental health. As M.A. just said, there's good, there's bad mental health. We all have it. When you have a brain in your body, then you have some form of health going on in there, right? There is different things that can affect people. Sometimes you can have depression, which is just low mood and all of them things. People can also suffer from things like schizophrenia, which can sometimes be a lifelong illness, and they will be treated for that. People can also have psychotic episodes. There is many different forms and variations and levels as well of mental health and support that people may need. Some people
suffering with a need for supremacy, yeah?
Some people can cope. Let's say they got depression, they can cope. They're still going to function in life and that. If someone's suffering from a psychotic episode or schizophrenia, they may need to be hospitalized and they may need treatment. So when we say mental health, it's
psychotic
not
according to who?
I just want
it's a wide spectrum,
Do you understand, Sis? And this is why I think MJ's being a bit deviant here, because at the end of the day, this applies to your people and how they have forced their opinions on the rest of the world. And if we don't agree with your opinion, like IC3, you're just a man with an opinion.
All right, well, do you know what, Shiffer, we were talking about people from Eritrea. We weren't talking about white people. You want to go there, we can go there. But right now we were talking about Khan's claim. Khan is now back on the panel. I would like to hear what Khan has to say before Shifa takes it in a different direction of white people.
Can I comment on what MA said? Because
I was merely explaining
think,
a story.
I think, can I comment on
happened?
One second, Reggie.
Oh,
just
one at a time, man. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, Reggie,
I was waiting to talk before Khan even was.
I know, but we were waiting for him to come back,
Or are
so
you
you can
suffering
jump
from
in
mental
after
health?
him. Khan, just make your point. Go on.
My point is, I was telling Lady Axum a story about what happened on my street to do with an Eritrean guy. And she's like, why are you telling me this? Is it because I'm Eritrean? Yeah, that's right. I'm telling you because you're Eritrean and it happened to be an Eritrean guy. If it was a Spanish guy, if it was an Irish guy, I'd be telling MJ about it. Fact is, yeah, the guy happened to be Eritrean. The funny part of the story is that everyone assumed he was a victim of an electrical fire and they were all standing around recovering from the fire, watching the place burn down. And then when someone happened to ask him, how did the fire start? He then explained the story about how he sat down on the living room floor with twigs and sticks and literally started the fire himself, at which point they carried out a search investigation on his history, and it turned out he was suffering from schizophrenia and he basically was an arsonist. And he was just standing there like as if it was normal, explaining, the sofa caught on fire, then the curtains went up, then the whole place went up. And everyone was like, didn't you think to save the people that lived above you? And he was just standing there like a spastic.
But his mind isn't functioning right at that moment.
This is what I'm saying. It turned out he had mental health issues.
His perception of what's happening isn't going to be the same.
How can you say
when
the
we're
whole
talking
country
about research and looking into it and seeing that, you know, the numbers are high. I don't know what MJ is saying. The numbers aren't high. The numbers
in comparison to what?
Conditions in Eritrea include schizophrenia, bipolar, affective
That's in
disorder,
every
neurotic
country,
stress,
bro.
and mood disorders, epilepsy, but they're on the rise due to the people's living
Are
conditions.
they any higher than what's in the UK? Are they any higher than
No, when you're looking at
any European or American country or state? How do they compare?
When you're looking at the reasons why these people's mental health is suffering, is because their living conditions, the war situation, all these situations that are making them able to come over here and live here and get free from them situations, they're coming here with this extra burden of mental health.
Now,
can
I comment now?
And
I was waiting. I don't know what.
Go on.
Just to respond though to the question that was asked towards MA. I mean, I can somewhat agree that some of the diagnosis for mental health may be misdiagnosis, but I would strongly disagree that the diagnosis that was put on the IC3 brother yesterday is a misdiagnosis.
Sorry. Who said that? Who said that it was a misdiagnosis?
No. There was an insinuation in Shifa's question that was trying to insinuate that most of these diagnoses that they're putting out on people are misdiagnosis.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. Shifa, if you want to repeat what you said, Shifa.
Oh, why don't you repeat what you heard?
Reggie's. What do you mean? Shifa said it. Reggie, behave yourself today. Seriously, Shifa. If you're there, repeat what you said so we can get clarity on the matter. Yeah.
Can we just remember what IC3 said first and foremost? It was evaluated and held for 3 months. So there's no way there was nothing wrong with him. What the actual conclusion was into the diagnosis is questionable. But the fact is, he was held for 3 months.
Sorry, I missed. I missed loads of the stream yesterday. Yeah. So what was the diagnosis that he was given, please?
So he was given
obsession with racism.
F229. Shit, I'm forgetting the actual thing.
Sorry,
delusional. Yeah, go on, Reggie, if you remember.
Basically, they said that he's persistently.
There's some background noise, man.
Yeah,
they said that he's persistently talking about racism.
Delusions of grandeur, is that it?
No, not the
No,
conjure.
it was
So basically, he was basically saying that the diagnosis itself is general, yeah, but they couldn't really pinpoint. That the only way they could pinpoint the specifics of the diagnosis is to say, that man thinks white supremacy is ruling his life and that.
No,
Basically,
no.
that's exactly what it was.
No,
That's
that is
exactly
exactly what it was.
Unique. They
Hey, pick up the panel, man. Pick up
They
everybody.
gave a code. They gave a code which someone's already mentioned.
I just told you the code is F229.
Well, I'm trying to explain to her. They gave a code which is F222, and
Assistant,
There's no way to verify it.
Under that, F229. I'm going to tell you, Reggie. Wait,
F229.
Reggie,
MJ, why don't you make everyone talk one at a time? Say where you cut me off.
Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, let Reggie. What I've noticed about Reggie, he needs time to express himself. He don't speak fast, so we have to be a bit patient. So Reggie, explain the diagnosis, please.
And I don't speak for long. That's the funny thing. So the diagnosis was basically that he persistently speaks about racism. He said that when he goes to work, one of the reasons he's unemployed at the moment, and he's not been unemployed for the longest time, is that whenever he goes for a job, he consistently has to speak about racism.
Okay. So it becomes a bit obsessive.
Yeah. So they're trying to say that your obsession with talking about racism all the time is basically a mental health condition. And
sorry.
I hear you.
Let me just correct something, right?
Okay.
Because as IC3 said yesterday, right? F229 has got nothing to do with racism, first and foremost, right? The problem is not that he was talking about racism. The diagnosis was valid as far as they were concerned because of the persistent delusional behavior, right? Not the fact that it was racism that he was focusing on. So it's like when you get arrested, yeah, you might get arrested for stealing. You might get arrested for stealing or a specific case of theft, yeah, but they will generalize it under a particular category. Some convictions are not like, they don't have a specific code for that actual thing. They put it under a general category and then they define it further. That's what happened to IC3.
Can I quickly break these down?
Sorry, I want to tell you now. F229 is a persistent delusional disorder. That's what that is.
Unspecified.
So it could be anything. It could be aliens.
Exactly.
It could be racism. It could be everyone hates me because I'm fat. It could be
all right. So,
anything.
but
general.
hold on. So no, but okay. If we break down, so there's F22. So you've got persistent delusional disorders. Under that, there's delusional disorders, which includes paranoia, psychosis, paranoid state, personality disorders, psychosis, schizophrenia. Then you have F22A, which is other persistent delusional disorders in which delusions are accompanied by persistent hallucinatory voices or schizophrenic symptoms. And then the category that he was put in, which is literally unspecified,
right?
Like no sort of explanation to it whatsoever.
In itself is interesting, right? Because if you think about let's say, okay, we don't know the full details of what went down with IC3. That's the truth, right? We only got so far. We don't know if there was any violence involved in the preceding moments before he was sectioned. We don't know. There's a lot we don't know, right? That's for sure, right? If we're gonna say that he was sectioned, like there was validity to his sectioning, then I would suggest that the actions that he described, I would suggest that the actions that he described, to me, did not warrant sectioning.
So the family,
but you know how the system stays, isn't it? When you're not conforming to a certain behaviors and whatnot, they are gonna lock you up.
So unique. The
I've been waiting patiently, you know.
Sorry, Shifa, give me 1 second, bro, please, right? Because I know what Reggie's gonna do. He's gonna try and twist man's words. Yeah, I don't know why he keeps doing it. So I suspect, that if there was validity to his sectioning, then some other stuff went down. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Because simply, like, homeless people do all kinds of stuff, right? When they're like, I don't know why IC3 did all of that stuff, right? But homeless people do all kinds of stuff and they don't get sectioned. They just get moved on, right? They might even get arrested, but they don't get sectioned. Do you understand? They don't get sectioned just because they're demanding impossible things.
Normally, is if you're a threat to yourself or others, right?
So why did you say
so
that?
you've entered a state
No,
of
they do when they're black.
psychosis. You're not
It
fully
happens
aware
when
of
they're
yourself
black.
as a
Stop
person.
chatting crap.
Wait,
And this
Shifa,
is
we're
what I
gonna
mean,
get
mate.
there.
I've
Shifa,
been
we're gonna
waiting
get
to
there,
speak,
bro.
and
We're
everyone
gonna get
else is
there.
gonna not give me a chance. So I'm just gonna just chat over people the same way
Yeah,
everyone
because
else
once
does
you
it, innit?
start speaking, you don't stop for the whole day.
No, it's
Yeah,
shift.
Shifa, bro. We're gonna
No,
get
no,
there,
no.
bro.
What we're
We're
gonna do, like MA doesn't like MA was speaking, and there's no rush. And if anyone is in a rush, you're out on road, you're doing a job, you got something to do, you ain't got time to listen, then don't be on the panel because we have all day to have this discussion. So nobody needs to rush. Everyone will get a chance to speak. But what you need to do in a conversation is listen. So we're gonna practice listening today.
Yeah, that's true. Too.
Back to basics.
MA raised the
So,
point, which is
MA, if you're
wanted to
finished,
ask-
do you wanna
After MA, please.
do you wanna pass the mic on to someone?
I'll pass the mic.
Two.
Axton, come
Can I
back
say
and
something
just
quickly?
wait.
They can't.
I think
They
Khan
can't.
wanted to
Can I say
speak.
something quickly?
Yeah, thanks, MA. Anyway, the
After Khan,
question I really wanted
after
to
Khan.
ask the man himself yesterday was, when you were sectioned and they held you for 3 months, at what point did they explain to you that you was a threat to yourself or to others? Like, that is the defining factor that I wanted to ask him, but I didn't really want to spoil the fact that he was sort of pouring his heart out to us. But like MA highlighted, that is the defining factor of why they would section you where someone else might not get sectioned, is if you're a harm to yourself. Now, the way he might be a harm to himself inadvertently is if he's entered into a state of psychosis where he's not fully aware of anything around him, he might not be able to have a shower or a bath, feed himself, cook, function as a human being. So for that, they will keep you in.
This is a man unique.
So how long do I have to wait to speak now? Do I have to wait an hour? Do I have to wait till everyone
Hold
else
on,
has
can we hear
spoken?
from
If you could
Beefy?
just let me
Can
know,
we hear from
MJ, then I won't speak until I'm allowed to,
so
okay?
we're gonna hear from
We're gonna
Shifa, we can do this all day. Beefy, then Reggie's waiting to speak, and then you can speak, Shifa.
Yeah, I worked in the mental health section for 10 years. And I first worked in the mental health for 2 years, and I moved to learning disabilities, but mental health was a bit of a problem for me. But like Conor was saying as well, for you to be sectioned, it's not just saying, well, you're actually a bit maddy, you get sectioned. No. It has to be a concerted threat to yourself or others around you for you to be sectioned. And that could be for various things, for many things. And they can class it as schizophrenia. Even schizophrenia, under schizophrenia, there's main categories under schizophrenia. It could be a range of things. But one of the things, everyone's different. Everyone got different triggers. For you to say that most mental behavior is the same, it's wrong. Because we all got, people's mental health is different, people with different behaviors. So what they do when they section you is try to find your triggers. So they say they're monitoring. They monitor you for 30 days. They watch you. The different ways of watching you to see what triggers you to try to find out what the problem is. They know that diagnose you with schizophrenia just by holding you for the first day. They have to monitor you, watch you, and all these things. So maybe IC3, when he had this episode, he was sectioned so they could diagnose him and see what his problem was.
But they wouldn't section him to diagnose him. They wouldn't section him to diagnose him.
No, there's a 28-day assessment period. When you're initially sectioned, and Reggie, I will give you the mic in a sec, but when you're initially sectioned, sometimes it can be the police that do the initial section. Then you will be admitted into a hospital. That's when your assessment period starts for 28 days. After your assessment period, then they have to. Well, they can bring you into hospital on those same grounds of safety of yourself or others, right? So, and then once you're in a hospital, then a mental health professional or multiple professionals need to decide if you need to be put into a mental hospital. Then you would be put under a specific section where you're assessed for 28 days. At the end of those 28 days, they will then decide if you need further sectioning, which comes under a slightly different number or whatever. And then that can, depend on what section they put you under, they can hold you for up to 6 months, but you can be released before then, depending on how you recover and respond to treatment. So, Reggie, go for it.
Yeah, like I said before, I think based on a lot of what he mentioned, he definitely did warrant being sectioned because the family also agreed, the professionals agreed, The only person that disagreed slightly, and he didn't really even come out openly and say that he completely disagreed, was actually IC3, which is ironic. I can hardly think of many mental health people that would actually agree that they got mental health. Most people deny it. But even now, today, we asked him yesterday, "Are you working? You know, what are you trying to do at the moment?" He said he only works on Sunday at Speaker's Corner. You get what I'm saying? So even with the character that he's displaying today, I don't know how you can say that this person is not going through some sort of mental health crisis. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, but sectioning is a different ball game. Go on, Schiffer. I'm gonna come back to you, Reggie, after. Schiffer, go on.
Let me come in when Schiffer's finished, yeah, brothers.
You go first, brother Freddie. I've waited long enough. I might as well just wait now.
Schiffer, just speak, man. Speak, man.
Freddie, go first. No, you go first, brother.
I was just gonna basically say that when black people seem to get sectioned, innit? It's like it's a different rule book, innit? Like we've seen how police doctors treat black people when they're injured. Like man get their face kicked in, and then the policeman says you tripped over, and the doctor signs it to say, yeah, that's the case. He's tripped over, and he can visibly see that your face has been marked by their boots. Do you know what I'm saying? So like how we get treated, even the prison to pipeline, the school to pipeline system, once you're expelled from school, no other school takes you. Therefore, you're the property of the police, so they can come and harass you because you're not at school. Like we've seen how these things develop. So I've never ever trusted anything to do with the NHS and black people making a diagnosis about anything. Like as I said, when I was in the Caribbean living for 3 years, we took responsibility of the mad people in our community, or not mad, the so-called mentally challenged people in our community. We took care of them. Man made sure you're coming to get a haircut with me and you're eating what I'm eating. And that kind of helped soothe some of the tension that they was going under. Do you know what I mean? People would give them odd jobs and make sure they was all right and had clothes and food.
Yeah, are you finished now, Fred? I think you're making a definite point, kind of similar to where I was going with it. And I think we as black people, we have to stick together more in terms of things like mental health. Because like we was told, if the system doesn't agree with your mindset, they can just classify you as mental health, inject you with stuff, lock you up in places like a prisoner, and do all sorts of weird things that they that their system allows. And what I'm trying to say to you is like, IC3 did not have mental health issues. IC3 had a difference in opinion with what the system had. Yeah, so the system believed that he should be able to navigate the system himself, or navigate getting a job himself, and the deal with the treachery of racism being in the workplace himself. But he said he wants them to explain how he's supposed to navigate it. But because he's asked them to explain it and they can't explain it, and they can't stop the racism in their own country, in their own system, what they want to do is they want to put it back on us, like we're the one with the problem. But hold up, wait a second, no. He's not the one with the problem. And the fact that he was locked up and his own family, this is why I don't trust some black people. Don't trust especially certain black women who would get your own brother, put into a mental health institution, knowing that the man is not unwell, The man is quite clear in what he's saying, and he has every right to say what he's saying. But this racist system,
I have to
feels like
respond.
it has. So, do you know what? You talk over me then. You know what? MJ, don't moderate no one but me. You lot go.
Let me go because
How are you upset? We just said we need to
I'm not
respond.
even finished, MJ. But it's all right. Just moderate me. When everyone else is talking and I start talking, moderate me. But when I'm talking and they start talking, don't moderate them, because I won't finish.
We just asked you to respond when you finish.
I won't finish, brother. I didn't ask you to respond, brother. This time for everyone else to finish, for you to talk over me. And this is what I mean about the levels of respect over here. And this is why, Maku, sometimes you got to sort out your moderators.
Yeah, Schiffer, we're not listening to you all day long, seriously.
Reggie. If Schiffer's not going to go, I'm going to go, because I wanted to come back at Reggie for his comment, right? So I'm trying to remember what in Reggie's comment was. So Reggie, you said that based on the fact that the mental health professionals made their choice, and again, we don't know the ins and outs of how that choice was made, right? All you know, is what IC3 told you. Yeah. Khan's already stated, and MJ as well, and it's quite accurate that these decisions are taken primarily on the basis of harm being dished out to either the person in question or to the general public. I know someone personally who was actually sectioned very recently, last year. Yeah, the victim of a person that was born into child trafficking. Yeah, who has been trying to find out and fight against this cabal of, you know what I'm saying, whatever nasty people in the Far East, sorry, in Southeast Asia.
I agree. I
So
agree with that point.
I've seen this thing happen. My mum used to work in a forensic unit at Ealing Hospital, yeah, having to grips up like quote unquote crazy people who have been injected with all manner of stuff. You get me? I've personally been on a panel on a committee for investigating the disproportionate number of Black people, as you can see from the screen, that are sectioned in comparison to their white counterparts in the UK. Yeah. So I told Schiffer to wait because we were going to get there. Yeah. Because this is not a joke and it's not false information. The government have had to act upon some of this stuff because it's quite clear that all these people that have been volunteering their time and effort to investigate these things, they're correct, right? And there's a whole slew of study, yeah, primarily in the US on these figures and on what's called suboptimal mental health. Suboptimal mental health, yeah, is there's an optimality in it. There's an optimal functioning for your mind in a particular scenario, in a particular environment. Yeah, and that when it becomes suboptimal, it becomes a problem and it can lead to violence, essentially, right? So what we're dealing with is people who, for one reason or another, are at a suboptimal functioning in a particular scenario, right? And we need to keep that clear in our minds when we're discussing these things. But go ahead, Reggie. When you're ready, I'll go through this report.
I think for the most part, most people are taking this topic quite seriously. I don't think anybody's really been underhanded. But what I would say is that no one's really argued that along with this, with other issues, Black people are disproportionately misdiagnosed. I don't think anybody's made that argument. So it's a bit of a straw man for people to come and start bringing that.
No, it's not a straw man. It's just a reality. You're allowed to point the realities out. No,
but Reggie, even so,
I didn't interrupt him, and then Freddie comes and interrupts me right in the middle. Anyway, so for me, it's very simple. I was focusing on the man that came on yesterday, and based on what he came to tell us, the family support. I don't know why the family are being demonized for calling or for agreeing with the fact that they believe that their family member might have mental health. But that's one of the things that you guys seem to lose perspective on. You highlighted the fact that a large proportion of Black people are misdiagnosed, but you also did not mention that a large section of Black people don't even agree with mental health. They just see it as a spiritual thing, and they don't even believe that.
Sorry, Reggie. Just really quickly.
It's very highly stigmatized within the Black
Sorry,
community as well.
brother. Just really quickly, I need to correct something. Sorry, Reggie, I need to correct something. I know I'm interrupting. Please interrupt me when I'm speaking. I don't mind, but I just need to correct something because I think you're getting something completely wrong. You keep saying, yeah, and maybe Schiffer is talking about this, but no one, for me, I'm not talking about misdiagnosis yet. Yeah, I've not mentioned misdiagnosis, not even once, and you keep, that seems to be what you think that the argument is that's being made. I've not spoken about the fact that he's been misdiagnosed. I've spoken about the fact that the story that IC3 gave yesterday, yes, does not, to me, warrant sectioning. That's why I said at the beginning today that it seems that if he was correctly sectioned, yeah, if there was a validity to the sectioning, then some other stuff must have happened that we are not privy to. That's what I've said to you, yeah. And I've drawn upon what MJ and Khan said, which is about being a harm to yourself or others around you. So please stop saying that. Stop saying that. Even the report that I've got up here, I'm not speaking necessarily yet about misdiagnosis. I'm talking about the amount of people that are being detained from the black community, and that IC3, based on what he described yesterday, that is not a valid that's not valid
evaluation
person, right?
So
So where
this
his
is
where his family, sorry, one last bit, where his family are
agree.
concerned, yeah, where his family are concerned, right? I'm not taking the decisions by the mental health professionals nor his family as gospel at this point until I know
That's
more
right.
details about the
Can I
circumstances
come
of the brother with section.
I think let me just finish because I
Big
was
up, everyone. Big
I
up.
obviously allowed
Yeah,
them.
lady.
I don't mind but the thing is, yeah, I can agree to an extent. There is probably parts of the story that are not really being told.
Right.
I can completely understand why you might come to that.
After you, Reggie.
However, what I would say is that I said it yesterday. He does sometimes, from my observations, and I do observe people sometimes. He does exhibit an over persistent behavior pattern of always mentioning racism, and that's just my
But
observation.
Brother Reggie, sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry, Brother Reggie. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I refuse for you to sit up here and try to fool the people and say you don't know this man's story. You've heard this man tell his story many a times on Born Rich's show. So for you to sit up here being disingenuous, talking about you don't understand the story, you don't know this, that, and the other, you do. He's made it very clear what has happened to him in his life and how he got sectioned. He spoke about it in the park. He spoke about it on video. He spoke about it on Borns many a times. And Reggie, you're being very disingenuous right now. Continue.
I think
Continue.
You misunderstood.
I wouldn't say disingenuous. I'd say he's unsympathetic.
No, he's being disingenuous.
Sorry,
I
lady,
think you
let him speak.
misunderstood
Yeah,
what I was
'cause
saying.
I didn't understand that from
Can
Reggie.
you round it up, Reggie? Because you've been on the mic for a
Yeah,
little
Reggie,
while.
what's your actual objection here?
No,
Can
you
you round it
misunderstood
up?
what I'm saying. I feel that what MA, in line with what MA is saying, that perhaps there is a part missing, and like he said, and like is actually stipulating a lot of research, it has to be a point to where the person either lacks capacity to be able to make decisions for themselves, or they're going to be at harm to themselves or to other people. That is usually the basis to which they're going to section someone.
Yeah,
that's not true though. But that's not always true. That's not always true though.
For the most
Yeah,
part,
but I don't think IC3 was a threat to anyone else.
Well,
we don't know.
And I don't think he
It's
was
just
a threat. No, but I don't think he was
listen.
suicidal.
We don't know.
either.
You are making assumptions. You
No,
don't
but I've
know the man.
experienced these things, Unique. I've
Can I
experienced
say
a state
something,
of psychosis
please?
where you can't, as a human, function. Like, if I didn't have my mum looking after me, I would have had to be sectioned. Because you can't function. You can't protect yourself from anyone attacking you or anything. Like, as a human being, you need protecting.
Can I make a quick point? We did witness. Sorry, Beef. I was just going to say, if remember the situation we witnessed with H, right? Not CH, the other H. And not to speak the brother's business, but obviously it was public, innit? He had an incident involving the police, which led to him being sectioned, and he got out pretty quick. I think within a week or something like that, maybe 2 weeks. Because they realized that there was no mental health. It was just because of the situation, how it played out, him not complying, that they tried to put these labels on him. But he clearly didn't have, he wasn't suffering from psychosis. He didn't need to be sectioned. He wasn't a harm to himself or other people. He just wasn't compliant with what the police wanted him to do. So I think that's an example of where it's not always what it should be on
Come
paper.
on, Mary. Come on, Mary.
Exactly. Right, but sometimes they make up the circumstances. That's that is happened in many cases. I don't know nothing about IC3 case, so I won't comment on it. I wasn't at the show yesterday or whatever.
Yeah. But Freddie, just one thing, Freddie. It was 3 months they held him.
No, of course, yeah.
Me,
Khan, do you know this man has gone as far as to put up his pictures? This man has gone as far as to put up his pictures and show the treatment he received while he was in the facility, and showed all the things that they wrote down. He gave detailed explanation about things he would say.
You need to speak more.
Hold on. Things that he would say that they would record down and rewrite his words to him. They literally were doing these things, and he had to go and get legal help about that, about how they're mischaracterizing things that he's saying and things he's trying to relay. They were deliberately trying to sabotage this man and pin him down with mental health. It was clear as day with anyone that has heard his testimony over the periods of like years he's been telling it, that this man was literally targeted to be put in a mental health facility. And for Reggie to sit up here and carry on like he doesn't heard this story is disingenuous and it's fake. Reggie, behave yourself.
I've heard his story before. He has shown us the picture. Hold on, brother Reggie, right? I don't believe. I don't believe. Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Let Kale finish, please.
Hold on, brother. Right. I said this before, and we should kind of forget about it. How the IC3 is not mentally ill. What I disagree with him, which he didn't do, and that he should have put that thought process and go and organize and help out. Right. His family, unfortunately, are very unsynchronized, and I'm not surprised by that, because they don't understand white supremacy. But I would like to focus on, why did Khan speak on Edu-tainment's plight and mention them things and forget that they're going through that because of the ICE people. And I've always said, non-African people, you have to be very careful when you're speaking about African people's plight and their problem when your people has engineered for that. That's what I think we should speak on the Edu-tainment thing. IC3's case is clear. He ain't mentally ill. He's just that.
He ain't mentally ill at the moment.
You know what it is? I've come to the conclusion of this. This is what I've got to say on the situation. I've come to this conclusion at this point in time. You see, when the system doesn't, you don't cooperate with the system, or the system does not understand or does not want to understand what you're trying to relay. Oh, that's grounds to be mental health indicted. Yeah, that's grounds for you to be sectioned. When the system does not, when you do not comply with the system, and you do not, when you see, like how we're always talking about free ourselves, kind of like what Beefy was saying earlier, like, you know, go up against the system, just don't participate, don't whatever. But that's the only slight problem with that, Beefy, is when you do that, that's grounds for them now to say you got mental health, and that's where I want you to speak a bit more on that.
Can I clarify
Good
something?
point, Lady D.
Sorry. Let me clarify something. Yeah. Let me clarify something, because
you should let Beefy in now. Beefy's been waiting still.
Oh, sorry.
All I want to say, I work in the mental health thing, and I don't know what IC3 story said yesterday. I've spoken to IC3 many times. The guy has mental problems. Believe you guys. You guys, but he's black. That's bullshit. The guy got a compulsive disorder, got issues. The other day, me and Reggie went to come on the chat. I think side of the show. He kept repeating the same things over and over again. Chat to himself. You think that's normal, you guys?
Yes, compulsive.
Hold on. Wait. Sorry. Mental health. Sorry, 1 sec. Sorry, guys. Like, I've already established like part of my background. Yeah. I also work. Sorry, Beefy. I also work. Yeah, like you. I also work in special education. Yeah, for 11 years. Yeah. So we need to understand when we're dealing with a negative mental health scenario, and when we're dealing with a learning difficulty or a learning obstruction. Yeah, or learning specific configuration of the brain, however you want to term it, right? So first of all, let's just put that out into the ether, yeah, and say just because somebody is exhibiting some abnormal brain patterns or whatever doesn't mean they have a mental health condition. It's not the same thing, yeah. Secondly, I want to say that we feed into objectionable kind of comments when we narrow the thing too much. So what Lady D was saying is true, yeah, to an extent. Yeah, there's more than enough evidence to suggest that when you do go against the system, when we say going against the system, we're not talking about just, you know, a revolutionary act or
not like that. Just standing for something that doesn't agree with the system, in other words.
Right. So in some cases, right, yeah, we can say that a diagnosis is being even put on the table just because someone is exhibiting anti-establishment rhetoric. But that is not. Let's not say that that's the reason. Let's not say that that's the reason why Black people are being sectioned, because that's not true, right?
Yeah, that's not true. That's not. I don't want to put it out there neither that I'm saying that only Black people are only being sectioned because they're going up against the system. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying we've got to take that into consideration. That's
right. Thank you. Yeah. So that we need to kind of take that approach, because you're just feeding into what Reggie, it wants to oppose, right? Even before the penny is dropped, he wants to oppose this idea that black people and their opposition or even their place in society, he wants to oppose the idea that to have those opinions is frowned upon to the extent that the state wants to react in a manner that leads to them being detained. Reggie doesn't want to accept that could be possible, right? However, when we start to look at the figures, Reggie's going to now need to come up with some reasons why the 344 out of every 100,000 black people are detained, whereas their white counterparts is 75 per 100,000.
I have to respond because this is just poor listening skills. I already said that there's a disproportionate amount of black people that are put under the Mental Health Act. I already said that.
Why? Yeah, but I'm asking you why. I'm now asking you why, bro.
And it's not because
bro, I heard what you said. I heard what you said. I'm now asking you. No, forget that. Forget that. I heard what you said. No, be economical, Reggie. Stop it.
I'm trying to
I
respond.
heard what you said. No, you're not responding. No,
yeah,
you're
going to
to the
repeat
right
what
thing.
you said again because it's not
Exactly.
politics.
We heard what you said. We heard what. Thank you, Freddie. We heard what you said, Reggie. No, Reggie. We heard what you said. So I'm asking you the why. Yeah, we heard what you said and we agreed. So stop being oppositional.
No, but I haven't been able to finish what I'm saying. I haven't been able to finish what I'm saying. I don't know. Understand.
No, because you're going to repeat what you
said. You said the same thing you already said.
You're going to say the same thing.
Tell me why.
We all repeat ourselves. We all
Tell me
repeat
why.
ourselves.
That's what I'm asking. Tell us why.
Oh, I'm saying that I'm going to tell you that the 300 Summit people is not because they decided to say that they're revolutionary and they keep on talking about the white man.
Nobody's saying that. We just exactly this is the point. We just said sorry. No,
one said white man.
Reggie,
We said system, Reggie. No one said white man. Nobody.
MJ, I don't want Reggie to keep throwing out these fucking red herrings because it's pissing me off.
You can't dictate what I say.
He needs to stop.
All right, so Reggie, can you just let him speak, please?
I did.
No, he did let me speak. That's not the problem.
Let him speak. Let him answer.
No, I'm gonna let him speak. But the thing is with Reggie has his own agenda, innit? And so when something is said, he either misquotes, or just completely didn't listen to the point and makes his own point, and we can't continue like that.
Yeah,
Reggie,
he's doing the DCCI tactics, bro.
I'm not. Reggie, let me be clear, bro. I am not, in opposition to everything that you say, right? So just make that clear, right? Yeah, I'm a big man. Yeah, I know how to be balanced. Yeah, and I have my qualifications. I have my experience. So speak to me on a level where you think that, right? Okay, this guy might know something. Yeah. So be clear. We understand. Yeah. That there is a disproportionate amount of black people that are being detained in this country. Yeah, the figures are there. We also understand that Reggie knows this, right? The question is not about that fact, and the question is not about whether we're making a claim, that all of those people have been detained, or that those figures are purely and only based on the idea of an IC3 scenario. Nobody is saying that, so don't say that to me, right? So, but I'm asking you, what do you think the reason is, or what are the reasons? That's what I'm asking.
Maybe they perceive us to be in a certain way, which is, negative perceptions of what black people are. Sometimes it's because of the side effects of trauma that we've experienced due to slavery and other misdemeanors.
What about the potential for violence?
There's loads of underhand reasons. There's also sorry.
Do you think white people are unduly scared of black people based on the physical?
You can think of a number of reasons, but
those are the reasons exactly.
My thing was not to go into the general reason why. You know what I'm saying? We understand that there are multiple reasons. My thing, and I've been consistently focusing on the individual that we were talking about and my own observations. I'm not talking about the general black people and how they misdiagnose black people. They do that for their own underhanded reasons. Well, I'm saying based on what I have seen of IC3, I feel that the diagnosis.
And you got training where? And you got your PhD where? You got your honors where? Your bachelor's where?
But look, not just that. I don't think it's very fair that we are sitting here trying to break down an individual's experience who may or may not have mental health, and we don't know if this conversation could trigger them somehow. So it may be better if we keep it general. and look at the disparities in the numbers and the causes behind this.
Right. That's why I said I don't know nothing about the man's business, you know. That's
And
exactly
you know,
why I said that. You know what I'm
that have heard
saying?
the man's business though, Freddie,
Honestly.
a lot of us have heard his first-hand account, yeah, and we actually can understand and see how he
No,
got
but
to
you
the
see what
position he got into,
I've
and
noticed.
hence why you can say that, okay, he might be over excited when it comes to white supremacy, or he might be over, you know.
Now, my sister. Now, I didn't actually finish what I was saying. The fact of the matter is, he might have a justifiable reason.
Okay, Reggie, I hear you, brother.
No,
I hear you,
we're come off with him.
Right, let
We're
me just
coming
talk
off
to
with
Reggie a
him.
second. No, let me just talk to Reggie a second, please, Freddie. So, Reggie, forget IC3 for 1 second. Let's park him to the side, yeah? Let's park him way to the side. Let's just talk about the black community in mental health right now. And you do know, yeah, okay, we're talking about the black community, but let's not even talk about the black community. Let's talk about black men, because it's black men are getting targeted with the mental health more so than black women,
Sorry,
right?
sister. No, that's not true. Sorry, sister.
No, it is.
That's not necessarily
No, it
true.
is. Well, according to statistics.
I'm telling you, it's not necessarily true, but continue anyway. But
Okay, well, according to statistics, it's black men, right? So let's just start there. So, Reggie, if we start from the very young age, you do understand why we had to have Sunday schools and stuff invoked in the first place in the UK, right? You do understand why we had Saturday schools and Sunday schools, right? You do know where this whole mental health avenue, this whole rabbit hole goes down, right? It's not just a straight and narrow thing. It starts from the very beginning, Reggie. It's got to start with the inception of special ed. You know when they had special ed back in the day? Do you understand where that all came from, how that all started, how we got to Saturday schools and Sunday schools, how we got now from the schoolyard to the prison pipeline? Like, you do understand the history behind all of this mental health stuff, right, Reggie? Just to make sure before we go any further.
I think you're gonna have to talk to me as a layman. Because
Reggie, how about we just try watching BBC? You know what? BBC One has a very good series on it, Reggie. You might want to start.
I was told not to listen to BBC.
Oh well, you might want to try there. It's a black show. It's a black show. Start right there. That might help you out a little. That might help you out a little. I'm gonna let you know.
It suit your level of understanding.
Yeah, it's on your level of understanding. Yeah. So Reggie, it might start from the schoolyard. It might start from there, from when black children are put into
the white
school.
man's propaganda.
No. It might just start from there. And it might just start from the discrimination from there. So when they're saying, like, you know, black boys have a low attention span and black children don't focus well sitting in long periods of time in school, to the you know, they're showing behavior patterns that are not normal to them. To maybe they might need support. Maybe they might need to go to a different school. Maybe they might just not fit into this school. To maybe they're a problem child. Maybe they've got an undiagnosed medication problem. Maybe that carries on to, you know, they get a bit older, then they start being, you know, they don't want to show interest in school no more. They might want to stop going to school. They might want to start bunking. They might start acting up because they're getting bored in class. To, now that child's being disruptive. Oh yeah, you got to go.
Honestly, on
Lady D, it's all about you now.
On this particular topic, we'll probably agree with a lot. However, I would say that I would not go to the extent of saying that, we're just basically being targeted because we may be opposed to the system. And I would go as far as saying that a lot of black people just don't see mental health as really real, and that can be problematic.
But what about the ones that do? I find that very funny, Reggie. Though, be honest with you, I find it very funny that we have this rhetoric out here.
And I will go.
One sec, Reggie. One sec. Go on, Freddie.
Sister, so sorry to cut you, man. I'm so sorry, sister, man. So sorry to cut you as well, Mary. I didn't even mean to. When I cut anybody, I'm sorry if I do it. What I'm saying, there's historic evidence to suggest that they've been holding us down since they invited us to come in.
We know this, but
Reggie's
going to deny this. Reggie will deny this.
You might deny it, but I swear it's there. It's 100%.
It's literally there. They've made whole documentaries on this. I don't understand this.
So it's in every facet of society: the judicial system, CPS, medicine, education, prison, etc.
Being stopped and searched from the age of 9 years old, walking in a bunch of boys more than 3. Come on now.
So
Lady D, just to add in, I think when it comes to especially the children, right? When it comes to these like ADHD and these kind of diagnoses, well, actually, with every mental health diagnosis, is based on a set of behaviors. And these behaviors sometimes are so generic, and these behaviors will be like those symptoms you'll see them listed in all the different disorders that they come up with, all these different labels. And sometimes it's so easy to say, like, you know, as you were saying, that if a child's not sitting still or just not behaving
Paying
or performing in a
attention
certain
and
way,
all of that, right?
then it's like tick a couple of boxes, they fit in this category, or they meet one or two criterias from this thing, you know, tick a few boxes and give them a label. And that's the issue. Like when we're speaking about the young people, that I've seen happen is they're so quick to just
Thank
label
you.
them with something, and it's
And then
so
it
different from
becomes a
having
bigger thing when they're older.
right.
Next thing you know, they've
And
got
it's
mental health.
right, and because the thing is, with
Mental
a
health
physical
problems, not
condition,
mental health. Get it right,
right?
please, people. Mental
Yeah.
health problems. Stop saying mental health. Yeah.
Okay. So with a physical condition, obviously you can sometimes do tests or blood tests or whatever it may be to actually diagnose something. But with mental health issues, sorry, it's not as simple as that.
See, my discrepancy though is the fact that someone like a lot of the people here, they declare that they have been traumatized. Some people have said that, oh, they are victims. A lot of people here have said they're victims and they need repair, that they're going through some, and I feel that they mean mentally more than anything else. You get what I'm saying? But when we say that, oh, part of that repair is to admit that your mental health, your faculties may need some sort of like intervention, therapy. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is all part of a poor mental health condition. You get what I'm saying?
And who have you heard deny this? Who have you heard say that we don't agree with this?
Whether it's to say
No, sir. Who have you heard say we do not agree with this? We are literally telling you we are traumatized, and yes, we might have mental health too. Now what?
Don't let him do that, Reggie.
So therefore, when you agree that you may have mental health problems, and you may not be in good mental health, therefore, you're in a way you're saying that okay, you need some sort of intervention. You need
No, we don't. We're not saying we need some intervention.
We're
saying we're acknowledging we got a problem. Yes, we're not saying
No,
we need
we
mental
do
health.
need
We need
counselling.
evaluations.
We do
We're
need
not saying
counselling.
that.
We do need
Sorry,
that.
Kale, go on, Kale.
One thing.
Hold on, brother.
One thing I'll say as well,
Go on,
yeah.
go on.
Well, our human nature is demonized, yeah. Us black people, Africans, we're loud, we're boisterous, we're animated. And to certain people, that's a problem. And that is a behavior problem for some people. It's a mental issue for some people. That's why we're forgetting that. So most of these are put down towards we're too boisterous and too animated.
Exactly, right.
But hold on,
Yeah.
it's part of
Culturally,
it's
one
a
sec,
part
Lady
of
D,
our-
one sec, because you talked a lot, sis. Like,
Sorry.
one sec, give Kale a chance, yeah? Because Kale wanted to speak.
Yeah, what I was saying is that we do need counselling and we do need holistic repairing for our mind, because we do suffer from post-traumatic slavery disorder and colonization disorder. When I got my act together, when I was a teenager and stuff, I used to work, those in Birmingham know, I used to work in Highcroft. It's a children's mental institution. And, you know, a lot of my family members would say, you know, you're going into a European institution, but you know, I was keen to help our children. And the things what goes on in there is like I lasted, I would say, about 5 years. And the fact of not having power to control the situation when they're using these type of rhetoric that, mental health because he's behaving expressive, you know, and dismissing things, I left. And I think with Brother Reggie, no disrespect to you, brother, is that because you do not understand white supremacy, you have this type of mindset of, no, just get yourself back together. There's a history what we've gone through, even in Nigeria. There's things that we've gone through, brother, which is why I always say non-African people should not be speaking on our issues, because we need to be repairing. One of the things of reparation, stuff, right, even though we need to give each other reparation, is that we need buildings, brother, to all of us, including myself, because we suffer from that, so we can get a holistic recovery of what we've gone through historically and how to maneuver. And Brother Reggie forgets that there's problems in Nigeria, brother. You see, there's problems in East, South, Central, North. And you got things like the IMF loan and psychological tactics that's making us behave a certain way. And if you understand neo-linguistic program, which as brothers on the panel will understand it, this is mind control tactics, brother. You understand? Making a person behave a certain way and making them fall into the trap, brother. These things have been worked on African people. So the fact that you're not getting it, we have to be truthful with the situation.
I realize that in the instance of this brother we were referring to, that the trauma and the symptoms that he's showing is validated in some way because of the trauma that he has gone through, because of past grievances and even current grievances, and therefore, as a result of that, he behaves in the way that he is behaving.
Can I ask you a question, Reggie?
Now he has become
when you're
fully
ready.
dependent on the same white supremacist system to make sure that he even survives. You get what I'm
But
saying?
he was dependent on them to begin with anyway.
Despite the claims that, or the insinuation that, oh, it's because of what he's saying, they allow him to go out on a Sunday and be talking about IC1 and IC2 and IC3 and IC4 every Sunday, and to come online at 7 o'clock in the morning to preach the same sermon.
Sorry, Reggie, I have a question. Brother. I have a
But
question
what
for you,
religious
brother.
people do the same
Sorry,
thing, so
one
you can
sec,
say they're
Khan.
crazy.
Sorry, Conscious. I have a question for Reggie. Yeah, Reggie. What if? So, a couple things were said yesterday that I really disagreed with. Yeah, but I couldn't stay on the stream. Yeah, this idea that his obsessive behavior, yeah, is definitely a mental health problem, and that he needs to adjust to the scenario, and also that, which I agree with, he went to the wrong people to make the wrong demand, right? You don't go job center, yeah, to make certain demands. However, the question was valid. There's nothing wrong with a brother's question whatsoever, right? Like Kel, I think that his energy was misplaced, and a person like that absolutely really needs community around them that is functional and that is culturally specific. So, however, my question to you is this:
big facts.
If you think that his obsessive behavior, yeah, and you guys are calling it that, yeah, we don't know what he does behind closed doors. He might be playing PlayStation half the day. We don't know, right? If he had gone elsewhere, yeah, to make his demands, say he had gone to a Pan-African, I don't know, community center, yeah, and said the same thing, and lo and behold, the response he's getting is not the response he got at the job center. You know, the response he's getting is facilitation, understanding, and forward movement in trying to find the right answers for his questions. Right? Would he have been sectioned?
L to the no. And these are the places we used to have. We used to have loads of these places.
Sorry, I want to hear
Let
Reggie.
him answer. Let him
Reggie.
answer.
No, you're right. It wouldn't be sectioned, but that's why I agree with your narrative that perhaps there's some stuff missing, because definitely all the criteria doesn't seem to have been met. However, I would say that definitely he exhibits symptoms, and you're saying that it might be learning difficulties. I think it's beyond learning difficulties.
But are you an assessor? Are you qualified assessor, Reggie?
Well, I'm not, but you lot are not even happy with the qualified assessors.
No, you're saying, listen, you're giving a second opinion, right? You're giving a second opinion.
And so are you.
Yeah, but I'm qualified.
No, but you're
That's
not
what I'm trying to say
qualified
to
as
you.
people that sectioned it.
No, but I'm saying you are giving a second opinion. Listen, there are assessors, yeah, there are assessors who will give an opinion, yeah, and the reason why they need a second opinion is because the assessors are not always correct, bro.
He said that
right?
there were 4 assessors.
So I'm saying, okay, no problem, no problem. But I'm saying you're no problem.
Yourself,
no problem. My problem's not with them. My problem's with you, bro. Is that you're trying to say that based on your observations, which are unqualified, that how do you know he doesn't have a learning difficulty if you don't know how to assess somebody?
I'm qualified to make an assessment, by the way.
Qualified in what?
Of what? Sorry, of what?
I'm qualified. I'm qualified. I do it all the time
I said qualified to make an assessment. Qualified to make an assessment of what, bro?
You're a house worker, MA.
Yeah, but of what? Yeah, but bro, it could be anything. Yeah, of what specifically? What are you saying, Reggie?
Whether someone has capacity.
Can you be more specific? Can you
pull up a distinction, a certificate, or any sort of bachelor?
No, we don't need a certificate. We don't need all that. Just say.
No, I do. I literally do, because I don't know that occupation he's speaking of. I know. No, I know what other occupation. I need to evidence this, Reggie.
Can you clarify, Reggie?
Clarify, please, bro.
Now, a lot of people here have heard me talk about my profession long before IC3 even mentioned what he does.
But I don't know,
They
innit?
should
I
be
don't
well,
know.
they should
Well,
be
that's
well
what I'm
aware.
saying. I do. So I need evidence of this.
They should be well aware.
Okay, it's Reggie MD. I forgot.
They should be well aware. They should be well aware that I am a professional enough to make an assessment on someone who's definitely hasn't got the capacity. You know, that will fall under Mental Health Capacity Act 2005, which is an actual mental capacity legislation that dictates whether someone is actually. It's not actually about sectioning. It's actually to make a judgment call on whether someone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is the point I'm making, right?
So
So
you're
there's a
asking me
difference
whether-
between.
whether-
No,
whether
there's a
I'm-
difference between. No, I asked you about learning difficulties, yeah, and you haven't answered that question. However, what you're talking about, yeah, to have the capacity. That's why I said for capacity for what? Sectioning, yeah, is not the same as making an assessment of someone, deeming they have a mental health issue, and providing them with alleviation from that condition. They're not the same thing. Yeah, I don't think. Obviously, you're not qualified to section somebody, but you may have a qualification to establish that someone has a non-specific mental health issue that can be further investigated by people who are senior to you. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But that means you are unqualified when we're talking about sectioning somebody.
Is anybody here qualified to section anyone?
No, you have to be head of psychiatry.
I'm not.
You'd have to be a doctor, though. You'd have to be a
not.
licensed doctor, to be fair.
Did you just say M.A. Brand say he's qualified, or you got to scare?
Not to section someone. You crazy? I'd never.
No, you'd have to be a licensed doctor. You have to be a doctor. You cannot. Anybody can do it.
But then there's the people who are with the power to refer someone to.
Yeah.
Referral's different, though. Anyone can refer.
Referral.
You know what I mean?
Let's say someone going. Let's say someone going to do some madness on the road, and I walk past, and I can assess them and say they need this instead of prison or this instead of.
People that understand the mental health capacity. You go. I'm saying people that I think they're breaking up, but the general public wouldn't really understand.
Sarah, your connection is terrible, sis. We can't hear you at all.
The general public can, but they wouldn't understand that they are covered or what legislation they're covered by. You get what I'm saying? Because I've done modules and I've understood.
Oh, Reggie, we've all done modules. That doesn't make us qualified, bro.
No. Anybody's qualified to.
Yeah, but like, who's really qualified here? We all can talk. Come on, man. You know what I mean?
When you say someone, there's different things you can say. On our assessment, you can do like 2-hour assessments. There's certain things you have to look out for when you're assessing certain people.
So normally, how I know how it works, yeah. Normally, they if it's a child, they normally see a child psychologist. Then they normally get evaluated by, I think it's a CAMS person, someone who works on behalf of the CAMS. Then they.
It depends on the situation.
Reggie has none of these things. I don't know why we're wasting time asking.
Well,
Reggie.
you lot
We
always
have time.
No, but Lady D, you're wasting time because at the end of the day,
why are we dissing Reggie like this, though? Come on, man.
He's not qualified to give an assessment, bro. That's the end and short of it all.
Hold on. Family. Hold on, Reggie. 1 second.
There were 4 qualified people, and you're not satisfied with the 4 qualified people. So the point
no, that's not what we're saying. No, this is what I'm saying. This is why I said no, Reggie. This is why I said to you at the beginning, brother. This is why I said to you at the beginning. Yeah, and I don't. To me, sometimes it seems like you have an impairment yourself, bro, because things are being said clearly to you. Yeah, it's not a shot, bro. I've said this to you just on a 1-to-1 before. Yeah.
We can't be dissing Reggie like this, though, man. Period, man.
We lost you. Not even dissing Reggie about nothing. The man's got his.
All right, today's not the day for caping. We're having a discussion. We don't need to cape for anyone. Everyone here is adults and can cape for themselves. Emma, we lost you, bro. We can't hear you. I don't know if maybe your microphone cut out or something.
Emma, can you bring it back to that conversation at hand about mental health?
I say.
On my assessment of so-called brother, I've spoken to him a couple of times.
No one ain't dissing no one, man.
Like, I don't see any other man.
If we're gonna be grouping up together,
man.
Finish. So I don't see no other man here on this panel talk about the same thing over and over again, wearing the same uniform every day, 24 hours a day. I don't see no one else doing that. And if you think that's normal, you guys, I don't know what is. I don't know. So I'm saying it.
So, Beefy, what I would say to that is obviously we could recognize, it's easy to recognize certain behavior patterns in people. However, that doesn't always mean to say that they need to be sectioned. Like, he's obviously able to function, he's living his life, he's alive, he must be eating and sleeping on a regular basis for him to still be functioning and able to have conversations, relay his story, his memory is fine. So he may have issues, but that doesn't mean he needs to be sectioned.
If you are sectioned, you'll be listen, he's allowed out, he's allowed on the internet 24 hours. He's be online 24 hours a day on his channel, this guy. I don't know what you're talking about. So
Yeah, but you don't understand the political science of it. Is that unfortunately, brother, unfortunately, and black people need to understand this. When you are trying to organize your people to non-African people, you are mentally ill. The fact that you are trying to rise against oppression and sort things out, in their eyes, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be submitting to the oppression.
That's not the reason why.
Hold on, with the elder IC3, right? Although he's not sectioned, but when you understand the strategies of white supremacy in that, it's tarnishing his movement, because this is what it does and stuff, right? Mixing truth and falsehood. On one side, black people are listening to him, and he's speaking about the codification of IC3, IC2, etc. And on the other side, it's this. Wait there a minute, he's been sectioned. These tactics have been used on us many times. Hold on, brother. For example, it's like when a black man who is saying he's pro-black and he's with a non-African woman, you've tarnished the whole movement. Or if you
now
are
we're questioning, can you be pro-black and still lie white? You understand? It's like it's tactics.
They strategic. Hold on, beloved. All due respect, you're right. They specifically, deliberately did that because his message will be tarnished. Right, and that's why we have to look at it in a political way. He's not mentally ill. It's just that when he got awoke, he didn't go to the Pan-Africanist community. He's not doing like what Brother Freddie does, myself and the rest of us, where it's like, okay, let's, fund this or build this and go. He's not doing that. He's just staying in one position. And when you've been awoke, that energy and that realization of feeling betrayed, especially on that frequency, and that it can make you lose your mind. And this is what's happened. But he's not mentally ill, though.
So just say he delivered his message to the wrong place.
With all due respect, the brother has not worked in many, many years. He has more time than ever to propel or project this idea of white supremacy than ever before, due to the fact that you say that he's been sectioned incorrectly. So if their plan was to stop him from talking, it's definitely not working, because he's here. Let me land. He's here first thing in the morning and he's here the last thing at night. You get what I'm saying? Talking about white succemacy. So I don't understand how you can say that their plan is to stop him from talking, because he's here.
Because brother Reggie.
This doesn't make sense.
Yeah, here's the thing, brother Reggie, right?
Yeah, this channel running for 4 hours a day. Sitting there talking about IC3.
You see me, brother Reggie. I'm just using my example in that, right? I've been raised on Pan-Africanism. Of course, I'm an African descendant. I have different ancestry, right? So we've had to be raised differently. Now, can you imagine me working in a European institution, married to a non-African woman, and maneuvering in the neighborhood? I would lose my mind. It ain't gonna work. So that's why I specifically work with African descendants, specifically live in an African descendant neighborhood, specifically married to, because the fact that I know about oppression and the fact that I know what they're doing, and then I'm going to go into the same people and work with them, it's going to lose my mind. And that's where he's saying to himself, well, if I do work in this institution, they're going to practice this, they're going to practice that. What he's not doing is going to the Pan-Africanist community and going on tangible solution. He's just staying in one position.
And you know what? In a little way, the Pan-African community, I got to take responsibility, because we kind of failed him. Because I said, when I used to live back home in the whole city of Kingston, every mad person was looked after. We used to make them chat any fuckery they want to chat. You get me? Man used to leave them alone, make sure they're fed, clothes. You're going to get your hair cut with me. You're coming to the same places I'm coming to. So, like, in a little way, I'll do the same thing in my area that I'll live in. I don't walk past my prejudice that's gone through hard times and you know what I'm saying, their luck's turned. I obviously got it. I always try and, you know what I mean, have an ear for them. Even if I know they're chatting a bunch of shit, I still try and go on like I'm interested and try and bring them back around to my side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I hear what you're saying though, but my whole point is real quick,
true.
My whole point is, if there's a Muslim person going on about Allah praying 5 times a day every day, don't you think that's crazy? But a black man talking about black issues that affects the community, how is that mad? That's reality.
That's right.
But it's not mad. That's not nothing to do with
it's not mad, but it depends who's listening to your message.
Mary. So sorry to cut you.
Go on.
I was just about to say, so sorry to cut you. I was just about to say, we don't know how he suffered at the hands of white people. They could have done something horrific to him, but he can't physically tell us. We don't know. Do you get me? All we know is that this could be symptoms of something crazy what's happened to him at the hands of them.
And I don't know why people think, that's what you got yourself from mental health problems, you can't work and you can't have a normal life. When I used to work in this team, I used to support people who had their own jobs, their own flats and everything. And I used to go to the flat and support them. So I don't know what people are talking about, that if someone they have to stop functioning, they can't be normal and talk normal things. I'm not saying ICT is wrong in talking about race, but talk about it all the time is going to obsessive compulsive disorder. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
there's wrong with saying that.
You know, back in the days, there used to be places where I see people go and use that time productively. I'm telling you, man, Kel's right. There used to be bad places back in the day where you could go and use that time, and man would take what he's saying on board, and man would listen to him, make sure he washes, give him jobs,
like I said,
keep him busy. You got what I'm saying?
Sorry, but we don't see IC3 come to Speaker's Corner looking dirty, do we?
Nah, never.
Bro, you see how much things he brings down to Speaker's Corner by himself?
I know.
Bro, are you crazy?
I know. The man's organized. From what I can see of IC3, the times I've met him and the times I spoke to him, he's always had something decent to say. You get what I'm saying? Even if it's a bit in a riddle form.
I'm saying what he's saying is wrong. I'm saying he has a bit of OCD. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that.
Yeah. I would say, but listen, hear this now. You see. So, if you're a Pan-Africanist, especially, or you're pro-black or whatever it is, and a man like IC3 comes and says what he says, right, and you see some value in that, and you have the ability to facilitate the positive affirmation and amplification of what man's on,
So
look at this now. Some of these Europeans, have exactly the same people with exactly the same types of faculties, right? And they're found in school, and they're picked up from school, and a lot of them may be autistic and on the autistic spectrum, like Bill Gates, right? What do they do with them? Do they ostracize them? No. Even if they have right-wing, mad, like far-right tendencies and whatever, they pick them up, they school them, they harness their capacity, and then they utilize them to their own benefit for their own system.
That's right.
They don't become sectioned. They don't get stigmatized. They don't become sectioned. You know what happens to them? They end up on fucking TED Talks telling the world what they should be doing.
That's right.
Well, I can have a convo with IC3, but I know if I'll have the same convo with him the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. Because I've had this convo with him many times, IC3, and then so.
I know Beefy, but Beefy, trust me, some people are just set to do some things. You just have to leave man to do
why can't, when somebody has a passion for something, why can't it just be that they're passionate about what they believe in? Why has it got to be a mental health issue? I'm
exactly.
I'll answer you. For me, I think 1 second. In life, life needs variety. Just to be on one thing 24 hours a day is not good for your health. It could be anything. It can be religion, politics, cars.
But Beefy, we don't see my man when he's not at Speaker's Corner or on the internet.
No. I'm saying I did one time observe him when he had his channel running 24 hours a day. He was on there 24 hours a day doing his thing.
Yeah, but so does Raspek and so does Jedi and that. Does that mean
So does
anything?
Reggie.
No.
Reggie's obsession with Islam is a joke. So why are we not questioning his obsession?
Uniform every day
Come
in the
on.
same.
That's right.
It don't mean nothing, man. It don't mean nothing.
I don't talk about Islam 24/7, but nice.
No,
try.
you do.
No, you
But
do.
you are
man.
obsessed
You
with
do.
it. But you
No,
are
I'm not
obsessed with it.
Islam.
Reggie, if you cannot get on a panel to come and slander Islam, you're in the flipping chats. I see you every day. Stop it.
Today is another day.
That's an obsession, bro.
I did not talk about Islam.
Yeah, today ain't finished.
That's an
You
obsession.
still got time, Reggie.
You got what IC3's got.
The fact.
So, MA, do you want to break down some of these statistics?
Break them down.
Yeah, I won't break them down. We'll just read through them and discuss them. Yeah. So, number one, main facts, as you can see, in the year to March 2021, Black people were almost 5 times as likely as white people to be detained under the Mental Health Act. 344 detentions per 100,000 people, compared with 75 per 100,000 people in the white community. Black African people had the highest rate of detention out of all ethnic groups, excluding groups labeled other. The lowest detention rates were in the Chinese. Interesting, yeah? 60 people per 100,000. White Irish, go on.
The
MJ.
white Irish,
67 per 100,000. Indian, 70 per 100,000. And white British, 72 per 100,000. Overall, it's estimated that detentions increased by 4.5% in the year to March 2021. This is based on figures from service providers who submitted good quality data in each of the last 5 years rather than all providers. So this isn't even the entire picture. It says service providers who submitted good quality data. So some service providers may have submitted data that was incomplete, and other service providers may not have even been around for 5 years. So there's missing data even in this, right?
And MA, sorry, does this say if this is for adults or adults and children?
That's a good question. I don't think it stipulates whether it's. Yeah, that's a good question, actually. Probably there's a report further down. If anyone wants to go on it, they can see it. Probably it might.
And is that talking about London, or is it talking about the whole of UK? Because some parts of the UK there's no people like all.
But that isn't. I think it's UK. But doesn't that say something? Do you know what I'm saying? If you're talking about the entire UK, even in the rest of the UK.
And who's checking the study? The article.
So this is the government. The government's commissioned this report. So they've basically harnessed data from a whole bunch of service providers across the country, and this is the data that they've collected and collated. So the data measures rates of detention under the Mental Health Act 1983. The data includes people who were detained or sectioned in hospital for assessment or treatment under the Act. Detention rates are rounded to 1 decimal
Can we
place.
have a look at the Act? Sorry, can we have a look at the Mental Health Act 1983 to see if there's any?
Do you want to do that?
Of course, we want to see what the grounds are to section.
No, I'm saying the panel. Do you want to do that?
We're with you, MA. Any way you want to go.
Not really.
Why can't we have a look at the Act to understand why?
No, let's do that, then, MA. Let's have Reggie come to this.
Finish this bit of information first.
Let me just say, no. Look at the Act first, because then it will add some. It will highlight.
Reggie.
No, but I'm saying the numbers highlight it though. The numbers.
Wait. Yo, Mandem, I've already started speaking on this, so let me finish this, and then we can go to the Act. I think that makes more sense rather than starting, cutting, and then, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, people are intelligent enough to be able to, you know what I mean? So what's not included in the data does not include detentions under Section 136, which we should look up, that take place in non-healthcare settings, for example, police cells. Mad. How detention rates are calculated for each ethnic group. Yeah, exactly. The numbers, we don't even know what the numbers, they could be way worse, right? How detention rates are calculated for each ethnic group. The detention rate is the number of detentions under the Act in healthcare services per 100,000 people in the general population of the UK. The ethnic groups used in the data shown for the 16 ethnic groups used in the 2001 census. Methodology, I won't read all of this, by the way, but Detention rates for the 5 other ethnic groups, for example, Black other and any other, may be overestimated. Okay, so
See,
it may
this is
be
why I said
overestimated.
statistics earlier, MA, just to clarify. That's why I said according to statistics, yeah.
Right. This is because, and by the way, it says may be overestimated. Logic says that it may also be underestimated. Right. If they don't know what, if they're not sure whether it's accurate or not, it could be one way or the other. This is because groups labeled other may have been used for people whose ethnicity was not known. Similarly, rates for groups that are not other categories may be underestimated. Well, there you go. Detention rates for all ethnic groups are likely to be underestimated because not all NHS providers submitted complete data during the period covered, as I explained a minute ago. The headline detention figures for the year to March 2021 are 4.6% higher than the figures for the previous year, which basically indicates that the mental health issues are on the rise. Yeah. However, improved data quality in the year to March 2021 means that the actual increase in detentions is likely to be less than shown. Based on the providers who submitted good quality data in each of the last 5 years, there was an increase in detentions of 4.5% between the year March 2020 to 2021. Detention rates have been adjusted to allow different ethnic groups to be compared as if they had the same age profile. Interesting. Let me just read that again. Detention rates have been adjusted to allow different ethnic groups to be compared as if they had the same age profile. That's interesting to me
What?
because
Hold on, let me read that again myself.
Yeah, I know.
Crazy. So you can just section young youths and put in the same data as big men.
No, they're saying the detention rates, yeah, so the data has been adjusted to allow, I don't know what the adjustment is, by the way, but to allow different ethnic groups to be compared. Okay, so basically, it sounds like, okay,
They kind of averaged it out based on what they have or something?
They basically yeah, basically, I think so. Say like from the age of 18 plus, that's that's how they're measuring this thing, right? Anyone that's 18 plus, they're not. So basically, they're not accounting for age specific groups in this study.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Which is a mark. That's a mark of how they do these surveys and stuff. Anyway, they're focusing on quantitative data. Yeah, primarily, which is the numbers as opposed to the quality of the data itself.
Right.
Getting into the detail and finding out specifically who and what humans are we dealing with, what are their conditions and such. You understand? So it says, as a result, the estimates do not show the actual detention rates for each ethnic group. Detention rates are worked out using. This is why it's important for us to understand how these people go about collecting their data.
Oh, of course, every time.
Largely, it's a mad thing. Detention rates are worked out using population data from 2011 census, blah, 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 blah. All right, I won't go on. Well, should I jump into the Mental Health Act now, or what are you lot saying?
Yeah, we can jump into that. And I think, MA, you're probably aware of this as well, but obviously from March 2020, we know that there was a significant change in our environment, right?
Right.
So a lot of figures have jumped up and a lot of figures have skyrocketed when it comes to mental health since March 2020.
That's right. Okay, so Reggie, your time, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of bought another link, but I think you might find some of the points that I would have talked about on that mental health.
Is your link more succinct? Because this is like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm just conscious. Yeah, exactly. I think mine is more succinct. That's why I was.
Share your one. I'll
put it in the
sharing
back.
my screen.
Oh, is it yours?
All right. Yeah, it's my
Pick up
screen, so I'll
Born,
stop
by the
sharing.
way.
Huh?
Yeah, big up, man. What up?
Let me present that one then.
Is this link going to show us the actual act, Reggie? Yeah.
It will talk about the act, but it's going to condense what it actually means, what the act covers.
See, again, like I'd prefer to look at the actual act itself
I mean, you could
rather
bring that
than a charitable organization's breakdown of it.
You could. I can get that as well, but the problem is it's going to be long-winded. That's the only thing, and that's what MA is.
I don't mind. I'd rather have it.
But we can do both. You can
I mean, there's specific points that you wanted to go into in the act, right? Mainly as to reasons why they can detain people. So we can get the specifics. I just don't want to have secondhand sort of information on it. You know, I want to get it direct from source.
But people can also go away and look at that themselves if they can be bothered. I mean, this is just
but how they interpret the act. It's not necessarily how what is said in the act.
Anyway, can you screen share this this part, because it's accessible. It's not like the act is hiding somewhere. People can look at the mental.
No, I know.
You know what I'm saying? We don't want to. Like Emma said, we want something concise. You don't want the long. You know, acts are very detailed. You know what I'm saying? For the mental.
Okay,
So,
if it's not good enough, then we'll go into the actual thing. But let's see what they're saying then.
So the Mental Health Act is divided up into lots of different sections. So when they say lots of different sections, it's a lot more than this. And the attention span of people here, I'm not even going to go into that anyway. So the rights are to detain in hospital against your wishes, to detain in hospital, and also part of the criminal justice system. So we know that there's a lot of Black people in prison for you know, reasons that are not really substantiated or for the wrong reasons. You get what I'm saying? And also for offered treatment while detained, or for leaving hospital, including having your section lifted and care planning, and also for being treated in the community. So I think this might have a lot to do, this section here might have a lot to do with why we see a overrepresentation of Black people when they say we're 5 times more likely to be sectioned. Of all these points here, I think this second point might be the prime reason.
Yeah, because it works hand in hand with the criminal justice system, and we are one of the main components of the criminal justice system. We prop it up. We keep lawyers and prosecutors and judges and ushers and all these people in business.
Yeah. So this probably aligns with
they rely on Black criminals. Right. They rely on criminalizing Black people to fund the business.
All right, cool. So Reggie, you've given us your opinion on why you think the numbers are the way they are, but are you going to get into the Mental Health Act and the reasons why they can detain people?
What? Well,
the criteria to actually detain someone.
Right. What does
that would be helpful, right?
Laws. What are my rights? Okay. Let me see if it. Assessment and treatment. How many people?
Reggie, try typing in reasons people may be detained under the Mental Health Act. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll search for that. But
I'm telling you, it's mainly through the judicial, the CPS, isn't it? And Crown Prosecution Service. And they obviously need Black people because the Metropolitan Police is a business, isn't it? They need customers. That's why they target the Black community from so early, young in age. So they make sure there's a them and us demographic, and they try and tarnish us and lock us up to keep the business running. And if they try to do this to Asian people, there'd be riots on the street.
So let's see. I've got something here, but there's definitely something in the fact that obviously Black people are more likely to be stopped and searched, and therefore they're going to likely.
Ding. See, like, you telling me Lady D was right all along? Come on.
Right about what?
When I was saying to you that all of these things take part in what the whole mental health thing is. Oops, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, when I was saying to you earlier about, you know, there's a whole, it's not just a straightforward thing, there's a whole pipeline of this, it's a whole rabbit hole. So you've got to take in little factors into the whole scenario before we can assess it. Yeah.
Definitely. It's just like when Ronald Reagan put crack in the UK and in the cities in America. It was a whole rabbit hole. It all led back to the US government. but everyone be quiet about it.
That's right.
I'm saying
That's
it's
right.
Reggie, you'll realize, yeah, that first point is exactly why me and you began the conversation in the first place. Yesterday, you made a claim that it's very difficult, yeah, or it's not easy to be detained. You got to do something like extreme, yeah.
No.
Look at that. Look at the first point. Look at the first point there.
What you mean where it says you have a mental disorder?
Right. Click on mental disorder for us, please.
Come on, MA.
Because I want to know who determines if a person has a mental disorder.
So here we go. When the Mental Health Act talks about someone with a mental health problems and whether or not they should be sectioned, it often uses the term mental disorder. The Act says that this can include any disorder or disability of mind. Mental disorders can include any mental health problem normally diagnosed in psychiatry, certain learning disabilities.
Learning disabilities.
Did we
See that?
ding back to the schools again? I was right the first time, Reggie. Come on, man.
Well, you're talking as if learning disabilities is not a mental.
It's not though. No, but it's not. Wait.
Oh, sorry. I was going to ask him
Sorry,
quickly, MA.
Lady D. Sorry, Lady D. Let me just deal
Yeah.
with this because this is how we started yesterday, right? This is why I've highlighted. So what we're dealing with here is the mental health sector deciding that if you have a learning disability, yeah, or a mental health disorder that they have diagnosed, yeah, they can section you or say they can detain you. Sorry, right? And the question we have to ask is, do we agree with that? Do we agree that someone can have ADHD, for example, right, and may not even be violent, yeah, but based on a set of criteria that is decided by those professionals themselves, right, they can detain you. Are we in agreement with that?
Emma, it depends on the context. So if I've seen some people that come on here, they got a bit of narcissism in them, or they just like to, they want to argue for the sake of arguing, and they won't let it go. You get what I'm saying? So that can be dangerous in some contexts. That
so harmful. You think that they should be detained, Reggie?
Under some contexts, it can be harmful. So
give
say, for example,
give me an example. Yeah.
So,
give me an example,
let's think, for example, you.
This is what happens when you talk out your bum.
No.
Let him talk. Let him talk, Freddie. Let him talk to MA. I want to hear this, please.
No, I'm saying in a situation where, like, maybe they've got into an argument with someone, the best thing to do is walk away, but they want to continue arguing, and then because they keep arguing, and both people won't let it go, it escalates, and then people end up getting into some sort of a fight because no one is willing to budge an inch, and everybody thinks they're right.
So you didn't listen to the question. I said, yeah. No, you listened. No, but the scenario was specific to the question I asked, right? The question was a non-violent person with learning difficulties or a disorder. That's what I'm talking about. I said, is it right to section those people? And your response obviously has led to you talking about violence again. Non-violent. Try again.
Crazy. Non-violent, Reggie. Keywords. Try again.
Try again.
No, if they're non-violent, I would. Yeah, I think the criteria is that they have to be at harm to themselves or harm to someone else.
But that's violence.
That's violence. That's violence.
No, there are situations
out of your mind. No,
you're not listening.
Because the person's completely non-violent. So if you stick to the criteria of the question,
you're not listening. I'm saying that you don't. Okay, you have to either be a harm to other people or yourself. So if the fact that you persistently are going to keep on doing something, and this may lead to harm to you because you persist. It's just like people with dementia, for example. Some of them are not violent, but they can be detained because if they go out on the road, they might end up going into the middle of the road and getting themselves into a road accident, for example. But they're not violent people.
No, but bro, that's harm. Listen, you're going around in circles. Sorry, brother. You're going around in harm. Yeah, let's just get the word violent. Let's take it out of the equation. Harm. Yeah, harm. Let's deal with harm. Right? Can you go back 2 steps, please? I know you're there. Go back there in a minute. Can you go back 2 steps back to the definition of mental disorder?
This is a brief definition, by the way.
It's
but
literally
I know,
MA.
but
I see it
can you
says
just
there,
go
like
in there?
even learning difficulties. So me, myself, personally, I could be probably thrown underneath that. I do not do well with numbers. I do not like maths. I struggle with
That's
maths.
not learning difficulty.
That is a learning difficulty.
That's
As
not
far as
learning
they're concerned.
disability.
Reggie, they can put me underneath a learning disability for just struggling with maths. I hope you understand this.
And this
They
is the
literally
key,
can.
my sister, this is the key word, certain. This is the key word, right? So it's certain. So if you're
Yeah,
difficult,
true.
if you suck in maths, that's not part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, all right. So all right,
Go
all
back
right.
again.
Try a
Can you
different
close
one.
it? Yeah, go back again one step.
Have any of you?
What the point he's saying, Reggie? I think you're missing the point MA's trying to make to you. This is why I was trying to break it down a bit smaller, but I'll try again. So basically, if you have a learning disability, quote unquote, that comes under a mental health disorder, bro. That's the bit you're missing. They don't have to be violent. Forget the violent business. Forget all of that. Just the fact that they've got a learning difficulty, that could be a disorder, bro.
It can be, my sister.
Go back one step, please.
Can I just say something?
Yeah. Go. You can say what you want to say, but please just go back one step as well. While
You told me to go here before, didn't you?
Yeah, I know, and I've seen what I need to see. So can you go back one step as well, now, please, bro?
So if you work with learning disabilities, there's a thing called a passport, a specific passport that some learning disability people carry, and this is not because that they're violent. It's to tell you what their needs, what their requirements are. And for some of them, the requirements are, for example, that you have to walk with them, because if you don't walk with them, they might trip over, for example, or they might end up falling and bumping their head.
Can we get to the learning part though, Reg? Deal with the learning disability part, Reg. Answer the learning disability part. That's the bit that MA was talking about.
Well,
Please
so
go
no,
back to that.
what I'm really talking about, because remember, this is step 1, step 2, step 3. Yeah, so we went backwards now. So it says again, you can be detained under section 3 if. So these are all separate ifs, right? If you have a mental disorder, we've just seen what mental disorder comes under, right? Second one, if you need to be detained for your own health or safety or for the protection of other people. That point is separate
from
Reggie,
the initial mental
from
disorder.
You have
there
a
we
mental
go.
disorder. Do you understand that, Reggie? Yes or no?
I know.
Sorry, Reggie. Do you understand that? Yes or no? That the point
say
one.
what you said again.
So point 1, yeah. There's point 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, 3 dots. Point 1 stipulates that a mental disorder, yeah, and whatever comes under that mental disorder, which we just looked at, are reason enough to be detained, right? Point 2 is talking about harm. It's not talking about harm in collaboration with mental disorder. It's talking, and it might well be, yeah, but it's stating you can be detained if any of these 3. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Now, number 3 is treatment can't be given unless you are detained in hospital.
Yeah. So what's the point? I mean, I read it myself. You're just reading it again. What's the point?
First of all, Reggie, do you acknowledge that there's 3 separate criterias there?
Sister,
I read it. I was the first one to read it, wasn't I?
Sister, I'm saying, you know who determines most of them 3? It's not a doctor, it's the first responder. And the first responder is normally pigs. And I'm telling you, they normally determine what one of them 3 is, and then have a word with the doctor when you get inside the cell. And then you go into the mental health institution.
Sorry, I want to correct. I actually want to correct myself quickly because I'm reading it again, right? I'm reading it again. It seems actually to be saying that you might need all 3 to be detained, right? It seems to say, because I was reading it as if it's you can have either of those and you can be detained. It seems to be saying, sorry, Reggie, just click off that again so I can just clarify, please, bro. Sorry, you can click on that in a sec. Yeah, it does seem to be saying, scroll up. It does seem to be saying.
The first section, yeah, MA, you're talking about, yeah?
Yeah, just scroll up. Yeah. It does seem to be saying, now that I read it for a second time, that you have to have all 3 conditions met to be detained. And if that is the case, right, it's less worrying now. However, it does bring into question, IC3's story. Do you understand? It brings it into question because it's about, we didn't hear anything about him being a danger to himself or others. That wasn't in the story. This is why I raised the point of the fact that we don't know his full story, and what we heard Yeah,
Well,
yesterday
from
of
what I
him.
remember, MA, just to help, if
Yeah.
I remember correctly, and if I'm
Yeah.
wrong, IC3, I'm sorry, and you can
Sure.
always correct me. But I do remember him saying that they were saying that it was they've considered him a danger to himself.
Why was
Because
that? You know,
some stupidness about him keep repeating about the white supremacy thing, kind of thing. So
but
yeah,
this is what he said yesterday. But this is all, he said exactly the same thing yesterday. And
Okay,
I'm
so
saying,
I was right then. Okay.
Right. So I'm saying, yeah, that there is no, like, he's only met 2 of those criteria if what he was saying is accurate. Yeah. So I'm saying on the basis of the doctors, they may know something else. He might have tried to clock one of them in the face. He might have took a syringe and done a mad thing in the place. We don't know, right? If that happened, then I can see why they sectioned him. If that shit didn't happen, yeah, and there wasn't anything indicating that he'd be a harm to himself, because him simply saying, "Can I need to sleep here" or whatever, is not grounds to be sectioning nobody. Because on that basis, all of the homeless people in this city would be sectioned. Yeah, which doesn't happen.
Another thing worth mentioning from what he said is that he was there for up to 2 or 3 months. So he would probably fall under here, which is the up to 6 months category.
Yeah, but I'm saying to even be sectioned to begin with, though. To be sectioned to begin with. That's what we're discussing.
Yeah, we're still addressing the part of what do you need to be, what's the criteria? That's the
right. So this is why I wanted to bring up the actual Mental Health Act, because it does say in there, let me just bring it up again, sorry. Right, so admission for assessment, and this is the section 2, which anyone who is sectioned has to go through the assessment phase before there's any longer periods of sectioning. And it says an application for admission for assessment may be made in respect of a patient on the grounds that A, he is suffering from mental disorder of a nature or degree which warrants the detention of the patient in a hospital for assessment, or for assessment followed by medical treatment for at least a limited period, and he ought to be detained in the interest of his own health or safety, or with the view to the protection of other persons. So it does need to be both.
Sorry, Barry, can you? I'm really sorry. Can you read that again, please?
Okay, so an application for admission for assessment may be made in respect of a patient on the grounds that A, he is suffering from a mental disorder of a nature or degree which warrants the detention of the patient in a hospital for assessment for at least a limited period, and B, he ought to be so detained in the interest of his own health or safety with the view to the protection of other persons. So that says and, so it has to be both A and B.
Right.
It's quite interesting that for him, he kind of feels that it wasn't warranted, but for the family they feel it's warranted. Obviously, the rest of the clinical professionals felt that the need to do it as well, to section him. But what was I going to say? Sorry, Emma, you were going to say something. I'll come back, because I had a point I was going to make.
I'm not sure what I was going to say, but when this subject first came up yesterday, I thought, and claims were being made that obsessive behavior is a sign of a mental health problem, right? I wonder, like, I can probably pick out, or Brother Kel can pick out a couple dozen Pan-Africanist freedom fighters, politicians, thinkers, philosophers, who are even more obsessed with the conflict within themselves and in society of white supremacy and anti-blackness and anti-Africanity, right? And on the basis of, I can imagine Malcolm X, for example, going into, if he was in the UK in 2015, and wasn't who he became, going into the job center and asking the same shit, right? But if he had the backing and the organization behind him at the time, and the dynamism of mind, or the stability of mind to do what we know that he had done in the past, right? Then there'd be no question about whether he'd be sectioned or not.
So for me,
that wouldn't even be a
well
factor.
said, Emma.
Right?
Well said.
So for me, the legislation in question is quite clear, and the criteria that needs to be met is very clear. So for me, what I don't really understand is that when these things happen, this is why someone came some months ago and reminded us anyway, because some people already know this, you have to know your rights. So if it's in black and white there, and you can see that it's legislation that certain criteria has to be met, why did IC3 not go and sue them for the fact that he's been wrongfully sectioned?
Well, maybe he still doesn't know this, Reggie. Maybe we
Right.
don't know. Literally, I can be, if that's the case, if we're going to go by this criteria, I can literally be, we can all be on this panel. I could
Right.
be done with being too obsessed with being pro-black or being pro-African or being whatever. Mary
of
can
that.
be done for being pro-Irish. Dawn can be done for being pro-black American. Like, come on now. What are we
Let
doing?
me- Conscious will be locked up first, man.
Thank
Conscious
you.
will be
That's
toast.
the case.
And Kale will be fast behind him. I don't know. They'll be fighting neck and neck. You know what I mean?
Again, but the criteria is very, the criteria is
My African intuition consciousness heard that.
I don't know, man. The story is so fishy. But I just think that if you've been sectioned for the wrong reason, you should be able to point towards the legislation and tell them, even the assessment. I mean, I asked him, have you harmed yourself? He said no. You get what I'm saying? And it's like,
So hold on. So hold on. There are millions of black people across the world, let alone in this country, who don't understand their rights with regards to police detention. Yeah, that's why people are going around with little cards, educating the youth them, right? So, but why do you think that we're all supposed to know how to fight or what our rights are in terms of mental health detention? That's
no,
silly.
I didn't say we're all I didn't say we're all meant to. Clearly, we're not all meant to. But I would say it would be wise.
Yeah, but if he doesn't know, then he doesn't know, innit? Or
No,
maybe
but
he
I'm
doesn't
saying-
even. Maybe he doesn't even want to go down that route.
Well, I'm saying for someone that really wants that seems to know a lot about banking, which is a very complex subject in itself, that they should be learning enough to be able to go on to
You're in no position to suggest what IC3 should and shouldn't do, bro.
and neither. Well, you're right. I'm not in a position to suggest it, but I would say that in my opinion, it would be wise for him to actually understand that if this is the criteria and they've not fulfilled this criteria, then he has a case.
Yeah, but you're
That's it.
using that as evidence or as a cachet to suggest that he couldn't have been unlawfully detained, because if he was, then he'd be fighting it, and that's exactly why you just raised that point.
No,
Do
I
you
raised
realise
that point. I raised that point to illustrate that just like another sister of mine yesterday or 2 days ago managed to look at the law and see that the law had not been followed and that her rights and civil liberties had been violated, and managed to make a claim of it, and managed to go back and point at the legislation and say, look, you guys are persecuting me, and she managed to fight the injustice. What is wrong with our black brother doing that as well? Is that
but Reggie, what you don't realize about your own argument is you raised that point, to support the idea that he was legally detained and detained. That's why you said it. If you go back, you'll realize that's why you said it.
That's not why I said it.
No one's got a point. No, that is why you said it. You can go back at another time. But if the only point now you want to make is that it would be wise for him to do so, then fair enough. But it's neither here nor there. The question is about the validity of the detention in the first place. That's what the question is.
Yeah, the validity of the detention. I said that my stance is similar to yours in the sense that I feel that there's missing parts, and therefore I'll be inclined to believe that the professionals who have sectioned him over him, based on the evidence that has been put forward.
Just to distinguish my position from yours, I'm saying, like I said before twice, if it turns out that he was lawfully detained under the act, right, then I'm saying there would have to be a missing part of his story. I'm saying, based on what he said, and let me make this clear because I've said this to you a few times, based on only what he said, to me, it's not lawful, bro, because there's no violence, there was no threat to his life or to anyone's life based on what he said. Yeah. So I'm saying there's only two scenarios. Either he hasn't told us everything and they detained him lawfully, or he's told us everything and as far as I'm concerned, they detained him unlawfully. The only difference with you is you've heard, what he said, and you still think that even without, do you think, in fact, I'll ask you, do you think without any obvious threat, based on what he said, do you think he was a threat to himself and anyone else, based on what he said?
It's either you don't have to always be a threat. That's the one thing that you're making it out.
Harm, threat meaning harm. Was he a harm to himself or others?
Based on what the information that he gave did not include any mention of any way that he could have been a harm to anybody else, based on the information he said.
Right. So in the thing that you just showed us, yeah, the 3 points, it seems like it was saying you have to tick all 3 boxes to be detained. Would you agree?
No, I don't think you have to tick all 3 boxes.
Okay, so you think that it has to be, it can only be 1 box. So you think you could be detained with just 1 box, yeah?
So one of the boxes, one of the 3 boxes is that treatment can't be given unless you are detained in hospital. So in some context, it's nothing to do with hospital. You get what I'm saying? So how can it be all 3? You get what I'm saying? When
I'm confused.
So it's either one or the other. It's either one or the other.
Let me say it to Lady Ditty because
sorry, I lost you.
Some people weren't listening. These are the 3 criteria. You have a mental disorder. Number 2, you need to be detained for your own health or safety, or for the protection of others or other people. And then number 3, treatment can't be given unless you are detained in hospital. So in some scenarios, it's nothing to do with hospital. They don't need to treat you in hospital. So, all 3 criteria could, in some context.
Okay, can I just make a clarification though? This is why I wanted to get into the actual act, because as we described earlier on, there is different forms of section, and there is the initial assessment, and then there is the section that can happen after your assessment period. I believe one of those 3 points that was on the page you had, Reggie, when it says being detained in hospital for treatment, right? I believe that's when it goes beyond the assessment stage. So if you go beyond assessment stage and they say, okay, this person needs treatment, but they're not going to comply, they're not going to agree to take it, we will need to detain them. That's why that page you brought up was a bit wishy-washy, because it wasn't breaking down the different types of sections. It was a bit generic with the information, because I think when I brought up the act, it just had 2 points on it, one being that they need to go in for an assessment because they may have a mental disorder, and then the other one saying that they may be a harm to themselves or others. It didn't say about staying in hospital for treatment. That, as I said, I believe is when the longer term section kicks in.
But yeah, you don't have to fit all the 3 criteria. You don't have to fit all the 3.
So when I asked you, and I'll ask you again. So you believe that you believe that people, and this probably makes sense why you would take the position that you've taken then, only based on what you heard from IC3's testimony, you think, yeah, that's enough to be sectioned, right?
No, I believe that the guy he was very open and honest. Lady Divine has heard him talk before about it. I actually haven't. I've heard from other people.
He's done Porn Show many a times.
We might have, but I don't feel like I was there. I haven't listened. I can't remember recalling any of the conversation. That's why I was asking him a lot of questions yesterday, because I heard from Jupiter actually that he had mental health issues, but I thought she was joking. But then it kind of like, it began to dawn on me later on that he does sometimes exhibit these behaviors. So I wasn't too surprised when he confirmed it. But then listening to him and talking about his circumstances, even his jobs, the way that he doesn't seem to be have any intention of working and stuff like that. It just seems to add up to me. You get what I'm saying? But someone would say that, oh, maybe you're being a bit judgmental and stuff like that. But no, it all seems to make sense to me. Whether you want to say, oh, the reasons are justified and you can understand why it's like that, it's irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? You're showing symptoms of someone that has mental health issues, and the best thing to do is to acknowledge it and treat it, not to say, oh no, you haven't. How does that help anybody? How does that help anybody if you just deny that the person's got a problem?
Yeah, but Brother Reggie, as what people's been saying, we done an analysis on the elder IC3, right? And what I get from him is he's quite very clear in how he understood the situation, right? This is why you have to be careful of saying as mental health issues, right? What I get from that, brother, is that he suffered, which we all do, which we are victims of white supremacy. My question to you is, brother, is racism an illness, a mental illness?
My brother, he blamed people
Answer the
like
question, Reggie. Answer the question.
Brother, let the son man ask the son, another son man, the question.
I'm trying to answer you. He came on and he was blaming the likes of Mary Jane. You get what I'm saying? He came on and was alluding to the fact that his traumatic experience with white women, amongst other issues to do with white supremacy, is part of the reason why.
But the thing is, brother Reggie,
these things. And
yeah,
you know this.
yeah. To be honest with you, brother, you know, I'm gonna take that as a joking, right? I don't want to go into it because we've already clarified it. However, he's right historically, and the paradigm as it pertains to the non-African woman, right? We've explained this already. But my question to you, brother, is racism a mental illness?
Well, the fact that someone is racist, a mental illness, it's not classed as that. I don't feel it's not classed as that.
But Reggie, if the only person that's actually experienced the racism is the person that's saying it's racism, but the other person who's probably doing the racism doesn't acknowledge it's racism, is that still remember, it's only seen in the eyes of one? Is it a mental illness, brother?
For someone to exhibit racist behavior, it's not mental health illness. It's not mental illness.
Are you aware of the conversations around this that have been going on for the last 10 years at least?
No. I don't. Yeah, I'm not privy to that still. You're trying to say that racism is a mental health condition? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, right, Reggie, let me try another way with you. Okay, so I'm saying that I'm in a job right now and I'm suffering racism in the job, right? You're also in the same job, but you're not seeing the racism that I'm saying I'm suffering from. You're not seeing it from the same point of view I'm seeing it. Is it a mental illness for me that I'm explaining this and you can't see it? Even though I'm telling you I'm going through this, I'm showing you all it, you're not acknowledging it. So in your head, you're seeing it as though this is all in my head, right? Is it a mental illness, bro, or is it something I'm actually experiencing?
No, it's something that you're experiencing.
Right, okay. Does that help, MA? Do you see?
Sorry, what was his answer?
No, I'm trying to give him a scenario. So I said to him that I'm in a workplace. I'm saying that he's also in the same workplace as me, yeah? I'm saying, Reggie, they're doing me bad. I'm suffering racism, but Reggie's not seeing the racism that I say that I'm suffering from. Yes. Is then that perceived as being a mental illness because I'm saying it is, and this is what I'm going through, but he's not seeing it as the way I'm saying it.
What did Reggie say?
I don't know. Reggie, what's your answer to that?
Well, I said yes, but it depends on the scenario. So if you say, for example, that, I am experiencing, what did I say? That I am experiencing abuse, but the abuse never happened, then that's just you making it up, right? But if you have actually experienced the racism, yes, of course, it's definitely justified.
Brother Reggie, all due respect here, brother. I want to focus on his racism and mental illness because I believe that, no disrespect, other people are going to try and get you to surround something which you're not going to be able to get out of anyway. Brother, I asked you a question. Is racism an illness? And you were diverting away from me. So I'm going to ask you, brother, are you aware what a phobia is?
Yeah. It's a rational fear of something.
Right. Yeah. Do you say an extreme phobia, right, is mental illness?
Extreme phobia is mental. Yeah.
It is.
Is OCD a mental illness? Like if you overly clean?
Hold on, beloved. So here's the thing, brother. Racism, brother, right? The fact that there is a system that has a phobia of if we don't control a particular people, we're not going to be able to have resources. We're not going to be able to survive. We're not going to be able to maneuver. We can say, brother, this is definitely a phobia and a mental illness. Now, when we're dealing with racism, brother, right, especially of non-African people an Africanist understand, right? Especially African people, we cannot fathom that there's a group of people that will go to extreme lengths to poison, to eradicate and genocide a particular people. We can't fathom that. This is why when we try to understand racism in an emotional way and that, it confuses us, because it's like, we wouldn't do that, right? But the fact that there is a system, brother, every day, mentally, psychologically, physically, right, producing types of mind control and subjugation on a particular people, brother, that is mental illness. You're in a religion, right, where the devil, right, which you say is, where he also suffers from that mental illness, right, of arrogance and fear and all these things. But yet still, brother, you understand that from a Christian perspective, but don't understand that there are people collectively on anaphobia disenfranchising another set of people who have not done nothing to them. What is going on?
My brother, this does not come under the social classification of mental health, what you're alluding to. At the end of the day, there are people that do bad things. We get that, but we don't put every bad thing as a mental health illness, including racism. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't fall under mental health issue. Even if someone was to kill someone tomorrow, a murderer, it doesn't mean it's a mental health issue. You get what I'm saying? It just means that person is evil and wicked. It's wickedness. You get what I'm saying? So let's keep it like on point. You get what I'm saying? Not going to like some sort of.
Well, this is what you're talking about is very much the established excuse me, the established position on whether racism is a mental health illness or not. And as if you know anything about, again, the DSM-5 and all of these, and I can't remember what the UK one is called. Things are being altered as we speak. Like the mental health industry, yeah, let's call it that, is amongst one of the most racist and dig your heels in industries that there is on the planet. It's even worse than the actual medical industry. The mental health industry is institutionally racist, right? And to even get things to be changed or to be spoken about is now impossible. There are so many clinical psychologists that have left the APA, which is the American Psychiatric Association, because people, they just don't want to listen, right? This is coming from all their men like Freud and these guys, and all of their particular opinions and all of the things that have come out of say even Nazi Germany and all of their psychological experiments and all that kind of stuff. These manuals are made up of a conglomerate of ideas that have come through racist ideologies of men, primarily, right, across time. So there's an article here that I'm reading, right? And it says the American Psychiatric Association does not list racism in its Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Health Disorders, the DSM, the Bible of psychiatrists worldwide. Note the Bible, you know. Most psychiatrists believe that racism is a cultural and social problem, not a matter of individual pathology. Harvard University psychiatrist Alvin Poussin thinks this is a mistake. He says extreme racism is treatable, and sometimes even lesser forms of racism are treatable because they have psychodynamics to them, he told Nightline. They don't exist as a social problem. They exist as psychological problems inside the individual. Poussin, who is Black, believes that racism, like other human behaviors, exists on a continuum, and that racism's extreme forms, in which a person has racist delusions that can lead to violence, should be considered a serious mental illness and be listed in the DSM. These conversations are being had, bro, right? And I think I can really understand kind of person you are and the kind of thought processes you have, whereby you have relatively conservative, liberal conservative views with regards to institutions and their word kind of being, do you know what I'm saying?
Be all and the end all.
Yeah, the be all and end all of everything. So I understand why you think the way you think, but I would suggest you need to kind of just be a bit more dynamic in your thinking, because these people aren't always right.
Yeah, big up, family. Big up.
Big up.
Big up, Maku. Handle your brother.
Jedi, man.
Oh, it's
Big
Jedi.
up, Jed.
Noted. Big up, Jed. Handle Reggie, please.
We all sound the same to you, don't we, ladies?
Shut up. You don't sound the same to me. You sound British, mate.
Oh, boy. Nah, my G, I don't know about that one. Maybe some people will class it as being the same mental health disorder. But anyway, some people even get training or re-education when it comes to racism. So maybe if you lot were happy for them to take it as mental health, so all they'll do is start making excuses for them that they're suffering from a mental health order. That's why they called you a black whatever. So
what's the problem with that? Why is that problematic? Why is it problematic for someone who's a racist, to get a diagnosis of having a mental health issue and getting help, and then actually helping them? Why is that a problem?
That's right.
It depends on on how it swings, because you could say that the person is mentally challenged, so therefore they didn't really fully understand what they were doing, because that's what happens. Mental health is often saying that you don't have the capacity to really.
So the racists understand. They don't understand.
Hang on, my brother. It's saying that you don't have the full capacity to take responsibility for your actions because you have a problem and it has not been treated. And then they'll turn you on these treatment things, and it will become a lifetime condition. And anytime you do something wrong, they say, "Oh,
no, sorry, you're wrong. No, wait. You're inserting this lifetime condition thing. Yeah, no one else did that, and they're not doing that either.
It can be a lifetime thing. It can be.
No, but you don't. But it's not even. But bro, it's not even a diagnosis. So how can you even say whether it's lifetime or not?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
No, I'm saying that it can be a lifetime, because that's what some mental health conditions can
but
be.
It's not a mental health condition. You just established that, right? So how can you can't have your cake and eat it? Either it is one and you're valid, you're making a valid point, or it's not one and you're not making.
I disagree that it is a mental health, but I'm saying that you lot.
So then, how can you say it's a lifetime? You're talking nonsense, man.
You lot that say it is, people can start saying in future that it is part of my mental health problem. So I could not help myself.
Yeah, but we haven't even got to the stage where the thing is even being investigated along those lines. Do you know what I'm saying? That conversation isn't even happening. Well, not in your world anyway, but that conversation hasn't happened where we can establish, okay, this person is racist, right? The racism that this person exhibits has either sprouted from their experience of the world today, or it came from their parents, or whatever the case may be. That's how racism entered their life, right? So when you can understand where the seed come from, then you can address it appropriately. But we haven't even got to that stage of having that conversation.
And obviously, mental health can manifest in racist views and behavior, right? So your mental health could lead you to thinking all black people out to kill you, or all white people are this, or all white. Do you know what I mean? Which in itself is racist, but it's spurred on by it. So you can be
like a snowball.
Mental health and have mental health and be racist, and part of your mental health could be racism. But they're not
paranoia, paranoia, yeah.
You know, for someone that's paranoid and mirror red, you add racism to that, or what they call it, radicalization, and boom,
cocktail,
yeah. But they are not they're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah. So look out, Cal, man. Look out.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
I was saying that it's not just the white man that's going to be, having to watch, because there's he thinks it's exclusively a white thing to be racist, but it can go both ways. People that obsess over this kind of rhetoric can easily fall into that.
You see, brother, I've said this before, and that this is why we have synchronization and unsynchronization, brother. Now, by me highlighting and living a certain lifestyle, brother, that is to protect my sanity. You see, a person, and this is why you got the thing called Stockholm syndrome, and that Why would I, brother, be in situations where I can clearly see that there are those who suffer with this mental illness of racism? That's
You
gonna
my
hold
brother.
on,
You,
brother. If you can allow me, right? That's going to use certain types of tactics to cause me to be mentally ill. No, brother, you have to be sane. Rather, you remove yourself as much as possible from the situation. You see, how do you know I haven't, brother? How do you know
because
I
you live
haven't?
in Birmingham, brother. You don't live in
Hold on,
Africa. You
brother,
don't live in,
brother. Let me explain something to you in that, right? First of all, right, by me living in England, you have no idea what I'm trying to do on the continent, brother. I've tried to explain this. We have to be very careful how you assume certain things. You see, by me living here, brother, there's certain things that I'm trying to sort out, and then I can go back to the continent. But here's the thing: when
So
I
have you
do,
moved yourself as much as possible?
brother, hold on, brother. When I do go back to the continent, though, brother, you do understand that there are certain types of systems, IMF loan and etc., that are controlling our beloved continent. So I'm still going to have to use certain strategies, brother, in order to maneuver. This is what you fail to realize. Now, what's wrong with that?
You've not removed yourself as much as possible. So you put yourself at risk of falling into that category at the moment. You know what I'm saying? Until you sort yourself out. So my case in point.
Because what you fail to realize, bro, is that one must understand the situation what we're going through as a people. Now, when we go back to Africa, brother, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, our family on the African continent, they don't need unsynchronized African diaspora going over there, brother, and coming with unsynchronization. You see, brother,
Reggie. They don't need a Reggie coming back home. Yeah, we know.
They don't need all that, brother, because by us going over there and having that, you're increasing certain things. So while we are here, brother, we must sort ourselves out mentally, physically, etc. And then when we do go over there, brother, we're in the routine of building and helping out. They don't need unsynchronization, brother Reggie. I'm telling you, they don't need for you to go over there with your, a non-African partner or certain types of rhetoric to destroy certain. They don't need that, brother. We have to be synchronized, and this is where you fail to realize. All due respect, yeah.
Is that what you're waiting for? You're waiting for us all to be synchronized, and then you'll take yourself out of the risk or the environment of the.
I'm saying that white wing rhetoric you got. If you don't like it, go home. That's
what
at the end
exactly
of
he's
the
telling
day,
us. That's
you know
what
what I
he's telling
mean?
us.
Black people, I believe, inhabited the earth at some stage, innit? We're allowed to be anywhere we want to be. Now, there's no one that can tell me I can't reside in Africa and I can't reside in Caribbean and I can't reside in England or Asia or wherever.
He wasn't listening, and it's not your fault.
No, I know what you're saying. You're saying if you complain about somewhere, you shouldn't live there. But I'm saying that
exactly what he's saying.
Right wing rhetoric that you're spitting is washed. Because black people, the earth belongs to us as a whole.
That's not what I said.
No, but that's what you're insinuating, though.
No, that's not what I was insinuating either. It was very clear what Kel said. He said that if he would not put himself in an environment where the ice people are, where he could be, at risk of.
I never said that, brother. You see, what I said was, I never said, brother. You see, brother. No, what I said was, right, if there is a mental illness of racism, I'm going to try my best as much as possible to remove myself from. So hold on, brother, hold on. So for example, where I'm from, brother, right, I understand it's African descendants and there's Asian descendants, right? But my neighborhood, brother, right, is full of East Africans, West Africans. You understand what I'm saying, brother? Right? Because I understand by me being around that, it's better for my mind. You see? That don't mean, brother, that I've completely removed what I'm trying to avoid, because there's a mental illness of racism, brother, where non-African people, it's very difficult for them to start practicing unethical code of conduct. African people, it's difficult, which is why when you go into these religious groups, brother, and then the thing they bring it in there as well. How can you bring unethical code of conduct in the house, the creator, but because I understand them, I remove myself from those situations. Just like I understand why me marrying a non-African woman, right? It doesn't mean that physically they're horrible. No, we all got our own beauty, but I understand because they're coming from that community, right? They're going to subconsciously leak out certain types of unethical code of conduct, which could affect my kids, which can affect the whole household. So I understand I remove myself as much as possible because racism is mental illness, which African people haven't sorted out yet. And they believe that we're just mentally ill as African people, and they fail to realize you are mentally ill too by using these types of treatment systems and strategies. Disfranchise Africa.
And you know what? Yeah, when people say that, you know, black people are just being like white people by being quote unquote racist or whatever. Like largely, what we're doing really is we're just protecting ourselves with the only tools that we have. Yeah, for me, is to avoid circumstances where I have to experience this shit. It's that simple, and I have experienced it, and I don't like it, so I don't want it around me. You get me?
Yeah.
Like I know when I see it, I'm not stupid. I know when I see it. I see the small little aggressions and that. I see the big ones. I see the aggression within systems. I see all of that, man. And I try to navigate it. I have to fucking code switch and do all this shit in it. I got to do all of that.
Exactly.
Just to survive. When I was, you know, don't get me wrong. In Africa, you're gonna come up against a whole other set of problems, innit?
Right.
Like, that's just fact. But I know that one of the problems I didn't experience was racism.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah,
I'd rather take a chance with my people, Ems. As I said, I've been living in the Caribbean, maybe no. I'd rather take a chance with mine. Even though you're gonna get heartbreak, you're gonna get a lot of disencouragement. Sometimes they're gonna make you feel like humans ain't shit.
Trust me.
I'd rather just stick with them. I'm not gonna lie, man. For my sanity's sake, to protect myself and isolate me and my family from the continued barrage of racism we've received since we come here.
That's right.
And you know what? There's a lot of Europeans that don't know themselves, innit? They just don't know themselves. They can't track and trace how they're thinking, their thought processes. In fact, they're largely not even forced to do that kind of work. They can just be and carry on, and then anytime something is pointed out, you're the problem instead of them.
Right.
Nah, man.
That's right. And that's what Brother Reggie doesn't understand. We have a right to do strategies.
So sorry to cut you, bro, because I have to take on the consideration of the people that came before, man, because they fucking got nicked and they got beat up and they went through struggles, innit? And I have to take on the considerations of them. I don't know whether it's passed on trauma or whatever it is, but it's like I can't stop like empathizing for them. You get I'm there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Got told to go home after they built families there.
Trust me, I tell you what, yeah, the area that I live in,
which the black woman built up, people forget about these things. They forget about it.
Real. And brother Kel, you know what? Yeah, I remember having a conversation with Sniper about racism a few years ago, right? And Sniper grew up in an area where man was getting called monkey and all these kind of things in his area, innit? I grew up. I think I'm 10 years his junior. Around about 10 years his junior, and I grew up in an area, whereby I've never heard the word in my life. You understand? Up until up until now, when you got these foolish youths using the word like flippantly and that, I'd never suffered what I could have deemed to be racism a single day in my life up until I left the ends. You understand? Up until that point. So my reality was different. But the only reason my reality was different, because people like my granduncle and all the, Basil Jarvis and all these guys from the ends, from the man them that were on the front line on All Saints Road, all of them are the reason why I didn't have to suffer that shit. Because the Teddy boys were everywhere. My mum had to take different routes to go to school and to come home because of these Teddy boys. So the only reason, but don't get me wrong, I see racism now in the ends. I see it in it, and it's like it's always bubbling under the surface. You don't quite, what I'm saying, people act like it's not there, and largely these white people are too scared to even flex like that. But sometimes you see it. Listen, I've seen big white people on the road shouting all kind of madness, and everyone's like, "Are you crazy? You want to die today?" Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's there under the surface at all times, isn't it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But there's some of us like to forget, or some of us
Yeah.
like to, there's a go pub and flex with these type of people. Listen, I live near, I got a pub near me. Yeah, every Saturday there'll be some shout of racism. Trust me. Trust me. I don't know why. Maybe because of the climate that we're in or whatever. But yeah, man.
And MA, Kit, Kel, all the other brothers and sisters, I do not dwell on racism. I couldn't give two fucks about racism. I can't show racism to any institution or banking people I'm working with, or any bill that comes through the door. I can't write racism on the check and send it to them, and the light's still going to be on. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? So I don't care about it. I'm just making my nose apparent, and it affects my brothers and sisters, isn't it?
Yeah,
If you want me to stop doing that, that's shame on you.
But we, as I said, we do have a right to use strategies to protect our sanity, and I think that's where our beloved brother Reggie doesn't seem to understand. Where our elder IC3, if you'd channel it a different way, then it could maneuver. But nevertheless, if you're going against the system, I mean, some of our heroes said this yesterday, and that they were sectioned, for speaking. I mean, P. Newton, he was, and alive. You know what I mean? Althea Jones, the member of the Black Panther Party, who my family's met, they tried to do it with her as well. You see what I'm saying? From Trinidad, who's based in London. So this thing of IC what is going through, this is nothing new. This is, this is standard. But we have a right to protect ourselves. We have a right to protect our mind.
You just egg on these people into delusion of thinking that.
No, see, why are you doing that, Reg? This is my problem with you. You insert things that are unnecessary. No one's egging on. No, stop. No one's egging on. Why do you need to speak like that, bro? About egging on, like our input into the conversation and input into the brothers' opinions, IC3's opinions, is just this blind. Like we're rallying cheerleaders. Like, shut up, man. That's not what we're doing, bro. We have proper conversations with IC3. We agree on some things, we disagree on some things, but you want to make it out like we ourselves are crazy and we're not rational people. Shut up, man. Like, stop doing that, bro. We're not doing it because we're not doing that. We're not egging on IC3.
You are egging on
like
that.
No,
we're not doing that. No, we're not doing that.
The equation, we're talking about mental health in general, man. I don't know why you keep bringing up IC3's name.
Yeah, we said this hours ago, Reggie. I don't know why you even managed to take it back to IC3 so many times.
Have you got selective hearing or something? Did you not hear that?
Why are you set on me, MJ? Why are you so set on that?
No, because she blamed me for bringing it back to IC3 when clearly it was Kel that mentioned IC3. So don't try
Reggie, I'm talking about hours ago. I've let it go because there's no point in me just constantly saying the same thing. But it was you who kept bringing it back to IC3.
Well, I stopped talking about IC3 and it's Kel. And I was
a few of us have mentioned this. A few of us have mentioned it.
We've gone through the whole mental act. We've swerved to IC3. Forget him.
Yeah. Well, why? I don't know why you're telling me. You should.
No, it's not Reggie. I've raised his name before, so you know what I'm saying.
But the thing is, MA, I literally said from the beginning of when I started speaking, I said to him, like, bro, like, let's park IC3 to the side. I literally said these words, so I'm not understanding why he keeps saying that we want to give excuses or I don't get it. Because I literally said to him, we push him to the side. Let's just deal with the mental health part and the Mental Health Act. And he doesn't want to do that. I don't get it, Reg. Like, behave yourself, man.
I don't think raising his name is a problem. I think the problem is the context in which you're raising his name to say that we're egging him on. Like, that's irresponsible.
He's a big man. He must.
I don't know what you're doing. I don't know
you're egging him on. There's no advice. There's no advice.
There's no advice. Did you not hear Kale say advice to him? Not hear that.
What, yesterday?
No, today and yesterday.
Well, obviously not here. So today I heard him think. I heard him give advice at the same time. He's saying.
So then why are you lying then?
No, at the same time. When at this point,
Reggie,
when I've at this
I'm
point,
saying you're a charlatan, man.
When I've responded, he has alluded to some sort of misdiagnosis that he doesn't think
Nah, I'm saying the advice that Kel gave him was fine, man. You don't even remember what the advice, because you're stuck on your same rhetoric. You just, you know what I mean? You go over points too much, Rich, man. You understand what you're saying. But the advice what Kel gave IC3 was fine, man. If he can use his energy in a different way and find some more black people to relate to, some of the questions, what he's burning desire questions, they'll be answered. Do you know what I mean?
There's no problems with the question in the right context. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
You see, I think the problem is, Emma, is what Reggie's trying to make out to the audience is basically this. We as the black community don't acknowledge mental health. We don't acknowledge that there's any form of mental health in the black community. And therefore, we'll just make any excuses for mental health. And that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to make him say, okay, there is cases where there is justified cases of mental health. And there's other cases where people are just being misdiagnosed. It's just that simple.
Everybody knows that.
He's making it into a bigger issue than it needs to be. I don't get it, Reg. Like, yeah.
Well, I told Reggie. I told Reggie to stop doing this me against you or us against them business, because it's not always that. You know what I'm saying? We've taken a good couple of hours to go through the DSM, to go through the Mental Health Act, to go through all like a proper intellectual conversation, you know. And then you're gonna come at the end of it with this kind of foolish comment. Like, stop it, man.
It's not a foolish comment. I was responding to Kel's foolish comment when he said that, IC3, he doesn't think IC3 should have been sectional.
What did he say? What did he say? What did he actually say?
Yeah. That's what he said. That's when I responded.
That's not what he didn't say that.
Yeah. He just confirmed that he said that. What are you talking about? You're lying again, man. MA. Can you not hear what he's saying?
Relax. Kale, say what you said again.
But you're saying things that are content, right? I don't believe he's mentally ill. You see? I don't believe that he is. What he's suffering is he's realized about the system, and he's not channeling it in the right way, and he's going to the same people who have created that system, or descendants of that system, thinking that they're going to help him out, and they're going to make it worse for him, because his message, which a lot of us need to realize, we don't understand the law of the land, we don't know IC1, IC2, IC. We don't know those things. That's very powerful. It's political science, but at the same time, because they understand he's giving awareness, they have to tarnish him to make him look mad. So black people can say, well, we are with what the system says he's mad, and what he's saying is making him mad, so we should stop doing it. I get the political science, what they're doing, but he shouldn't be sectioned for that. He needs to be helped by us as a people, and we are doing it. Sometimes he's on Brother Raven's show. He goes on Brother Jedi's and Snipers, and we're challenging, you know what I mean? So it's not like there's no help there for him. He just needs to put the action of maybe funding, maybe being part of certain institutions where, like, okay, I'm going to teach the youth this. Maybe, not even maybe, he should be working, perhaps go undercover in the European institutions for a bit, if he can, and then get the money and build his own business, or get a loan.
There's bad things he could do. The bad things he could do. God, lad, when he was mentally challenged back in the days, fam, we used to have a plate of food for you. We used to have little jobs for you. If you wasn't like, IC3 could even be like a teacher's assistant.
Yeah.
You get what I'm trying to show you? Like, I'm telling you, we'd have had a job for him. Do you get what I'm trying to tell you? Back in the day, even if it was to go to the shop, man would have had a job for you, blood, and made sure you. IC3's a clean man, innit?
Very. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? To me, I can't see a problem in the parents, and I've never felt threatened around the brother or anything like he's gonna move to man or whatever. So I don't know, man.
Sorry, Reggie, do you think that people that don't work, so people that are unemployed for extended periods of time, have a mental health problem? Just out of curiosity.
That's someone that is what?
People who are out of work and on job seekers allowance for extended periods of time have a mental health problem. I'm just curious.
No.
Because it seemed like that was him not being in work was one of the criteria that you were using to confirm his mental health status.
No, I just wanted to look. I wanted to look at his job situation because of the fact that part of your well-being sometimes is to have a more of a sociable life. So part of a lot of people's social life is work, by the way. And he gave us some information on that side of things. And if you if you were there yesterday, I don't think you was there, mate. But if you were there, a lot of people would have realized that he mentioned that he sees going to Speaker's Corner on a Sunday.
I was there. I heard it. I heard all of that. I heard all of that.
As work, and he basically, me as a taxpayer, my taxes and a lot of other taxpayers is what is being used under the system of white supremacy to support his living. You get what I'm saying? So
what's your point?
Like,
what's your point? Why did you raise that point?
So I raised that point because it's a fact. So right now, because of the fact that
I'm done.
Brother.
Your taxes also fund wars in other people's countries. Are you bothered about that?
Right now, because of that little fact there, he has got plenty of time to come online and propagate his views on white supremacy, while the rest of us have to go and work. And
that's a separate argument. That's got nothing to do with his mental health status. Bro.
What does have something to do with status?
Brother Kel, I've found this panel Jedi show specifically, and saw a sister, and well, not a sister, a woman, a daughter of Europe, she came on there and said she ain't worked since Kylie Minogue was in Neighbours.
Right.
But the Jupiter, and no one ever batted the eyelids. No one ever said nothing. You know what I'm saying? No one ever cast no aspersions on her mental state. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So work, which the price is right, has been on television.
It's definitely on synchronization from our beloved.
Synchronization. You see, the thing is, there are some people that have claimed here and insinuated that there's some sort of someone in the profession or something, and they know about mental health and how the assessment runs. And one thing they'll realize is that part of the assessment is to find out where the person's social circumstance. You get what I'm saying? And whether the person is working is actually relevant. You get what I'm saying? And to ascertain this information is nothing. There's nothing wrong with it. You can get a picture. You know what I'm saying? Especially when someone is so much hellbent on this ideology that they're trying to push. You need to.
You have to say the same about Jupiter, because she was hellbent.
We're not talking about Jupiter at the moment, are we?
No, I'm just saying she was hellbent and she ain't got a job. She never had a job.
You can talk about Jupiter if you want. If you want to claim.
No, I'm just saying that if you're going to use that, that's vague logic. That logic's too vague.
You see, this what aboutism?
But there is on
But see,
synchronization,
Reggie,
Brother
what I
Reggie.
want you to
There is.
sorry to cut you, Kel. I want to say to you, 1 second. I want to say to you, Reggie, you see when you're saying about IC3 coming up here in his obsession with this thing, I hope you do acknowledge when he comes on here, he also says that he likes coming on here. He likes the challenges and the debates on what he's saying because it helps him to strengthen his whole thing, right? So he likes to see the back and forth. Yep, he actually says that he comes on here for that fact.
That's right.
So when you're taking it as his obsession, he's taking it as no, this is him perfecting his thing.
Yep.
So Reggie, what do you say to that?
I 100% agree that he's not the only person who I believe comes onto these platforms for some sort of therapeutic treatment. You get what I'm saying? It's therapy for a lot of people. And that in itself, I don't think is all.
You misunderstood what Lady D said, brother. He comes on there to make sure his blueprint, right, is being challenged so we can modify. That don't mean that he's going through mental illness, brother. You got to be careful with certain languages, brother. This is unsynchronized because sometimes you do have to test your blueprint, right, to see if it really is modified for those that you're calling to. And he's made it perfectly clear that's why he does it. You see, but you can't say he's mentally ill because me as a Pan-Africanist, brother, all the Pan-Africanists, brother, they've always had a form of script or what they call it, mantra to call the people. We don't do freestyling because here's the thing with freestyling. Freestyling makes you go off topic. Freestyling makes you be diverted. But if you have some form of a script, right, that you can navigate to tackle certain issues, it keeps everybody ordered and synchronized. You understand? I definitely agree with that. In religion, the prophets, they had a script. You would know about that. They all had some
Exactly.
form of a curriculum. So he's doing the same thing. When I came on the panels, right, people thought that I was mentally ill. I was all these things, and they may still believe in that. But they didn't understand that the way how we call, right, not to say that my way is the best way, right, but there has to be some form of a criterion, a curriculum, a structure of how to convey the message throughout people's mind. As what the Honorable Marcus Garvey says, you do have to capitalize on the identity, because you can have all these religion things like that, but you still will die and come into the world as an African if you are from that type of background. And that's what we literally do. It's not manipulation, it's facts. You see? So what is wrong with him having a script which is based upon understanding the law of the land to people?
Your brother Kel, I think more to the point, you know, the establishment, the white establishment, the white man's establishment needs to be checked, because a lot of it is redundant, it's outdated, it's not good enough. Bottom line. Because if I was to put it to you like this, the standard of proof needed to ruin, you know, your average white man's reputation, it could be minimal. I'm not going to argue that. But the standard of proof needed to ruin a black man's reputation is next to nothing. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, and the fact that we know that, we could prove it. Like, look at the other day, where's Mason Greenwood? But all of a sudden, him and the girl was friends. Like, what's going on? Like, brother, look at the thing we did with the IC3 just yesterday. He's telling us his story. The guy never committed a crime. He never did nothing wrong. They specifically told him to do these things and played this game with him, and then acted like he was crazy. And that's not fair, brother. And if a black man can have his reputation destroyed so easily, we got a problem we got to deal with, guys. Yeah, and the white people, maybe Kel's right. Maybe we need to stop going to them. Because at the end of the day, you know, you lot should be checking your people and saying you lot should know better as well. Because at the end of the day, you know, like, how does a man
if you don't like
them?
how they move and you don't agree with it, then you don't go to them. It's as simple as that.
I hear you. I just subjugate them. That's what I do. I put them beneath me. This is what I do. You see, when people don't act right, I put them beneath me. I say, you know what? You're no longer on the level, innit? So anytime I interact with you, anytime I deal with you, I'm gonna deal with you like I am the authority. Now, obviously, I appreciate that there is an authority, but I'd say that, you know, as black people, we have to take this stance when dealing with corporations or institutions like the police, the social service, whoever it may be. We have to take that stance, and we have to enforce our viewpoints, and we have to make them see the error of their ways one way or another, because it will happen. I'm telling you, but obviously some of us aren't that powerful in it. Some of us will bow to the system. Some of our sisters will sell us out and say, oh, he's mentally ill because he's talking about something too much. No, he's just focused on the issue and is not going to stop until it's resolved.
But you know what? At the end of the day, you know, the beneath me thing, we heard what you're saying, but the beneath me thing is neither here nor there. Do you get it?
No, it's not though, brother. No, brother. The beneath me thing is a mindset. Brother, you see, the thing is, you see, if you walk into a room with kids in the room, you immediately assume authority. This is something you do, because you know at some point one of these kids is going to play up. They're going to do something wrong. So when around white people, you have to do the same thing. Immediately, you have to assume authority, and you have to assume that one of them is going to do the wrong thing and prepare yourself for it.
So, Shifa, are you saying that we shouldn't be labeling people too quickly with mental health problems?
1,000, and I think especially with black people,
was it wrong
way
then?
too quickly.
So was it wrong for you to try to label 3 different people in the space of an hour with mental health illnesses last week?
I'm not a mental health doctor, nor am I the social services, nor am I any type of authority. So your argument just shows your level of intelligence. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it there. And can we just stick to the subject?
Yeah. But no matter
I'm sure we put our emotions aside,
And listen, no matter with
my emotions are well in check. Don't you worry about that. But I would like to engage the fact that, you know, as black people, we have no choice but to take caution when among white people. We have to throw caution to the wind. What are we going to do with that? And at the end of the day,
that's how you live your life.
It makes Brother Kel and IC3 right. It makes Brother Kel and
in your whole
IC3
life
right,
and outside.
which is why brothers like Kel, I will always
You're surrounded by white people, Shifa.
And obviously, Kel, you know, if you was ever to call on a brother and say, you know what, we've got a good cause that we're trying to, you know, put together, make our own community, I'm there, brother, because you're that type of brother, like, you know. And I think that a lot of brothers need to be waking up to this way of thinking, Don't get me wrong. You can still have white friends. You can still talk to white people. I'm not saying that white people are demons or nothing. It's not all white people are bad even. It's just that we have to throw caution to the wind when around them.
Yeah, you can't. It's not about. That's how I always say. You have to separate personal relationship and political science relationship. We're not saying that there's something, they're hideous. No, what we're saying is there's a problem, and we need to politicize how to maneuver to help our people. You see, that's all we're saying, and also military as well to protect the black woman, the black man, and children. Now, to non-African people who don't believe in that, I'm insane. That's insanity. They'll probably want to section me and stuff like that. But the reality of it, nobody likes oppression. So why should I submit to oppression when I don't believe African people have been put on the earth to serve and be subjugated for other people's need? I refuse to believe in it. I'm going to die that way too. And that's just the reality of it.
Well, some of us are too powerful to subjugate, Brother Kel, and this is the issue they have with us. When we get into that militant mode, we are not letting go. We're like a dog with a bone. We are not letting go. That bone gonna break before you take this thing from me. Do you understand? And I think that at the end of the day, as long as we can understand the issue and see, how our brothers are being abused by the system, there's a duty upon us to stand up for these rights that we should be reinforcing.
Hey, brother, them numbers are way too high. You see the numbers what Brother MA presented today? Them numbers are way too high. 370 something out of every 100,000 black men are getting sectioned. And when it comes
compared to the 75 white or whatever it was,
that bit made me think bomber club.
I know.
Yeah.
As much as I knew it was higher, I didn't expect it to be like that high.
Yeah,
it's five times higher. Times 5.
That made me think twice, man. So
Yo, MA Brown, can I be honest with you, brother? I don't mean to sound like I'm making movie quotes, but it's kind of like the Matrix, bro. Because you see, when one of our brothers wakes up, he's now a problem. I'm telling you, and this is why, don't get me wrong, that I might even know some stuff, but I know what to talk about and what not to talk about, in what situation and X, Y, Z.
Yeah, man, I hear that.
And
You know what?
that,
When Conscious Capes first started coming on, one of the things I said to him is if he doesn't channel his thing, and listen and learn from the elders and whatever, he's gonna end up like one Briano in the ends, who's he just beats drum all day on the road, and he's angry. Angry. He's like a 70s baby as well. We know him in the ends, innit? And he's got a beautiful soul, but he's just angry. It's very difficult to speak to him, and he's just on his ones. Like it's hard to see him. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you'll see him, and you can see he's got nothing. Do you know what I mean? But he hasn't strayed from his convictions. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's very easy to end up like that. We all have to navigate this thing, but it's best to navigate it in community and not on your own.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. Brothers, when I feel they're trying their hardest for the community, man, I support them no matter what, man. Because really, words are cheap, isn't it? It's works that I do.
Yeah.
If I see that you're trying to support, I'm going to try and rally around you, innit? Fuck it. Or at least show support from a distance. I won't have nothing bad to say about it, man.
So, MA, I was just wondering, based on that report that they've put out and knowing these statistics or given the statistics that they're putting out there, what are they doing to address the problem, or what are they saying they're doing to address the problem?
So, right now, I believe there are two. There's a number of things in it. Well, a number of things that are being addressed, a number that are not, and then a number of things that are being addressed by the Black community themselves. So it's a bit of a minefield at the moment. But in terms of, first and foremost, Black or African-centered mental health organizations, there's currently only 2. There used to be, I think, up to about 15 to 20 across the country. Now we only have one in Birmingham, Patty Gift Center. I think probably Kale might know about that one. And one in the ends locally. So, but even those organizations struggle. Do you know what I'm
Right,
saying?
and
So
is that
everything-
down to funding those type of issues?
funding, to be able to actually have a practice of that kind, you have to make an argument to say that the practice is needed,
Right.
And often the criteria for selection is still dependent on this DSM or the IO10 or whatever it's called, which is the diagnostic tools that the establishment use to make that argument. So you almost have to you have to do extra work to produce enough evidence to suggest that not only, because the issue is this, right? If more black people are being detained, right, and more black people are being diagnosed or even misdiagnosed, right, that's one thing. But obviously the social conditions are what seems to be producing much of the malady. Do you know what I'm saying?
Didn't he say it was the
So-
glass ceiling that made him crack though? Sorry, not to be making a pun or anything, but is that not what he literally said? He said it was the glass ceiling and it was the management, X, Y, Z, that he fell out with, and he felt that
Yeah, but
he wasn't given the same opportunity.
well, Shifa, let's not talk about, Mary MJ's question was more general, right? And I think you're going back into a specific. So let's just deal with
Yeah,
the
no, I'm just
general.
saying, obviously, to expand on what you're saying.
But the social condition is what is where the root of the problem is. Apart from those people who have like hereditary mental health issues or mental health issues that like can't be dealt with by altering their social environment, you know what I'm saying? And there are people like that, clearly, right? Apart from that, those other people who are being sectioned based on their social condition, they're in, beneath the poverty line, or they live in, dilapidated housing. Social housing alone is a massive contributory factor. Do you know what I'm saying? So there are other areas of people activity that really require to be looked at and changed in that. So they have to do that, and they don't want to do that because that's down to the government, that's down to multinational corporations, neocolonialism, neocolonial crisis management, and whatever. Look at Grenfell, right? There's a whole slew of issues that the government cannot possibly and do not possibly want to deal with. So rather than dealing with the source, they're dealing with the symptom, right? Rather than dealing with the problem, they're dealing with the symptom. The symptom is mental illness in the black community. So even when they're dealing with the symptom, it's still a problem. The problem is that mental health issues are often cultural issues, right? As opposed to issues that, say, a certain black person would have wherever they went. Yeah, wherever they went, they would have this issue. No, that's not the case. Some people have an issue. Some people don't even have an issue until they get to this country. When they were back home, they were fine. It just so happens that there was conflict and war, and economic prospects were bleak, and so they end up coming to the UK, and that's when the mental illness begins, right? Because they're out of context. They're in a suboptimal environment. Yeah, which means they're not in an environment that is constructed in an optimal fashion for their well-being. Do you understand? This is common knowledge in the industries of psychology and psychotherapy. It's common knowledge. So, in terms of what are they actually doing, they will not plow money into culturally or cross-cultural therapies the way that they should. They really should be doing that in a massive way, and they don't really want to do it. Right?
Yeah, that's because they want to make us like them. That's the whole point.
Yeah, 100%. The criteria, like, don't get me wrong. So, like, the Oremi Center, which is the one local to me, and then the Patty Gift Center, they're doing amazing work. Yeah, and my diploma was with them. Right? They're doing amazing work, and they're pushing things forward slowly, bit by bit. Right? But
is that not a form of racism, though?
Yeah, of course it is, but it's only through pressure that are coming from the black community, from the professionals within the black community that's even making these changes. If they didn't put the pressure on, nothing would change. Yeah, and things are even worse in the United States. So, they want to solve the problem the way they want to solve the problem, but unfortunately, the problem that they're trying to solve is beyond their capacity to solve. You know what I'm saying? It's really up to the people in our community to equip themselves, train themselves, get the knowledge and institution build so that we can protect our own people from any kind of negative cultural impact, which is totally avoidable. Number one, if we have our own methods of incubating ourselves, or number two, we dust. You get me? And neither of those two things are
Yeah, but MA,
guaranteed to work. You know what I'm saying? But
sorry, brother. I know you probably had a few more paragraphs, but you were talking a bit long. I just wanted to say one thing quickly. Yeah, you've got these people. Yeah, like, I know many people who've been in this situation. Yeah, I've got a friend who's in this situation currently. Yeah, he lives next door to this old white lady. Yeah, and every minute she's calling the police about something. Now, things like that, I think she should be the one getting sectioned, but they won't say nothing to them. They'll just let her keep calling the police, keep disturbing the man's peace, disturbing his life. And he ain't done nothing to her. Don't even chat to her. You know? I don't get it. But like, I know there's many people who've been in these type of situations where, you know, someone like, especially when it's racism like that blatant racism, because it's not like the man works, you know, he goes to work, he goes home like every other person. He ain't doing no crime. He ain't doing nothing out of the ordinary with his life. On the weekend, he's got a little studio. He might go in the studio, make a little music or whatever, turn up a little bit. That's as bad as his life gets. But this person keeps calling the police on them, and it's like,
what happens when they call the police?
What happens when they call the police is now the police will come, and obviously, say that my man's playing his music, they might ask him to turn it down. But we all know, you see, when it's before a certain time, you can't tell me shit. What are you doing? So the police can't really do nothing, but they keep turning up. Now, a couple of times they might have turned up, man may have been bunning the zoo and just trying to relax, and now he's getting hassled by police, and they won't go away. Do you know like that? Now they're asking even more questions. They want to, like, I don't know, bro. It's just causing disruption in his life, innit? And I think that, to me, like, either way, the police can't do nothing, innit? If you're in your house bunning the zoo, they can't do nothing, innit? It's not like he's been arrested or nothing, but it's the inconvenience. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? And it's like, someone shouldn't be allowed to do that to another person. That's mental health. What IC3 was doing was not bothering anybody. But some of these people that's got these behaviors, we really should be checking these issues, because some of them, like some of the man them are going to be in that situation. It's going to drive them mad. I know one brother in particular, it did drive him mad. He ended up flipping out, ended up in jail because of it. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So it's like, we should really be checking these issues and making them deal with their issues and stop just looking at us like we're the issue.
Yeah, but how we do that is for example, there is an African descendant licensed psychiatrist by the name of Dawn Walters, a friend of the family. She's got her own petition and stuff, and I've sent it in the group. This is one of the things we're referring to. I was telling the elder IC3 is that when you get these energies, right, we need to be part of institutions. Now I've sent that in the link. That's for us as a people, so we can get holistic.
I like that one. Make sure you put that link in there now. I want to copy that.
It's in there already, brother. It's in already. The second thing I want to say is that IC3 and a lot of us should be part of the ADPAC by DECON. Now, DECON ADPAC organization, it covers all those things, the school pipeline, what goes on, and etc. This is where when you get that energy, it's like, I got to do something. Bam, organization, boom, this, that. You understand what I'm saying? And that is how you channel the energy of these institutions. Like brother M.A., we got to him. He went on the continent and he's doing some great things. I was watching the show brother M.A. with you and Shakara and and he's come to Birmingham many times. That's how I got, I've known his father for a long time, etc. And what you're doing, brother, is fantastic. But at the same time, he's channeling the energy. What brother M.A. is doing, right? And that's what we have to do. Channel the energy. When we get that awoken feeling, bam, I've got to sort this institution out. I'm going to join this, I'm going to join that. And you'll find that your mind will be restored, right? But if we're not doing that and we're just sitting on the YouTube and things like that, you're going to destroy yourself, because your purpose is to use this energy to create other energies to synchronize, and that's all I'm going to say, man. But it's in
why is our culture so demonized though? Because it seems that only when our culture intertwines with theirs or is similar to theirs, it's seen as okay. But the moment it doesn't synchronize with their culture, all of a sudden it's demonized. It's wrong. It's crazy. It's whatever they want to call it.
what happens is we got taught not to trust each other. Nigerians don't trust Jamaicans, don't trust Ghanaians. It's a trust thing, isn't it? Where we don't really sometimes care about each other. Because we know all the people that brother Kel just mentioned, they're all blessed people. Dean, all of these doctor people,
All of them. That's right.
all blessed people, but we're going to try and find something to say that they're not blessed.
Yeah.
And why should we work with them and fuck them and all this and that? Instead of just giving them a chance. You know what I
Can
mean?
we do solution though rather than excuses? Because I think solutions are better than excuses all the time. I don't know, but we can sit here and say we can't do this because of this, and I just want to know why is it that our culture always gets demonized? I don't want to hear because this person ain't gonna agree with this. I don't care who agrees with you. Why is the system demonizing us?
It's hard. It's bare years of brainwashing, you know. We have to unlearn all the shit that we've learned already. Do you get me?
Yeah, but what is the agenda?
No.
Sorry, I don't understand. I need the question to be clarified because be
I'm
specific.
trying to clarify. I'm saying, why does the system seek to demonize our culture? Why is that on the agenda? Why? What is the purpose of that? What is the end goal?
Well,
where does that lead us to?
Yeah, go on, Kel.
I will read what Benjamin Franklin says in his quote. He says that, how are we going to control the economics? How are we going to disenfranchise African people who love their people, love themselves, immerse in the economics and immerse in the spirituality? We have to take the identity in that, right? We are the created first people, brother, and we are genetically dominant. We have historical achievement, and our intellectual potential in inventions and sports, etc., is too much. They have to control that, because if you allow that to prosper, brother, we rule the world again. And that don't mean subjugating on African people, but they understand that everything that they use came from us. So as a Pan-Africanist nationalist, right, we believe that our culture belongs to us. So anytime you're hearing the patois or any form of African dialect being misappropriated, we should say, non-African people, this is method acting. You're inappropriating my culture, and we don't like it. But what we do is, brother, because we want to be accepted, we overlook and allow them to come in there. There was a guy who came on Brother Jedi's channel, or Snipes, and he was from the mountain region, and he said, right, the patois and the African Caribbean culture, we can use it because it's now English. Now, I'm not surprised him saying that, but the question is, brother, why don't we have the African conscience to say this belongs to us? It doesn't belong to you.
Brother, are you saying that they want to usurp our information?
Most definitely.
All right, that would be a much simpler. Do you see where I'm going with this? Because we could shorten some of this down a little bit. And yeah, but I could continue though. But please, if you could. Yeah.
It doesn't take away the fact, brother, that they want to control our genetical, historical, intellectual potential. As I said to you, brother, right, when you keep having this multicultural thinking, right, you're going to allow them to come in. Now, it is true, brother. Some of us African descendants, we have mixed ancestry, right, due to certain things. It is true. Some of us, we have non-African grandparents. Some of us have parents that are non-African. It is what it is. But at the same time, you're still supposed to, brother, control what belongs to you. You can never go to the mountain people, brother, and control their culture and their food. They'll kick you out.
Are you saying really we shouldn't be going to the university then? That shouldn't be one of our aspirations? Because
what I'm saying is, brother,
what that entails is us actually sharing our minds and our information with them also, because we're going to end up in their establishment and running their thing.
What I'm saying is, brother,
no, I think you're missing it, Shifa. What he's saying is, what he's saying is, you can go to those establishments, you can go and pop, but we've got to guard our thing. We mustn't allow other people to control what is ours, and that's the problem.
That's right. That's right. You see, going to university, learning, whatever, and then building up your people, not integrating with them. Oh, now I can sit with them and build up their establishment. No, brother, you use what you've learned and build up ours. We don't seem to do that. And this is the problem.
Really learning, and we're the ones teaching, but we just don't know it yet.
Sorry, is it just me that's gone quiet? Yeah, is everyone gone quiet?
No, you're good. You're good. Wait on me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I said, what if when we're not learning? What if we're the ones teaching, but we just don't know it?
You know, well,
What if
because
we are the study?
So I've been in these institutions, right? And there is, sorry, I weren't really tracking the whole conversation, so I don't really know what Kale was saying. But based on what you're saying, yeah, when you're in, so first and foremost, yeah, the knowledge that we have in general among the Black people, them on the panels at the very least, but in the community, much of that comes through these institutions in the first place, right? So if there was no engagement with these institutions, we'd have nothing. We'd have nothing. We haven't created our own telescopes. We haven't done our own scientific studies. We haven't, you know what I'm saying? We don't own the archaeological sites that have been dug up and that by the Europeans. Like, we'd have nothing. So the engagement with these institutions has to happen, but it has to happen with a level of sorry, my wife is doing the washing up. Sorry, but
yeah, but what if that's all part of the plan, MA, Brian, in the sense of what if what we think is being educated is a misnomer?
But that's
and
what I'm saying.
We are the experiment. They're just putting us there to see how we're going to react to the experiment. And by seeing how we reacted to the experiment, that's how they gain their information.
I think I believe that's true. I believe that's true. Yeah, I do believe that is it's clear, right? So like if you're doing an essay or your dissertation or whatever, yeah, you finish your thing, they now own that. Yeah. So the thing that you wrote, yeah, that's why people then when they're in these institutions, you got to be careful about how much of your soul you put on paper. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
You got to be, and I'm saying like me going and studying, yeah. I didn't go and study. I did some study when I was younger, but I had a huge stretch of time where I didn't. Yeah, and I was just out in the world doing what I'm doing, right? And it's there where I learned to orientate myself enough to be able to then go into the institution with a clear head.
Right.
You understand? Many of these young children, when you see, listen, all this LGBTQ agenda and all of this business and whatever, largely the reason why it's been propagated is because children are going into these institutions, not adults. Children are going into these institutions and they're being manipulated because they can be, yeah, to be following certain things and propagating and pushing certain agendas that they don't know any better about. You know what I'm saying? So I think that there's a whole conveyor belt of institutions, conveyor belt of curriculums that needs to be in place in the Black community to prepare young people so that if they do decide to go into these institutions, they go in there knowing what they're going in there for and what they're going to expect when they get there. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's right.
You can go in there and pretend to be a whole different person if you want to. Yeah, they won't know. Yeah, you could go in there and do your own reconnaissance exercise to see what they're on. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
there isn't just one way to do this thing, man.
Yeah, and I do believe that we have to, as a people, get into the African political affairs to understand what's going on in the continent and then in the diaspora. Instead of just sitting down, I understand like social media is new to me as well, you know, but we do have to start channeling our energies. Okay, let me get into African political science. Let me see how I can maneuver on the continent, on the diaspora. What could I use? What do I need? You know, let me see if I can invest in understanding how to operate you know, weapons, etc., to protect African life. These are the things that you want to be channeling your energy in, and not kind of just focusing on going to them, no disrespect to the elder, and asking the you know, the oppressors for information which they are not going to give you. We need to get into the political arena, or if not, then focus on economics to build up your community, funding, etc. We have options, but I believe the political arena is the best for us because our situation is very political.
I think I've heard you say that before as well, that's the first step, recognizing the oppressor, because a lot of people, like you said, like, they don't even recognize there is an oppressor. As far as they're concerned, the system's perfectly fine. Racism doesn't exist. We're all equal. Do you know like that? So I think it's really those people who, you know, I'm talking to now that, you know, that's the first step. to acknowledge that, you know, everything's not okay. And once you can acknowledge everything's not okay, you might be able to realize what your brothers are going through and sisters.
Yeah. Yeah. And at the same time, Brother Shifa, we have to learn how to control our emotions when it comes towards racism, because a lot of us are very triggered. We're not here to harm non-African people. That's not the thing. We are there to use strategies to combat their unethical code of conduct, and we must be less emotional, brother. This is for the male and the female African descendant. Instead of projecting energies where you won't be able to tackle it correctly, we have to be held accountable for this type of mindset. We're too emotional, too imaginative, and our feelings towards the topic needs to be channeled. I understand we've been
100%, Kel, but I think not in even a but. Let me just say, in addition to that, sorry, I think we have to be well versed in things like self-defense, XYZ, because at any time, any place, you know, someone could use, like you said, an unethical code of conduct against you, i.e. try to use racism or whatever, that is really against the rules, and try to use that as a way to put you out of your right frame of mind. Whereas if you know self-defense, if you know how to make a citizen's arrest, now they're just going to have a further problem to deal with. I think that's what we have to start doing, man. You say some racist stuff to me, I'm going to make a citizen's arrest.
Well, here's the thing, brother. Not so much, you see, brother, political science and military science, right? It goes hand in hand, but there's a time and place how to do it. So, for example, what I'm saying is, brother, is that, as I always say, right, is that unethical code of conduct can come in the form of the face expression. So that means, brother, I could use my face expression to make you feel out of place so you can keep far away from me. African descendants do not know how to channel this type of energy, what non-African people do. The same thing with the mannerism. I could be in a shop, in a non-African shop, and they could throw down the money, right? But that don't mean I should use military science. That should mean I should use political science to channel that. Likewise with the body language as well. Likewise with the characteristics, they're in the Abrahamic faith or the non-Abrahamic faith or labor, democracy, whatever it may be. We do have to know how to channel and understand and codify without using the first option, which is military science. We have to understand, brother, time and place and time.
Yeah, man.
He looks out the same guy.
How did that show go yesterday, Shifa? How did that show go yesterday? That show, what you did, how did it go?
It was good, man. It's only a little thing, man. It's it weren't no big, massive show, to be fair. We just try and support. Only because it's a reparations thing, I thought I'd go and show some support to the people then, because, you know, it's our people, them, innit? Synchronized, all of that. I should laugh. But obviously, like, you know, I got to show support where I can. I'm not like here running any movement or doing any reparations movement. So it was nice to be able to support someone who was, you know, like that. You know, it was good. It's good, man. Loads of kids out there and stuff.
Yeah. So is he dropping bars from an album or a single? What exactly was he doing?
I'll be honest, we didn't really drop loads of. I dropped a couple of tracks. Like some of the ones that I played when you lot was online with me, played a couple of those. I did a little freestyle and just kept it funky. Just like played some like garage and some like normal kind of like, you know, like that. Get them moving and that, and then kept it moving out of there, guys. Is it?
So let me ask you a question, bro. Right. Obviously you're into the underground, right? So you're not going mainstream. Yeah?
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you. When you say mainstream, yeah, I think yeah and no, because I think anytime you put something out, it's mainstream, innit? If you put out a piece of material, even if it's on an independent label, it's still mainstream. At some point, you're still going to be working with other companies, innit? Do you feel where I'm coming from? How are you going to perform? How are you going to do a show if you're not going to integrate with other companies and get work? Do you feel me?
Okay, because the reason I'm saying this for, brother, is that you're aware of the late great artist Nipsey Hussle, right?
Yeah.
You see what he was doing? Do you remember what he was doing?
Yeah, of course.
So would you say, brother, those who are underground hip hop artists, right? How would you propose for them to be able to control their masters without other types of entities controlling? What would be the solution for that?
I think the solution for that is, most importantly, black people need to have their own networks. Because what happened was, we went into the digital age, and all of these Twitters and Instagrams and Facebooks or whatever, they all took over. But there weren't one for us. There wasn't one for our people. There was ones to make us integrate with others. That's all that was there. So this is what's happened. We've kind of destroyed our community. In America, they've still got a community, because remember, they started off segregated. So the heart of that community has never really died. This is how certain artists are able to flourish differently, I believe, in America to over here. Because I've got cousins in America, like some of them, they are recording artists. They are quite big. You might even know them. I'm not going to start calling out names though, but do you feel where I'm coming from? Like, the community is different. Like, I've been to even Canada. Community was different, you know. Like, when you come to England, is the only time where people are like, I don't know, they're sometimes, I think, too smart for their own good. They're not quick enough to say, do you know what, we're better to have a leader than have a million voices, or be waiting in a queue of a million people. We're better off with one voice that can lead our community. But we don't really, I don't know, we're just not like that in the UK. There may be a few, but not many.
So do we have, like, I'm sure you've heard of SoundCloud, etc., right? Do we have something like that is for us, by us? So we can put no.
Not that I
Right.
know. Not that I know. Obviously, there's WorldStar. You could say WorldStar, but if I'm going on WorldStar, I'm going on YouTube, innit? WorldStar stuff's on YouTube, do you know, like that? So most people ain't going on WorldStar like that. Although there are going to be a few, they do get their views. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But is that really black owned? I don't know who owns it. I don't really know.
So that's what I'm saying. That means that the underground hip hop artists, they're gonna have to come up with something like that, because you've got, like, I remember. Do you remember MySpace? Do you remember those things there? Right. And that was like a movement back then, and MSN and all that thing. Something needs to be put in place, because I was talking to one of my nephews, and he's into that as well. And I was
You know what it is, brother? I'll be honest with you, Kelly. What it is that the record companies outsmarted everyone, innit? Yeah. So once they'd outsmarted everyone, people who own companies started selling up their companies, because they realized there was only so far they could go with it, innit? They're not going to get to a certain level in this. And maybe it's not that they couldn't, it's that they didn't want to fight for it. This is what it is. You got to be able to fight for what's yours. And like, remember when we used to sell mixtapes back in the day? Man would go on road and sell their mixtape, like, right in front of you, like, here, now, buy it, cash money. Man was making so much money selling mixtapes, the industry was losing stupid amounts of money. And in fact, not just selling their own mixtapes, people would start dubbing CDs and selling CDs. So you get a pirate version for £2. That HMV, you got to sell it for a tenner. They can't sell it less than that. But people can get it for £2 now. So they said, okay, do you know what? How are we going to fight back? And that was the way to fight back, to create this digital thing where it's like, do you know what? If you're selling it on the corner now, it's worthless. That was the whole point, to make our thing worthless. Yeah. And then once you put it in perspective and you start to realize how the industry works, it's almost like a catch-22 now. We could say, do you know what? All of us ain't putting our stuff online, innit? If you go online, you only get white people's music then. But everyone ain't going to do that, because you always going to have a soldier boy. You always going to have these young bucks that are hungry. Yeah. And they don't care, bro. They got no concept of rules or regulations or respect or any, like, you know, that these concepts don't exist in their minds yet. They're still ignorant. You know, and that's not their fault, but the industry knows how to exploit that. Cause
right. So you believe that the community need to fund more the conscious rappers, that we can stop certain types of rhetorics and derogatory terms on our people?
100%. But I think, like, you see, if we're going to do that, yeah, what we're doing in effect, the reason I honestly believe that doesn't happen is for this reason. Yeah. If you get too much conscious minds and, you know, revere them, yeah, in one genre, it's almost like starting a new religion. It's almost like Do you know what? You put all of that consciousness together and all those little things, they add up. All the little things that one said and that one said, that's how a flipping Bible was wrote, bro. It was written by loads of different people from loads of different walks of life who put their little piece in and told a story about something where a situation wasn't right, something that needed to be looked into, something that needed to be dealt with. And then you start to realize, like, what is this thing really about? Why is the industry being what's the word, manipulated and moved in a particular direction? Because they can't have people thinking like that. They'll make you too powerful. Because people now got to look to you for consciousness. They can't allow that.
So, brother, let's say the black community does all that, right? We understand women are very marketable. We understand that, right? Now, certain things, brother, we know that women, all types, yeah, especially the sun women, right? So how do we, brother, speak about them on the track, you know, beautifying without using certain types of languages? You see, like, for example, the PUSSY, or, you know, all these things. What would you propose for us to do when it comes to that, brother?
I think there are brothers who do that already, and I think it's just, you know, like hip hop is poetry, especially, you know, like, so it's looking deeper into the relationship that you have with a woman than just the sexual side of it. And once you can look deeper into it, then yeah, you can explore other sides of it. But I think, like I said, the industry itself is set up in a certain way, and it knows that if you are at a certain level of education or knowledge, you're not just going to sell yourself or sell your soul or whatever you want to call it and just do what they want you to do. You're going to be promoting something that you could possibly, like, when you look at Michael Jackson, yeah, you have to understand the type of power this man had. Yeah. And they can't turn you into that, brother. Do you see where I'm going with this now? And this is what I'm saying to you, this conscious stuff, they can't allow that to happen, brother. I'm being honest with you. If they allow that to happen and they just allow the hip hoppers to be conscious and to promote positive attitude, all you see is a stream of positivity coming out of the community. You'd see so much positivity, brother. You know what would happen, innit? And they know what would happen. I don't want to talk too much on it because people are going to say I'm just being ambiguous. But I have my belief is that we would take over in every field, in everything. You know, we'd be fighting to get into. You see that when we were talking the other day, and I was saying to Mother Maku, there's not enough black scientists. And he's saying, no, we don't really want to be scientists, or we don't really want to do. That's why. Because they've brainwashed us with all of this nonsense and got faces like us to talk their rhetoric, which is hoochie mamas, strip club, or, you know, whatever you want to call it, ladies of the night. That's their rhetoric. We learned it from them. It didn't come from us. Culturally, it wasn't part of our culture. Yeah, we had women maybe that moved loose, but it wasn't something that was glorified like that. If you go into a Muslim country, you don't find strip clubs. If you go into a black tribe, into a tribal village, you don't find strip club. You don't find it in it. So we have to start understanding that these are their behaviors. These are the mental illnesses that they have that they've refused to deal with. They're quite happy to allow to continue. But they want to call us mentally ill when we confront the issues, especially the one of racism.
Oh, speaking of racism, Shifa, I was wondering if you could explain to me why I'm racist.
MJ,
according to your message in the chat today.
We were talking about how to speak for women in hip hop.
Yeah, you were just being racist.
Okay, all right.
Everyone, you was all being racist forevermore. Yeah.
All right, go on then, Kel. I'll address it another time.
I was only joking, MJ.
MJ,
if
you feel like if you want to address it and you feel like it's a topic that we can unpack, I was thinking because we've been speaking about that. But if you want to, then it's entirely up to you. Obviously, you're left in charge, Deacon MJ. So yeah, if you wanna unpack
I mean, it's not necessarily a topic, so you guys are getting into
it. Wasn't. I was being silly, MJ. You know I was being silly.
All right then, Shifa, you're being all right. Cool.
I was being silly. I put LOL for that reason because I knew you was gonna know that. I thought you was just gonna let me back straight on the panel, but you didn't. So I thought, let me go away and give it some time and let everyone have their say. And eventually you did let me back on. So you're not really a racist. I was being stupid. And yeah, we can deal with the darkies and the black thing another time, innit? Because I don't think I'm black. I don't identify with this black thing. I haven't for a long time now. And I think there's a reason why. I think there's a reason why you have to call me black. You can't just call me a dark-skinned human and someone else can be a light-skinned or a fair-skinned human, but we all just dark or light-skinned, but we all the one thing. We can't identify that way. There's a reason for this. Do you feel where I'm coming from? And I didn't come up with the agenda. And whoever did, they're responsible in my eyes. But let me not ramble on for too long. Brother Kel, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, so Brother Shiv, as a hip-hop artist on the grounds yourself, we don't like hearing derogatory terms about women in the hip-hop tunes and that. Now I know Nas, he said something like what that tune was, you taste like banana cake, your body roll like a number 8, you're my number 1 candidate. That's what he says, right? I understand man has desires for women. Okay, fair enough. However, brother, this other things like PUSSY and all these things, you as a Sun Israelite, a rap artist, what kind of language would you use to describe women in a nice way that you want to attract? When you're ready, brother.
Oh shoot. I told my girl she's looking fine. Certain things that she should have heard 1 trillion times. The type of chick that should be on my mind. Even when I'm at work and I'll be on my grind, penny for her thoughts now. Maybe she deserves a dime because that's what she is. Now I'm trying to make her mine. Put her in a private jet. She deserves the sky. Me and us spending this money time flying by, doing stuff we never did. I'm the type to do or die. I ain't never been that with a chick, but if she doing, I'ma try. Hey, listen, I got bars for this. I got bars for this.
Right now, Shifa paused. He said, "Black women." What are you going to tell the black women? He said,
"What am I going to tell the black women?" That's what.
Yeah.
What am I telling the black women? I've already told you.
No,
I
you
gave
said
you the
your
lyrics,
woman.
man.
You said your woman, bro. We want to hear what you're telling us. I caught you there.
I had black. I've already had the black woman. She got the same treatment. What happened, Lady D? Why you going silent?
No, I thought you misheard him. He said, "What are you going to tell the black women?" But you went on to talk about your woman.
I just told you what I'm going to tell them. I just told you what I'm going to tell them, man. That's the type of lyrics I'm giving them. Because when you think about it, Lady D, when a hip-hop artist makes a lyrics, he's making it for a man to say to a woman. It's not personal like that. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? And I'm making lyrics for black men to say to black women. Although I may not have a black woman, a black man could definitely be saying it to a black woman. And it's definitely a black vibe. It's black music. It's not really meant for white people. But some of them like it. Some white girls like it. Hence, they get attracted. I don't know what.
Yeah.
But either way, like me personally, I don't think everything is like it's not cut and dry. It's not all black and white. Some of it is a little bit more it's a little bit more devious. Some of the issues we have in this world to actually deal with. But we can go there another time. I think we'll just stay where we are for the moment.
Okay, so brother, what other lyrics do you have for women, brother, without derogatory types of other lyrics? Yeah.
Without derogatory lyrics.
That one there, brother, that was proper. You know what I mean? But what other ones?
I've got some other ones, man. What's the other lyrics I got?
Hold on, who's to say that it has to be clean? Like, where did that whole concept come from?
Clean, man. It has to be clean. He said, "What lyrics have I got?" He asked me, "Have I got clean ones?" So that's what we're going through, isn't it? Clean one.
It's not about you, Shifa. Hold on a second. What I'm saying is, like, where did the whole concept come from? That the word songs that are spat at or rap to or whatever the case may be, they're drilling to whatever. Where did that whole concept come at that it has to be clean in order for it? Because I've noticed, let me just be big and serious now, in the real world. Well, I know me not lying on me, I can't hear my chest and that, saying me love all the ratchet songs them. Me love the wall of the rat from Skilly, Bank, all of that. Me love the wall of that. So where did the whole concept come from? That these songs have to be clean. Yeah.
Do you want me to tell you where, Lady D? I'll be honest with you, and I think this may be where Brother Kel's going for it. If we're going with the conversation, sorry, but if we go back in the rewind the clock back, yeah, what we'll find is most of the material was clean. Like if a man was going to talk about something, say like a man would say pum pum, a man would have used a different word. He would have said your flower, or he would have been poetic about it. Do you feel where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
If we go back into old reggae music, we go back into blues music, we go into jazz, all of it, we're going to find the music was a lot cleaner, and they had ways of talking about these things without saying the actual word, without being vulgar, basically. And I think that, you know, there's a different art to that. Do you feel where I'm coming from? There's a level of creativity to that when you're just being vulgar or being crass, that level of creativity hasn't really been reached. I'll be honest with you.
So it's more of an artistry mindset of okay.
Yeah.
So I get it. Right.
Yeah, because when you can just be vulgar and just be direct, it makes it easier. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? That's not really artistic. The art of poetry and of spoken word is a lot deeper than that, and I think that sometimes we lose that concept.
Lady D, are you saying that some of the ragga that we grew up on?
Me love me what?
Yeah, but that's why you're.
Love my ghetto ratchet music.
Yeah, but that's why you're for the streets, isn't it?
Shut up, Papa. You're just mad that you can't be on the streets, yeah. You're just mad you can't be on the streets, yeah. Me love my what? Me love my skilly bang. Me love my car.
We know.
I just want to know, like, most of the people when I'm on the road, innit, and I'm hearing vibes is keeping parties swinging, all them thing there. It's the ghetto ratchet music that's carrying the swing. I'm just being honest. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, we know, man. We know.
You don't know that.
How's the stand up,
on
man?
the roads, man. You don't know that.
How's the stand up, man?
You're out of touch, man.
Listen, I grew up in your ends, innit?
Yeah, but you're out of touch now, man. I'm telling you, on the streets right now, it's the what panting I want. So I'm making you know, yeah. Where did the whole clean thing come from?
Lady D, right? To the streets.
Yeah. So Lady D, you know that tune, right? With 1112, right? And Super Cat.
Yeah. Come on. Come on. Right. But it's what I'm saying, like, they were.
Hold on, beloved. So when he's saying, right, don't get too hot-tempered now, right? When he's saying, right, the gal them love the back shot, right? Right?
Come on.
Come on. Do you think that's appropriate for you to hear that?
Around children.
Listen, I grew up in a whole Caribbean home. I hear soca, me I talk about me sugar dumpling, me whiny waist. There's not an issue. So I'm not understanding where this whole clean concept come from, because it's never been clean. It's never been.
It comes from R&B, love. R&B, like my love.
But this is what I'm saying. It's never been clean, bro. It's never been. That's the whole point I'm making.
But our community ain't been clean alongside that, though. Sis.
But this is what I'm trying to say, bro. So I'm looking into the bigger concept. Like, where did the whole concept come from? That it
when
has
did
to
Bob
be
Marley
clean?
talk about backshot? Tell me when Bob Marley was talking about backshot.
But listen, Bob Marley
when Burning Spear or Chatboard backshot. Tell me what Burning Spear song we're talking about front or backshot.
Listen, Bob Marley did it neatly, innit? He done about 3 little birds upon him doorstep, 3 gal in my chat.
Why you trying to? You know what she's doing? She's trying to. No, stop. She's trying to put the accent as if the accent's gonna make it better. No, stop it, man. See what you're doing, man.
No, but I'm big and serious though. Let me tell you something, yeah. No, for real. When I'm in the dance hall, then when I'm in the party, then when I'm in the barbecue, then when I'm in the house, it are the bad man tune. I go on with things. Let me tell you.
When did Berry talk about daggering? Tell me when Berry did talk about daggering.
Berry talk about him, I run him, hold hand down, back on him, I rub up tie and all these John.
Yeah, but he's not talking daggering though. He's giving her a massage.
You had all lovers rock, lovers rock, all of that was all dirty. Like, let's stop it. Like, behave yourselves, man. It's never been clean. Like, stop it now.
I noticed the message to the black community, yeah. notice that the brothers were trying to draw it back, and the gal them is not letting it happen, man. We're trying to clean up the
It's
streets,
not
man.
about that. It's about the
Trying to
facts.
clean up
Facts
the
is
streets.
it's
Look what's
never
happening.
been clean, bro. No matter
You
how
like
you want to
Morgan
dress it
Heritage,
up
right?
and down.
When was Morgan Heritage not clean? Please show me one. Show me the rhythm where it's not clean.
Yeah,
No,
Please show
okay.
me one.
This is what you're doing.
Tell
Chief.
me
Like,
when
this is what.
Garnet Silk was
Hold
talking
on. This
about
is what you lot are
anything.
doing. You lot are picking up. You lot are trying to pick up 1 and 2 individuals out of the whole.
Listen,
Out of
1
the
or 2,
whole
you know, we named
genre.
about 10 already, man.
No, listen. You're picking up individuals at the whole genre, but I'm speaking on the whole perspective, innit? And the whole perspective is that we've always had some form of, I guess, whiny talk or rubbing up talk going on.
No, we
No,
haven't.
we learned that
No,
from the
that's
white
not true.
people, sis. And obviously, you've been heavily influenced by them, which is why you can't get
Where did
away from that
white?
I don't
addiction.
agree that
You lot are trying to
we
blame the
learned it
white.
from the white
Hold
people.
on. You lot are trying
No,
to
that's
blame
not
the
true, Shifa. No, that's not
They
true.
made us.
yourself, Shifa. You can't put
They
it on
made
the
us
white
know about
man.
badness. We never taught it to ourselves.
Nah, I
From
think
them.
I gotta disagree
White
with
people
that.
made you know about whining, really?
No, but they made us know about go-go club and them thing there. And, you know, sexualized us from slavery and stuff, innit? It wasn't our fault.
Yeah, but they're not going to teach us.
Okay, I see the point he's making, but you still can't put this on white people.
Them things, brother. They're not going to teach us them things. And whining and all them. Come on, bro.
Ah, my bad. Maybe not the whining part. Definitely not the whining. Come here like the whiny.
I tell you what though. So if you look back,
Nanny wine.
if you look at Carnival itself, if you look at Notting Carnival itself, and the origins of that carnival and the Bacchanal and Bacchanalia, and know what that is, which is a festival to celebrate Bacchus, the god Bacchus or the deity Bacchus, which was a celebration of reveling in drunkard behavior and sexual antics and that. Like there is some truth to that. Like there's no reason why enslaved Africans at any point in their trajectory from that moment that they were captured should be talking about any Bacchus business at all. You know what I'm saying? It's only coming from interaction with Europeans that's even a thing. However, I think that we have the capacity in us to be able to be overtly sexual without their intervention. You know what I'm saying?
I hear that one. Yeah, man.
You gotta admit that, man.
I hear you, but if you go into our in our culture in its natural state, we're not really promoting promiscuity. And even if, like I said, you go into a Muslim, indigenous or them people's cultures, it's not promoted. It might be there, yes, I'd agree, but it's not promoted. And I think that's the point where we definitely learn from them, because, you know, it's if we put it in perspective, then hip hop's only big because, you know, generally, you know, young white people liked how, you know, out of the box it was. And, you know, it would talk about things and say things that were, you know, they were eyebrow raisers. Something like that. And man might took like Biggie Smalls said some definite eyebrow raisers for what?
And you know what, Shifa? If we look at African expressions of musical expressions across the ages, and we look at what was coming out of the continent just before hip hop dropped and R&B dropped, modern day R&B, because there's an R&B that was older than the one that we know it to be.
Right.
If we look at what was coming out of Africa, none of it was sexualized. You had rumba, you had Afrobeat, you had all of these things, and they weren't really sexualized. If anything, they were they were super Christian, a lot of them, right? And if they weren't super Christian, then they were indigenously respectful of in sexual intercourse and the female form and all these things. So really,
it was tasteful. It was tasteful.
Yeah. So really, when you think about it, and when you think about reggae music as well, what's happened is you have an influx. So with Africa, you've had the exportation of African musical styles, and then the re-importation of those styles. But when they got re-imported, they come in bastardized and sexualized, right? And the same thing happened with reggae music in Jamaica. Yeah, reggae music left Jamaica nice and come back on a mad thing. Yeah, whether it's from the UK or primarily from America. You know what I'm saying? So when reggae artists were leaving to come to the UK, they weren't coming here on a bad thing, a wicked thing, in terms of the content. But when it comes back to Jamaica now, it's coming back on. I'm not saying that Jamaica is bears no responsibility for that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, please.
Shablam is
Yeah. Anyway,
big
yeah.
up, Carter. Big up, people. Long time. It's been a great show, by the way. Love it. So big up.
You hear how they try to jump me though,
Emily,
sis? You hear how they try to jump me up here? But I'm not having it, yeah. I'm
we've
not
lost
having
that vibe though, MA. Remember back in the day, yeah? Our parents, the age then, yeah? Their vibe was completely different to ours. Don't get me wrong, they had hip hop as well, you know. But it wasn't this hip hop talking about hoochie mama. There was probably there, but it wasn't promoted. It
was
wasn't in the
creeping in
mainstream like
slowly.
that.
It was creeping
But
in
it came
slowly.
to a
The rubber
point.
dub, like what's a rubber dub, innit? What's rubber dub?
Rubber dub,
But
all right.
as a young person, like even growing up around that music, there was a point where I used to hate dancehall because when I was younger, it like me and my family used to dance to it and rare, but I didn't really understand the lyrics. So as I got older, I used to enjoy it, but it became so extreme that me as a Jamaican, I was like, I don't even like dancehall no more. Like it was putting such a bad image on Black women. And don't get me wrong, like I understand that's part of my culture. But now I'm a bit older, like I don't hold it too tough.
I know you like Patra though. You must have liked Patra back in the day.
You know, I love all of that. But
You know you love Patra. And you know what my tune was? I used to like Back to Life, Back to Reality. That was one of my big tunes, you know. As I got older, it's like I can't even play that one no more. Everyone's too gangster now, man.
No, I know, I agree, man. And you know what? I grew up primarily around reggae, revive, lovers rock, and R&B, and that was before I even got into hip hop. That was my bag, man. You know, I had all the reggae hits on CD, man, playing it before school and that. You know what I mean? So, like for me, I did get put off that as well after a while when I started to realize, you know, the vibration had changed, didn't it? You know what I'm saying?
People
all my uncles and cousins and my dad were all sound man, innit? Like they were all DJs, they all had bare records. And I couldn't even understand how you could merge, what do you call it, Jehovah's Witness with Raga at that time. I'm like, these two things seem diametrically opposed. Like, how are we doing this? You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I got put off that thing as well, if I'm honest. And yeah, there's too much badness in it, man.
Like, don't get me wrong, now I do my little research and I understand like there's agendas around everything. So when I listen to it now, I really don't try and generalize it to my whole entire like image and how people see me. But when I was younger, I can't lie, it almost pushed me away from being part of my culture. Like, I almost preferred the African culture because there wasn't that like stigma attached to it. Like, as soon as you tell someone you're Jamaican, you can't bust that out. I didn't, bro. There's nothing like there's never an intelligent like thing from it, unless it's Bob Marley and something like that. But people
and you know what, Carter? And you know what,
they
sis?
proved that, sis.
If you go,
did it just now. They literally just did that. As soon as I said what, hear them now back for the streets and all.
Yeah,
that,
because we know what you're talking about. Don't play games. No, we know what you're talking about. What.
All right, but I'm just pointing out you did that though. I'm pointing out.
But you know what, Carter? Just to back your point, if you go Gambia, yeah, or anywhere on the continent, but if you go Gambia, where we know that we as Jamaican people have gone and really set up, you know what I'm saying, put our flag down or whatever you call it. You go there and say you're Jamaican, immediately they say, yo, yeah, you know this, and they're telling me the baddest of bad ragga artists that talk the most grease, you know. I said, no, I don't listen to that. They're like, what? They're looking at me like I'm crazy. You know what I mean? For real.
Skull.
So we're exporting. This is what we've done with the help, not even with the help, fueled by these white record companies and by the media and by the corruption of Black people culture in general. Is we take that music, allow them to have a hand in reforming it into some overtly sexualized expression that we didn't really arrive with, but somehow we've ended up in this scenario, and then we export it, and we export it at a rapid rate. Listen, you see, them record labels like Jetstar and all them labels from back in the late 80s, early 90s. In UK, I'm talking about like Jetstar.
Yeah, we know Jetstar. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know you know Jetstar.
Of course, I know Jetstar.
But they only promote the badness. Some of these artists that talk badness, I'm gonna be honest, like Vibe Cartel, he's got some wicked tunes where he talks some common sense, you know. But that one don't get the hits, it don't get the views. So it's partly our fault as well as a community, you know, because you know we've decided that badness is something we feel is fun. I don't know, or whoever's decided, I don't know, man. But we got to change that.
These labels take
Wouldn't you
advantage
say?
of
Wouldn't it say it's
artists and get them
the
to
it's the
actually promote
labels
this type of
that push
music.
certain or allow certain songs to go mainstream, anyways?
Yeah, there's that side of it, sis. But then there's also when the label allows something that's conscious to go through the ranks, it doesn't get the hits. If it's not getting the hits, then
That's my point, Shifa. That hence
No,
why
but
even the
back
hits
in the
are
day,
like numbers. They buy numbers, though. We
but
know
goes
they
back
buy
to my
views
point
and
of what about what
whatever.
the people just want. Like where I'm telling you, when I'm going into these places,
people want
I'm in
demonic
the
shit.
dark. This is what we want to hear. We want
Yeah,
to rifle
the devil
walk,
is the
bro.
prince of this
We want
world.
to
They
rifle
love
walk
him.
in the
I
dance.
get where you're
They
coming
love the
from. I
badness.
actually get that because when you're
nah,
ready to skin it up, yeah, you do whatever you can do
Shiffer.
it.
You gotta remember back in the day, bro, yeah, with Motown, right? They were laughing at Marvin Gaye if he released What's Going On. He released it, bro, and it was a hit. That album
No,
is
but
literally
even
a
the
classic,
concept
bro.
of
And it was about
hits today,
social
yeah, you
issues and
have
what's
to
going on
remember
in
you
the
can
black
buy
community in America
views.
at the time
You
when the
can
Pope was
actually.
like in the 70s, bro. So we gotta be real. Black people want to hear music that connects to their soul, bro. They
Come
want to be
on,
this
we want
giving
rifle
bullshit
walk.
music, man. Come on, man.
Now
That's
that's
saying
very
that we don't.
true. That's very
That's
true.
it.
But
That's
it's
it. We
not
don't.
only badness that connect to our soul, is it? Conscious. So
No,
you know,
but
if a man's
badness is
talking about
promoted in the music industry now
a man's
to
talking about
degrade
drop
us,
down
bro,
and bust
to
it,
keep us on a low
Tatiana
frequency.
bust it, get your eagle on, like
I
that's
can't
not
lie
really
though.
Bro,
connecting with our soul,
Morgan
is it? I don't
Heritage. Look
know.
at Morgan Heritage.
Sorry,
I'll
the
be down by the
question, the
river.
question, the question that seems to
Classic in
be here.
Jamaica,
The
bro,
question
man.
that
That
we
was
seem
like
to
a
be
hit.
asking is why,
Come on,
though.
man.
The question we seem to be asking is why do we like that shit, right?
But why not? Why are we not allowed to like it? Listen, just because I have feelings about whatever, I agree with Lady D. As a woman, I want to hear those things sometimes. It's not going to be the end all of you.
No,
But
it's
I like.
social engineering
This is not
because of
even
your
about.
environment. You're getting
All right, for
programmed to
me,
like that type of music.
all right, for me,
Yes.
it's not even about I want to hear it. It's a case of this is part of my culture. This is what I embrace. This is how I dance.
Nah,
I'm
that's
not
true.
British. I am a whole Caribbean. Yeah, my culture is Caribbean.
Okay,
When I
Lady
go to
D,
my
question.
clubs, bro. When I go to my clubs and I'm around my people, and when I go into my parties and my house party, I'm around my culture, my people. I want to rifle walk the brother them. I want to out rifle walk them. What are you talking about?
Lady,
No,
So
but
I
Lady D,
can't
question.
would
Sorry,
you
let me
say?
ask you a
Would you
question.
say,
Lady D, let me ask you
Lady
a
D? Would
question.
you
Yeah.
say the current mainstream
Sorry,
style,
go on.
whatever dancehall, is your culture? Would you claim it as your culture?
Good
What's that?
question.
The current dancehall, should we say
Yes,
scene
it's
or
my
the thing?
culture. Tis when I'm out there and I listen to Skilly Bang and Skeng
Do you
and all
not
them,
think it's
and
been
that's my
manipulated though
culture.
a bit?
What do you mean?
But that's the thing is,
It's been
because it's
influenced.
our
Yeah, they
culture
taking
and it's being
influence,
manipulated.
definitely.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah.
But we create our own dances. We're doing our
Mm.
own thing. When we're in carnival and we're jamming and we're rifle walking and we're all sorting. That's our culture. We're there to celebrate
Now,
who
hold
we
on.
are. Our culture.
Hold on. Question. Hold
I
on.
hear you.
Yeah, music is powerful,
The
man.
music.
You represent your culture in music.
Conscious, 1 sec.
It can transform someone's mind, bro. Trust me, man.
Like, conscious, 1 sec, bro. So I think that we need to do this, yeah? We need to separate the music from the lyrics for one.
Yeah.
Because there's bare tunes that slap, yeah, that sound wicked, but the lyrics are
Because of the
not
beat.
vulgar, right? The lyrics are not vulgar. We know this, yeah? We're a rhythmic people, innit? So if the tune sounds wicked and it makes your bones move, then you're gonna move. More time, especially when we were younger, we didn't even know what the hell they were saying. We just danced to the
Even
tune.
now, until we read the lyrics, like
Trust
actually
me.
read them.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And our parents
Come
didn't
on,
even
you knew what Wayne Marshall was saying, man. You knew what that Negro was saying.
Boy, I'll tell you, some people didn't. I'll guarantee you, some people didn't. Guarantee you. You know what I'm saying? You only like, raw. What's this? Like, even their Christian parents are like, when they hear the lyrics, they're only listening to the lyrics. They're not listening to the rhythm. So they
But that's
clock
all
it.
music today, though. To be fair, that's all music.
Right, but the question about culture is, about liking a particular tune. You have to be able to distinguish whether you like the tune because of the lyrics or you like the tune because of the music, and the lyrics are secondary. And I think most of the time, the lyrics are secondary.
That is facts. I would agree.
Nah,
with
the
you.
lyrics is primary, bro.
certain songs that I wouldn't be
me. I sing tune. I mean, not even know when me I say, but me know the words. But I'm not focusing on what I'm saying. I'm just focusing on the dancing and out rifling the man. Them. That's what I'm focusing on. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
On anything else, for real. So I would agree to that. That we're not thinking about the lyrics. We're just thinking that we're gonna done them today.
I wonder what she was doing when Wayne Marshall was playing.
That's how you get programmed. You're not being conscious. You're just allowing it to go into your mind.
Fire. I can't lie with drill music. Sorry.
No, but drill music is murder music, man. Look at
But that's what I'm saying.
And if I should
That's
die,
what I'm saying.
I'm boosting the murder rate. My niggas
Because
outside
it's part
every
of my
day. If you talking that shit, I can't wait. Come on, man. Like, do you know what I mean? It's encouraging kids to fight and kill each other, man. I've just seen a video that was going viral of some youths in London having a machete fight outside one school. It's like,
that's
come
my
on, man.
But we grew up around that, right? So us Caribbeans that grew up around dancehall and that, even though we might feel a certain way about it, it's our culture. If I grew up in a culture that is promoting that type of music, and I happen to like the beat and not necessarily like the lyrics, like there's a song called Wait a Minute by 98, and the guy's talking about stabbing and all of this stuff, but that beat is so fire that I like I can't help it. You know what I mean?
I'm telling you, sis, when that beeline tech queen, fuck the music and the lyrics. We know about it. We're moving to the beeline.
Nah, but when you really see violence, you're gonna entertain it. You as a listener of music, you're not really living that life. But if you was living that life of drill murder, you won't be promoting that type of music because you know the reality of it. Certain people don't want to entertain it. That's really in that life. You know what I mean?
I think the thing is with drill, drill has come up in a climate of violence, right? So where reggae music didn't come up necessarily in that climate of violence, I can distinguish between conscious reggae quite easily and
like
ragga or reggae, or whatever, and obviously reggae has been around for what 40 years, like in the as a genre called reggae. About 40 years maybe, 50 years maybe, you know what I'm saying? So drill might get automatically associated with that stuff, although there might be positive drill music, you know what I'm saying? There might be, I don't know it because I don't really listen to drill, but in terms of ragga, I think we should be able to distinguish between the different types and understand that, you know what I'm saying, the rhythm.
It's still desensitizing though, MA.
What do you mean?
It's still desensitizing, though, brother, and I think that's why.
No, what do you mean?
The sisters, what they're saying basically is they're desensitized.
Yeah.
No, the sisters are desensitized so much that now they're just used to it. It don't make no difference to them no more. They're just, as long as it's not a nice beat, they don't even care what they're talking about no more.
That is kind of true. No, but you know, real talk. What Schiffer is saying there, it is kind of a desensitizing thing that maybe have happened over time. Maybe we need to go back and really acknowledge that part. But it's more of a case of it's kind of based what you're both saying, like Emma saying that we're not even thinking about the lyrics. It's more a case of once we hear that B line, we know that dance. You're not even thinking to your drink, go and park at one side, and you go right in the middle and you start do your thing. You understand?
It's even happening in Afrobeat as well. It's happening in
same thing as well. Same thing, right?
Very true, very true. But Lady D, there was a time where if a man was making a song and it was a song for a woman, then you know, for us to be singing that song in the rave and me to be singing it to my woman, you have to be talking some love stuff, like you're beautiful. I don't know. You have to say something nice. Like I know how I'm gonna say this. It's coming from my heart. Gonna love her coming. You know that it had to be like that. And then it got to a point where it's like we don't even care what we're saying no more. I don't wanna fuck you. Ain't no kissing or hugging, girl. You got a husband who loves you. And we don't even care no more.
And that's a bad tune, you know. That's a bad
but Schiffer.
Well,
it's the type of thing where it's like this, You see the white community with their pop music, like the Beatles. If you listen to any advert, one song that gets promoted by the Beatles is "All We Need Is Love." All we need is love, love, love. They promote that song for fucking ever, bro. But in our community, we just promote slapness, bro. They give slapness to the black community, but we gotta be conscious to be like, no, I can't give that to my woman because I'm conscious of the bitch.
What about Black Eyed Peas? Hold on. What about Black Eyed Peas? Where is the love? How long did they promote that one for? So you might have to hold that L slightly,
but
I get you.
Universal group because you got a white girl in there, you got a Chinese man in there.
But who owns the group? Who owns the group?
Ain't it? Will.i.am considered to be popular music, which is like Ed Sheeran, Adele. You know what I mean?
But I hear you. I definitely hear you. But I think
people are more like a bit desensitized to it. Like you said, like back in the days, you couldn't really do. You couldn't just drop consistent drill and and dance, or people would complain. But it's coming to a point where like we're accepting men being women and women being men. So playing that type of music is almost it's like they've sensitized us to be like, oh, that's normal. Do you know what I mean? So
exactly, and a type of black woman like Lauryn Hill, that strong black woman in
back
music,
in the day,
that's
them
making
women
art.
would
They're
have
trying
been
to kill
telling
that
each
type of black
other.
woman in music, bro.
No, but back in the
Do you
day,
know what I
remember them sisters back in the day. If you were too gangster, they didn't want to be around you. They weren't about that, you know, like that. But
Depends your
nowadays, they don't
environment, bro.
mind. They
It
don't
depends
mind.
your
They'll be like, the
environment,
more
bro.
gangster you are, you get all the girls. Do you know, like that. So you have to
It
be
depends your
careful, like
environment, bro.
with
It's
this
like if you're around sensible
desensitizing.
women, they're not gonna be looking at certain gangster men because they know that's a bad lifestyle. They don't want to be attracted to that. But if you're around
But
certain
the
negative
TV
women,
promotes it, brother.
come on,
Listen,
man.
I could turn on any number of TV series this year, like the one that 50 Cent's got with it, Power. Yeah, and you got a black man going on gangster, and he can get any girl he wants. Yeah, if I go to the one with Bumpy Johnson, black man gangster, he can get any girl he wants, the finest ones. Yeah, we can go to any number. And
No,
once
but
we
bro,
realize
women
that
really
these men,
like
the man
love,
that,
man.
brother,
Women like
the black man
romance and
that,
stuff, man. Like a
brother, you
Usher
see the
type of
black
bigger.
man, brother,
Like, do you know
you
what I
see the
mean?
black man,
Like a
brother,
Chris
you
Brown
see the
type of
black
guy
man
or
that
some
acts
shit, bro.
gangster,
Or
brother,
Drake.
brother, unfortunately, yeah, you see the black man that acts gangster, yeah, or just is gangster. Let's not even say acts, he is gangster. And nobody talks back to him. He's just a downright villain. And you know what? He's a dangerous guy. Everyone's scared of him.
Bro, they
The
relate
girls like
him
it.
to a
Yeah,
boogeyman, but they
brother.
won't
Yeah,
classify
brother.
him as an
Listen,
actual
brother.
musician,
One
bro.
second. One second. Hear what I'm actually saying. Then I reply to it, innit? I'm saying for some reason, girls like that. I don't know why. I don't know what's attractive about it. Maybe the ladies could
But that's not
explain it.
all girls, bro.
Let me.
That's like saying all guys are stupid.
Sorry,
It's like
let me
all
ask a question.
All of them love it,
Yeah,
man. Look
big
at
up
50.
Axel.
50 gets
Nah,
all the
girls,
girls,
bro.
man.
Girls, it's the ghetto girls,
Can I
city
ask you
girls
lot
they're
a
talking about,
question?
bro.
A question.
No, that's not true. A woman likes if you display dominance and protection and you have a certain confidence about you. Women, regardless, the ugliest women, a crackhead could like it. It's not about. I think that's just women. Like we like to
Also,
see
the
men
other,
confident. But
Carter,
why it
just to
gets
jump in as
twisted?
well,
There we
yeah.
go.
People know how to
Sorry, Sam, go on.
compartmentalize their personality, bro. So they're not big, they're not acting like that towards females. They know how to be a gentleman, and then they might show that side of them. Do you know what I mean? I don't know
Can
about
I ask a
that because they're
question?
doing the same
I
thing a
know
lot
a
of
bunch of black girls in
companies are
uni.
doing. They're
They're
selling
not
drugs.
chasing
There's
no
pharmaceutical
gangster
companies that
men,
are selling
fam.
the
Come on,
same
man.
drugs. So it just sounds a bit like
Hold
canceling
on, let's
people out.
just
I don't know
talk.
about that, man.
Big up,
Completely
sis.
because they're products of their environment. It's a bit.
Right there, right.
Do you know what I mean?
Products
Because they're not going
of
to
the
say that to the
environment.
pharmacist who's selling the same drugs the drug dealer's selling.
Has
You get me? There's certain people. Even like
any of the
growing up,
females
I
on
had
the
I had siblings who
yeah,
kind of
sorry,
strayed down that route. They weren't like that around me. That stuff wasn't around me. I never saw that side of them
But
because they
you
knew how to
exactly said,
compartmentalize their energies.
yeah,
So I don't know
because
about
I was
canceling
gonna
people
say,
out like that, man.
what about men that show that side, but they also know how to control themselves and they can be dominant with you, but they're not treating you the same. Do you know what I mean? Like,
And don't forget, there's always that space to nurture somebody or maybe help them evolve out of that, should we say, season of their life because they're in the environment they're in.
Can I ask a question to the
Yeah.
women on the panel?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that those women who gravitate towards bad man, right, are doing so because they are aware that the anti-establishment, whether it be just by being a criminal or whether that they actually know deeply, I'm talking about the men here, the men are deeply knowledgeable about how corrupt the system is and that we need to fight against it and that it's against us. Do you think that the women who love the bad man are choosing the bad man because of the fact that he's just a criminal, yeah, or just on a bad thing, or because he knows that they know that the system is inherently unjust and they're better off being with someone who not only recognizes unjust but is also willing to fight it? Do you think? What do you think the
Can you specify the question a little bit, because I feel like I have to give 3 different answers to that. And no, it's cool, innit?
Yeah,
That's just my
the anti-establishment thing, definitely, and the hustler mentality and the fact that you're not working under nobody, yeah.
But then I would just say to that, we'd have to
autonomous.
ask, does every woman see a bad man as having that anti-system kind of mentality?
Thank
She
you,
love
Mary.
bad man.
They have this
She
like
love
bad
bad
man
man.
persona
That question,
doesn't
Nah,
mean
but it's
that
a
they've
courage
actually
thing.
got
If you're a
knowledge in it.
walkover, no one's gonna respect you, bro.
some
That's
of
just what it
them
is. It's not a
don't.
bad
Some
man
of them
thing,
do.
Shiffer. Do you understand?
Mm.
Because if a woman's got a man, yeah, and the man don't ever defend the woman's gonna be like, oh, you're weak, bro. She's probably gonna cheat on you or some shit, bro. You know what I mean?
Is that why she love bad man?
That's not true though, because look
She
how
love
many bad
bad
men
man.
are out here and they won't protect. No, I'm telling you, they will go on that bad man. But when it comes to certain things, their excuses is, oh, it's money, boys over gal, and all of that. And they ain't backing that gal, not for one
No, but
thing.
those ain't real bad. That's not a real gangster. A real gangster
But
is all or nothing, innit? So if you mess with a real
do
gangster's
you know what I
woman,
mean?
you
Like,
gonna get hurt today. You
Nah,
mess
real
with a
gangster
real
make
gangster's
money, bro,
woman,
and provide for
you
his
getting
family,
hurt
man.
today.
That's how
Nah,
people
brother,
rate you, fam. You know what I mean?
brother, please, allow me to reiterate. Any real gangster, yeah, real bad man, yeah, out there on road doing road stuff, yeah. If you mess with his woman, you're likely to get hurt. If he's a real one, if he's not a real one, then he might
Yeah,
start
that's
making
true. But I think
excuses.
that's most men, though.
It's
To be
about
fair.
me and my boys, and start talking
No,
some
but I'm talking
nonsense.
about
Don't listen
scamming.
to
I'm talking
them.
about doing illegal
They're
shit.
kids.
You know what I mean?
I hear you, but see,
Like when
the
you get
thing is, yeah,
money, that's when
my man's
girls
got a
come, bro.
tune.
Like, do you know what I
Lady
that's
mean?
D
why
said
I
she
have
likes
to
whack,
be
whack, whack,
specific
yeah, and the
with
guy
what
who
I'm
sing
doing.
whack, 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 he's got a tune specifically saying she love bad man, yeah, and that's why I believe he's saying it, because no matter how bad he is, as long as he portrays certain dominance and he looks out for his woman knows no one can't talk to her reckless, innit? Because that man is mad, innit? He might do something, innit? They're scared, innit? And she uses that fear to her advantage.
Yeah, but that's not the point. I don't think that's the only reason she got with him. I think
I
a lot of
agree.
the time, but this quote unquote bad man thing is, I honestly believe like there's different versions, because someone that
Yeah.
is from UK England is not going to see the same bad man that I know Skilly Bang is talking about in that song. A girl from that's only British and that hasn't had, do you know what I mean? That maybe doesn't know the Jamaican culture. She's going to see as maybe her type of bad man that these guys have never worked, like they don't have self-respect for themselves, and it's because they can do these things, it's too easy, versus a bad man that has to feed his family. He doesn't have the
Yeah.
options of
There's a big
music.
spectrum.
He doesn't
You
have
have
the
to be
option,
careful.
like his soul is scarred because of the shit he has to do to provide for the people around him, versus a local fucking waste man from, not in a bad way, from England, that is just like
Yeah, most
Keep it
most men
100,
are not going to
keep
choose.
it 100, sis.
This, by your own analysis, you can't say from England, because it matters
Okay,
about the
cool, my bad.
situation more than the location. So when you put that in
It's
perspective,
different,
I
though. I
kind
think
of
different
agree with
environments
you
are different,
that
bro.
if it
Different
say when
environments
you
are
call it when
different.
But you're talking about
I
London,
get
though.
you,
Remember that.
but when a man's calling himself a bad man, yeah, I'd say bad because of the situation that man is in. So he's willing to go over and above and do whatever it takes to provide for him and his. Yeah, and even if that means doing badness, innit? Now,
But she's
outside of that box, I think what we're dealing with is childish behavior, or someone trying to look a certain way and trying to present themselves as more than actually being the thing. Do you feel what I'm trying to say?
But that's
Because
why
when
you
you get these
judge people on the options they have rather than what you can see. It's very important you look at the options the person had. Like, if you didn't need to do the fuckeries he did and you did it, you're just a prick.
No, but nobody needs to this. Bumpy Johnson didn't
yeah, but
need to be
there's
No,
two
Bumpy
in
different
some
types
Johnson.
of bad
situations,
man. Do
everyone's
you get what
situation
I'm
is
saying?
different,
You're
bro. I
putting
don't
a
know about.
label on different varieties of things. Like
Yeah,
for me, that's not.
I agree.
I'm not gonna see, like, my definition as a quote unquote bad man is not going to be the same as someone that's gone through different experiences. This is literally life, isn't it? So that's what I'm saying. You can't generalize like, oh, a group of women because they see a certain trait that a certain group of men have, and that same trait is literally found in most men apart from the Kingo, yo.
Oh
But
my God.
Wow.
Why?
Right. What's the difference between a bad man and a good man?
I bet you any money you could
It
probably
depends
find
on the
99
society you live
good,
in.
but there's always going to be one difference, right? And that's what I mean. Like, I don't know, because mine is just going to be different, and I'm not going to
And
go wrong.
It's a
Not
generic
not every
term,
bad
isn't
man's
it?
gonna
That's
tell
the
you he's a
point. It's a
bad man
That's
generic
anyways.
right.
And most of the ones that are telling you they're a bad man, they're goofies to start off with. You don't need to tell people you're a bad man.
What
It is
is
what
a
it
It's
is.
all
bad
about being an
man,
alpha. If
guys?
you're an
What is a bad
alpha,
man?
someone
Like, who
they're
the
gonna
hell's going
respect
around
you,
saying
bro,
I'm a
man. You
bad
know
man,
how it
I'm a
goes,
bad
Shifter,
man,
man.
unless you're
Come
just
on,
a
man.
goofy person?
because you can be.
No, define it now. What is
We
a
don't
bad
know
man?
what a bad man is, man. It's too,
What
it's
the
too,
hell
No,
is
it's
that
too
tell me
big.
anyways?
though.
Like, it's
Bro, you
Let
just
me
gotta be
hear.
dominant, bro. If
Bad
you're
man,
running
bad
shit,
man,
bro, and
I
you're
love
running your life,
him.
bro, you're a man.
Hey.
You're gonna get respect, bro. If you
Alright,
ain't
come
running
on.
shit, fam, people just gonna just take you for a waste man, fam. You know what it is, man.
Brother, to me, a bad man is Tony Montana. Like he said in the movie, I'm the bad guy.
Alright, so
No, that's a guy, bro.
I'm the
He
bad
died,
guy.
though.
Yeah,
He died, bro. He died, bro.
Shiffer,
And his girl left
Axum,
him, fam. Like, come on, bro.
Shiffer, Axum's asked you a question.
Go, what's the question? Go.
Tony
Nah, man, that's not
Montana
a
is a
bad
bad
man, fam,
man,
man.
yeah?
Come
Your
on, bro, man.
definition of a bad man.
Is what?
Your definition of a bad man is a Tony Montana, yeah?
Yeah, he's a bad guy. He's not playing no type of games. He's a serious
Hey, Shiffer, you know
murderer.
Ninja
He
Man?
will murder you.
Hey, Shiffer, you know Ninja Man, yeah?
He's a bad man.
No, Shiffer, you
He is
definitely
a
know
very
Ninja
bad
Man,
man.
right?
Yeah.
Ninja Man was like a real bad man, provide for his family, look after the community, bro. That's a real bad man, fam.
I would say
Like, do
he's
you
an
know what I mean?
artist. I'd say he's a music artist, but someone like Tony Montana, although it's a movie, remember he's murdering people. He's a bad guy. He's a bad man, and this is what I mean when we're saying bad man. That's what we're talking about. Someone who doesn't. They're not gonna feel no way to kill someone. They don't feel no way to shoot someone in the head if
No,
you get in
Shiv,
their way.
that's what sis was saying.
No,
That's
man.
basically your
That's being
Listen
version
to
of
these
a
guys'
bad
songs.
idiot,
Listen to
fam, man.
these
Like,
guys.
come on,
Hold
bro.
on.
A real
Listen
bad
to
man
these
talking
Driller songs.
about
Sister,
actual things,
sister,
fam.
Do you
go and
realize that
listen.
you're
Go and
Actual
listen
shit,
to
fam.
these. Go and listen to their songs. Listen to these drillers.
Do
Listen
you know
to
you're actually, do you know you're actually arguing with me on a woman's perspective? Like, you do understand that MA
Oh
asked what
shit.
the black women, what not black women, sorry, he said what do women perceive as a bad man, and you're arguing with us about how we see bad man. Like, what's going on here?
All right, panel question. Who can you say is the archetype of a bad man that you know from your life or TV or whatever? Like what if you when you
I'll
think of
say
bad
King
man,
Von's a bad man. I always mention King Von.
Oh my God.
He killed people, killed women, killed a
Here's my
girl, killed a
answer.
guy.
Oh
He's a
my
murderer.
God.
Got
It's
to
going
be
shade.
me.
We're just gonna
How is
end
a
up
woman
doing
gonna
like
tell a
this.
man what the difference in a man is? A man should know,
And
innit?
he became
So if a man
successful
said, listen,
dissing
when
his
you're
dead
talking about
ops.
bad man,
Like,
this,
come on,
that,
bro.
and the other, like if you're really bad, then you're bad, innit? You're a bad person. You're a bad guy. You're doing
All
wickedness.
right, so
You might
Shifra,
kill
I
someone.
think the point is though, like that's obviously your interpretation,
Trust
right?
me,
And
man.
some
No,
may
that
agree.
is his
And no.
interpretation.
Let me finish. Let me finish. It's your
Big up, man.
interpretation, your opinion. Not everyone's going to agree. Others have their own opinion. So don't spend the rest of the evening
Yeah.
Hey,
trying to
yo,
convince
Shiver.
us to agree with you. Let's just hear each other's opinion, innit?
No, I'm not
Hey,
trying to
Shiver, do you know
convince
Young
you
and
to
Ace?
agree with me. What I was trying to say is before you interrupted,
I
go
said,
and
do you
listen
know
to any
Young
one
and
of these.
Ace? Man's just out here naming rappers, cuz.
I was saying to you,
No,
yeah,
I'm talking
go
about
and listen.
people that
Listen,
actually
it's gonna
murder
get something
people,
to talk
bro,
quickly.
and they
Go and
actually
listen to
glorify
any
it in
one of these
music.
guys' lyrics, yeah. When you listen to their lyrics
Talking
and
about
they're talking
killers.
about,
Hey,
sorry, brother,
conscious.
when you
Anyone
listen
who
to the
states
lyrics,
a
Talk
black
about
man
gang
is
shit,
brother,
bro.
when
Don't
you're
even
is
talk
talking to
gang
the,
shit,
like
fam.
musicians.
brother,
One at
can
a
I finish?
time,
Hold
one at a time.
on,
But when
brother.
women,
You
so
lot
men
have the
killing
floor.
black
But can I finish my
musicians,
sentence?
like what are we
When you're
doing?
talking, when you listen to people's lyrics, yeah, and in their lyrics they're talking about killing people and murdering people,
No.
like I don't understand how that's not
No, but
an
half of them are
element of
fake. They
today.
tell you it's just
Trust me, but
nonsense.
big up Bot
It's
101, man. Hit the
nonsense.
nail on the head.
And lyrics are not
Can I
always a
just
Like,
say,
representation of
ask them.
how
Just tell
people
them
are
our
living their
grandparents are
actual
bad
life.
men when they were fighting
So,
the
can I
brother,
just
that's
Spanish.
what they're
Demonic, bro.
that's
Like,
what
I'm
they're
gonna tell you
talking
about a
about,
song
yeah.
who I
I can't
smoke.
That's
hear
what
this
they
guy.
can't
You know
afford
about who
You
I
training.
know what the
smoke,
Of
wickedest
bro?
thing
course,
is,
you
yeah?
say
Niggas know
bad
how
You
men,
know what the
but
wickedest
demonic
thing
shit
Everyone's
is?
is,
got
You
bro.
know what the
mad
my
now. I'm
wickedest
going
thing
granddad
off.
is?
was a
I'm
bad man.
jumping off.
Bruv, you lot are over talking, bruv. The wickedest thing is, bruv, the most gangsterist, dangerous people you know probably don't even fucking speak too tough.
Innit? Like what? I was
Yeah?
just saying that
I
today.
was
Bro, a
gonna
What are
man
we
say
made a
the
talking
same
about
song
here,
thing.
fam?
remixing
No,
a
bad
pop
man
Bro,
song,
has
listen,
fam,
bro,
issues.
listen,
called Who I
You
listen,
know, I
Smoke.
was
listen,
gonna say this
listen,
thing. If
listen,
I'm gonna
listen.
say, if I wanted a bad man, I go to
Guys,
Spanish
one at a time.
Town. I will go to Kaaba Lane, go find me a bad man. I don't know what bad man these are talking about, but I don't know those bad men. My bad man
Thank
men
you.
come from some different type of parish, some different type of area
You lot
leader
don't know no
man.
bad man. You
So
just know
I don't
madman.
know.
It's pure
I'm
madman
saying,
on the
bro, a
north.
man remixed a
We
pop
don't know
song,
about
Shifra,
bro,
when's
bad
the
man
last
and
that
time
needs
you've
to
been in a
pronounce
dissing
as
dead
bad
culture,
man.
man?
people
That's
on
just
it,
they
bro.
goofy already, man.
Shifra,
On
when's the
some
last
goofy
time you've
shit.
been
I
back
can't do
home,
with
bro?
this.
Because if you want to know bad man, just go places like Kaaba Lane, go them place there. That's so you're gonna know about gully man and bad man and all that type of man.
Nah,
But
bro,
I
Chief
don't
Keef ain't no
know.
bad man, bro. His own people then robbed him and beat him up. He ain't bad man, bro. I'm telling
Who
you
are
that,
you
yo,
talking
Young and
to?
Ace.
Who's that?
If you listen
Who's
to the
that,
song
sorry?
Who I Smoke, my
know
man
who he's
is
talking to.
he's dissing dead people on it. He
Who?
dissed the youth that got shot that was 17 years old, bro, on a pop song, 1,000
Who are
Miles.
you talking
That song,
to,
1,000
bro?
Who,
Miles.
who is this
Bro, man,
person?
the
I
youth
saw
out
I
here
don't
are
know who
something
he's
else,
talking
bro.
to.
I don't know no
I
real
don't know
bad
who
man.
he's
Fam.
talking to. He's talking to the chat, bro. Talk to the chat in the chat, man. Don't talk about it on
No,
the
no, I'm talking
camera.
about Young and
okay. I
Ace.
thought
I've
he
brought
was.
that up again, fam. You need
Yeah,
clarity,
but we're
bro.
not talking about Chief Keef.
No, but
So
I'm
just
telling you,
let.
fam, yeah, the real youths them that's out here doing the most gulliest things, fam. The man they're on demon time, bro. You can't
Yeah,
be in that
because they're
mind
high
state,
off drugs,
fam,
and when you're
unless you're
high
evil,
off
fam. You have to
drugs,
be
you
mad
have
evil,
a
fam.
bit of courage. Most of these kids are high off drugs.
Is it a bad man thing to die at 24 and that? And like
That's
18?
not bad, man. It's not bad, man, to have your mum put,
Bro, I feel like man
bury
getting
you at
big
18. That's not bad, man.
for dissing
And still
someone
be
that he
broke at
killed
the end of the
in
day.
music, bro, is a bad man, fam. That's a next thing, fam. That's mad.
Yeah, but
But you're not really checking
real
it though. You
bad
can't
men
even
don't
see that. You're not really seeing it,
They
fam.
don't confess on in their music. That's some pussy or shit. That's getting yourself indicted. People move in silence. You don't separate. You don't do gang shit in public. You're not out here telling people what the fuck you did in public unless you're a fed or unless you're a dumb dummy.
Unless you just don't give a fuck. You're a demon, bro, and people
No,
fear
they're
the
not
fuck out of you,
demons.
fam.
They're children. No, sorry, we're not gonna call
Nah,
young men
man, because
demons.
once you
They're
gotta
children
realize
who are
everything
products
energy,
of their
and
environment.
taking a life is something else.
They are children. They are young men, products of their environment. That
Well,
just
the
need
white
someone to
man
teach
has
them
put
and
them
need
on
guidance.
music labels, and they're getting money
They are
richer than
products of
adults.
poverty and their environment. And
Sorry, does a
mainstream
bad
media
Rich, they got
labels who
mansions, they
manipulate
got big
them,
cash, they
who
got
manipulate
millions,
them
they
and
got
use them as cash
bro.
cows.
Sorry, you two. Does a bad
Children are not demons.
No, but this is
Sorry,
what's
does
going
a-
on in reality, and you as an adult have to understand what's
Young men
going
are
on to
not.
even
They're not
solve this shit.
demons, bro. Like we're not doing
No,
that.
no, but when you kill someone, yeah, and you take
Why are
someone's
they
life,
doing it
that
though?
means you
Why
have
are
no
they doing
soul.
it? Their
And if you
environment, the
glorify
poverty,
it, that makes you even more demonic. Do you
media
understand that?
manipulating them. Like there are factors that are underlying factors. We're not calling
My
young
man
men
killed a
demons, bro.
girl, was on a documentary about it, and he was laughing. Do you understand how fucking demonic you gotta be?
Sorry. Hold up. No one say nothing. Hey, conscious, are you talking about the same girl, bruv, yeah, who was known to have murdered how much man? You talking about that girl there?
But yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
No, it's not.
He killed more than
It's
one,
not.
you know.
It's
He killed a
not. But
witness that
yeah,
was a
fam.
female as
It's
well,
not.
you know.
But yeah, because, bruv, I don't care
According
if you
to
got
that
vagina,
case.
fam.
Say that again,
That's how
Anthony.
he
What did you
basically
say?
left. That's how he
Hold on,
basically beat the
hold on.
case,
Stop
bro.
talking
Come on,
over
man.
me, fam.
He killed a
I don't
witness, an
care.
eyewitness. He
Stop talking
glorified it
over
and
me,
said that
bro.
same
Bruv,
shit.
stop talking over me.
Like, you gotta understand it, bro.
Conscious, you gotta let
Yeah,
him
Zelini, repeat
You
what
know
you
what it is,
said,
cuz?
please.
You know what it is,
Zelini,
cuz?
repeat what you
Like,
said.
listen, fam, yeah. Man tried to be super patient with certain people, cuz, and I know other people are as well, fam. Yeah, man ain't trying to flex because man has fucking power to flex. Allow it, bro. Just let everyone talk, innit? That's it. So as I was saying, bruv, yeah, bro, you're talking about the same girl who done smoked 4 or 5 man, fam, and now we must have sympathy because she got a vagina and my man killed her. What?
Bro, I'm saying to you, she fucking died, bro, yeah? A teenager, no matter what the fuck you think, bro. And my man basically was in a documentary, bro, after all that happened, fam, and was laughing about this shit, bro.
Conscious, bro.
Did she kill people, Zelini? Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
She's a known hitter in Chicago. She licked down a good couple, man.
Bro. Allegedly,
she
bro.
licked down a good couple, bruv. It's not allegedly, bruv. It's not allegedly because my girl was
women do
who said this for sure? Because our own people,
bruv,
them.
my girl was basically getting trumped up on fucking federal charges before she got whacked. Fam. Go and look this up yourself, seeing as you know so damn much.
All right, can someone provide a link or break it down because sorry, there's like other people that have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Sorry. For the benefit of the panel, for the benefit of the panel, Conscious is talking about. I get what you said about the demonic acts and behavior, but who we wanted to bring up, that specific female, bro, like she was more demonic than anyone her fucking self, bro.
Bro,
yeah?
KI was only one person, bro. Do you realize that?
So what does that mean?
Conscious, you need to understand the dynamic in America is different, bro. Okay? Women gangbang.
Conscious, it's Sunday, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I really can't be bothered, fam. Man can't be grown up and be realistic about this thing, fam.
And they get dealt with the same.
Bro, she's a kid, fam. As the other girls said,
all right. So hold on, wait. So she was a kid. Sarah, hold on one sec. So she was a kid, bro. How old was my man?
Let's make sure that he gets his whole
Hold on,
point
wait.
before you interrupt.
One sec. No. Come on, sick of this Don just fucking making excuses for one.
Bro, I don't give a fuck about your emotions, bro. Shit.
Yeah,
you gotta control your emotions, bro. Emotional discipline,
they were
bro.
All, you know what? You're pissing me off, fam.
Conscious, can you just stay on mute?
They were
Conscious,
all around the
stay on
same
mute when
age,
you're speaking.
They were all around the same age, fam. Yeah. My girl is known for fucking putting in work. Just like Von is known for doing what he done. Just like a bunch of these other people are known for doing whatever the fuck they do. Point being, bruv, is that she was not no innocent little bystander. She may have been a teenager, but she had a good couple of bodies underneath her belt, fam. So we're not going to sit here and act like, she was a little girl, X, Y, and Z. No, she was licking man down. Yeah? Stop it, bro. She was licking man down, fam. Yeah, so
and the environment's different as well. You guys got to remember, America girls bang the same as boys, so they get treated the same.
Nah, but bro, don't
they
remove me,
get
bro,
jumped
man.
into gangs the same.
Then shut your mouth when I'm talking, bro.
I'm talking to you, bro. Fix up, fam, man.
Always just yapping over someone, fam. I'm trying to explain simple shit to you, fam. I'm trying to explain simple shit to you, fam.
It's a bit much, innit? Just let
All right.
everyone finish.
Yeah, no, for
I'm
real.
trying to
It's
keep
like
it
I said,
calm, cause
hold
it's
on.
Sunday, fam. It's Sunday, man.
Exactly.
Ain't on
Like I
no
said
badness,
earlier
fam.
on,
And it on no
nobody,
badness. It's calm.
family, nobody needs to overtalk. Hello, trying to speak here. Thank you, because I will raise my voice and I will
Fucking youths need
shout.
to learn
Okay,
to listen,
regardless if it's Sunday or
Bro,
not.
watch
So
yourself,
just
man.
conscious,
Fucking youths need to learn to listen, fam.
conscious, Zelini. I beg you, like just like I said earlier on. We do not need to speak over each other. I am very grateful to have a full panel, but we have time. There is no rush. This is not a race or a competition. Please be respectful and listen to other people when they're talking, okay? Everyone will have time to talk. If anyone's in a rush, don't be here, okay? Thank you. Zelini, go for it.
What I say, MJ, for a big man, I don't know how old
Sorry, she
this
just
nigga
said
is,
Zelini, go for it.
But
Why are
him
you
to
still
talk, why
speaking?
we fucking still talking,
Why
bro?
are you still speaking? She just said Zelini, go for it.
Blood
You're still
clot,
speaking,
emotional girl.
You're still, you know, shut up, bro. Just shut up, man. You're just pissing me off, fam. Man, trying to ruin my
Yeah,
vibe on a
if they
Sunday.
don't
No
hear,
badness,
just
it's
that's
Sunday.
what has to happen.
It's Sunday, fam. It's Sunday. Man started chatting shit about some fucking random gal from Chicago and even getting the fucking facts right, as he fucking always does. Yeah, quick to fucking draw for stories and fucking secondhand info, but can't ever get the fucking shit right, bro. Bro, allow it, fam. Man, sick of this shit, fam. Sick of it, bro. Yeah? You're there gassing up some gal that was known for doing what she done. So was Von. Bro, badness, if badness finds badness in it, it is what it is, bro. There ain't no fucking sympathy on nobody's fucking pot. Fuck you talking about? This guy's always chatting shit, man. Grow the fuck up, bro.
And then you're sending me messages in the back like, oh, I'm an emotional girl. And then he goes, oh,
Bro, man's a
definitely.
big fan, man.
No, he's talking to what's his name?
That's just Zelini.
And I'm emotional. Okay.
Not you, babes. It's not you.
I ain't chatting about you, man. I'm chatting about this nigga, man.
What's his name?
Cause conscious,
But
you
I'm
can say
still
whatever you
lost
like
on this
online, bro.
woman. Like, can we get
Conscious,
answers
say
you're
from
whatever
the
you like,
woman
fam.
though? Because we're
Say whatever
lost.
you
We
like.
still don't know.
But in
what's
real life,
going
I'll
on.
smack you up, fam.
Bro,
Yeah?
man, you will get shot, fam.
Brothers.
Shut the fuck up, blood, man.
Zelini, chill, man. Chill. There's no
Bro,
even
you will
point
get
in this,
shot in a
bro.
minute, fam.
Online,
Shut
you're
the
the
We're
fuck
trying
up,
to
biggest
get
blood.
the
baddest gangster.
story on what they're talking
Online, you're the
about
biggest
though.
baddest gangster.
Bro,
I hear
you will
that
get
still.
shot dead, fam.
I
Don't
hear that
threaten no
still.
Zelini,
nigga,
don't
bro.
even. Zelini, why are you entertaining this, bro?
I promise you, bro.
All right,
Above your
ladies, let
pay
them
grade.
just let
I'm
them
in
have their
London,
thing,
you're in
innit?
London, conscious. When you're ready, bro, you get me? It's not hard
Bro,
to
shut the
find me.
fuck up, blood, man.
It's
You
not
chat
hard to
shit on the
find me,
internet,
fam.
fam, and
I'm
kick a
from
man out of
south of
the
the
fucking
bridge, bro.
chat,
It's
bro.
not hard to find me.
Shut up, blood, man.
Yeah, a
You
bag
little
of people
fucking
on
bitch,
this
fam.
fucking stream
You're a
have
bitch,
seen
fam.
me
Shut
in
the
real
fuck up,
life,
blood.
bro. A bag of people see me in
Bro,
real
you're
life,
a
bro.
fucking
Brothers.
bitch,
Yeah?
bro. You're a
Know
fucking
what the
bitch,
fuck,
bro.
bro?
Kick a man out, fam, for talking, blood, and talk over a man.
All right,
Pussy,
conscious.
bro, man.
Forget that. Forget that. Conscious. Can you explain to us about this woman? What did this woman do, and what's happening with that? I'm lost.
Man, just need to
Well,
suck
the
them
thing is,
internally and call it a day.
Hey,
So
bro,
what did she
remember me,
do?
you know.
What was
Watch
she
yourself,
killing
fam, yeah?
people or
Bro,
what? What
suck
You
your
don't know
dead
happened?
who I'm
grandfam.
connected
Suck her
to, bro,
mum.
so watch the
Suck her
fuck
mum.
yourself, blood.
Suck her
Seriously,
uncle as well.
fam.
Yeah?
I don't feel no type of way,
Yeah,
bro.
anywhere you want to link, man,
I don't feel no
conscious.
type of way, bro.
Anywhere, bro.
Seriously, fam.
Anywhere. Let me know, fam. I'll come to your end. You can come to South. I will smack
Fucking
off your
bitch, fam.
face, fam. You
Bleed,
fucking little
man. You
dickhead.
probably bleed from your
Ignorant little
fucking
prick,
little legs,
fam.
bro. You're a
Yeah?
little pussy, old
This
blood.
is what
I don't
happens.
like
This
it
is
from
what
the
happens
way
to
you spoke to
children
me,
don't get
fam. Yeah,
smacked up as
remember
a
that,
youth,
fam, you
fam.
know?
This is what
Fam,
happens to
remember
children
that,
that
the
get
way you spoke to
beatings
me,
as a
fam.
youth,
Remember
fam.
that, fam.
Whereas
You
You're
don't know who
Zelini
the
tiny
pissed,
fuck
little
I
whereas
am,
the
blood.
dickheads, fam.
therapist.
You don't know who I am, bro.
Anyway, I'm
What I
going
would
on
do,
mute,
fam.
man.
So
I'm
watch
going on
yourself,
mute,
blood.
man. See?
I
Watch
will sit
yourself,
there
fam.
off, Sarah.
Pussy, yo, fam. Anyway, like I was saying, yeah, the girl Ki, fam. What he alleged is a known hitter from Chicago. She's a little girl,
Right.
like Yummy. Yummy was a little kid that died at 12. She was just like grew up in the wrong environment and basically was like around the wrong people and was
Man said
associated
she
with gang
died at
members. That's
12.
what it
She
is.
died when she was
This man's
18.
still
Again,
talking
you're just
over me,
chatting shit
bro, like you're
again.
gay,
You're
fam.
chatting shit
Fuck off.
again.
So are we
Fam,
saying
shut your
Chatting shit
fucking
again.
big lip
can
mouth,
I
bro.
I'm
Like, shut the fuck up, blood. Piss me
where's
off,
Cal
fam,
when
man.
I need him? Where is Cal?
Conscious. You wouldn't
Oh,
dare
Shit.
All right,
speak to me
Zelini,
like this in real
let
life.
him finish his side
You
of the
wouldn't
story, and
dare
then
speak to me like this in
Nigga
real
don't
we
life.
even
heard
know
you,
me,
bro.
bro,
Don't
man.
worry,
Grew up
Zelini.
Why
under
don't
brothers,
you
fucking
two
Yeah.
just
bullshit, man.
just
Chat
let
to a
the
girl like
men
that,
fight,
fam.
innit?
Go and chat
Let
to a
them
girl like that,
fight. Wait.
that, man. Touch your blood.
All right, stop.
Oh my god.
Kind of interfere on the men.
Get it out sometimes, Paul.
But you
The
got all
king
this
of-
mouth, fam, talking shit, kick me out the fucking chat, and then I come back and I can't even talk for myself. Man's got it.
Yeah, but conscious,
Fucking wrong with him, blood.
please listen to what I'm saying. Yeah, that like when there's a full panel, it doesn't help when someone is constantly interrupting and over talking. And unfortunately, I had to kick Schiffer off the panel today because he was doing the same thing. Because when we have so many people that are trying to give their input on the topic, like it can't just be one person constantly interrupting. It ruins the flow of the conversation. So please just be respectful when other people are speaking. And if you're going to talk over him when he's talking and just be abusive, you are going to end up getting muted or kicked off. Sorry.
All I'm saying to you is, yeah, I can't mention something, right? That's about Chicago, right? And he interrupts me and tells me how I'm basically talking about a story that's nothing to do with us. And he's trying to tell you, oh, this is what he means, this is what he means, this is what he's talking about. Kick me out of the fucking chat and then actually talk about me, bullshitting, bring me back in, and expect me not to say nothing. It's like, what type of fucking games are you playing,
I hear
bro,
you,
man?
but at some point we have to move on. Then what I was going to say, it would be really helpful if either of you could maybe drop an article or a link or something to do with this story, and then we can put it up on the screen and do what we do and break it down, and then there won't be any misunderstandings.
And then actually threaten a man and don't know
what the
where
actual
I'm
difference
from.
of the point of view
Bro,
is,
I
mate.
don't care where you're from. I'll smack you up,
bro, man. You
I'll
don't know.
smack up anyone you want to bring,
Why
and I'll
is it
smack up
retarded?
anyone
You
they
better
want.
watch yourself.
Yeah,
Like,
I put that on
you're
my
a funny
fucking life.
nigga, fam.
When you're ready,
You're a
I'm not
funny
even.
nigga,
I told you. I
You're
told you, I'm
funny,
not here for the
fat
badness.
fucking
It's
nigga,
Sunday. I told you, I'm
Fat
not here for
nigga,
the
man. Shut the
badness.
fuck up,
I
bro, man.
told you this, bro. Yeah, and man keep trying to
Bro,
draw
fat,
man up.
ugly ass nigga, man.
I
Shut the
told
fuck
you
up, bro,
this
man.
already, fam.
Ugly
Yeah?
ass nigga. Shut the
This
fuck
is
up, bro.
what grown up. This is what grown, mature adults do, fam. They conversate.
Bro, you ain't grown or mature, bro,
Getting
man.
out of
Shut
their
up, man.
box,
You're
fam.
at your mum's house.
Not
Shut the
getting
fuck
out
up,
of
bro.
their box. Yeah, but this little 25-year-old wants to come and start talking
You're at
about
your
some
mum's
war.
house. Shut the
This
fuck
little
up, bro.
shut up, because I'll
You're at
mute
your
you
mum's
again.
house,
Shut
bro.
the fuck
Shut
up.
the fuck
I'll
up, bro.
mute you again. Shut up. Shut up.
MJ,
Yeah?
she's
Pussy.
explained.
Yeah, and again, this is the problem. The key issue that I have, people, yeah. I know some people are thinking Zelini's bugging. I don't really give a fuck. My key issue is dickhead, fam. Is he keeps fucking hold on. He keeps presenting information, bruv, with nothing to back up what the fuck he's talking about. And 9 times out of 10, he's chatting shit, fam. Yeah, first class fucking shit, fam. Yeah,
man said KI and Yomi are the same
my
age.
biggest issue.
Is he
That's
serious?
my only issue with this Don. Yeah, I don't know him from nowhere. I don't have no ill will towards him, bruv. I don't fucking feel a certain way. I'm just sick and tired of man just chatting shit. And it's not just him. There's a bag of them. Just coming in there spouting or fucking verbal with nothing to reinforce what he's saying. Bruv, allow it, fam. Yeah, and the wickedest thing is as well, there's people on the panel that know about what the fuck you're talking about. And they know you're chatting shit, fam. Yeah? So when people hear you chatting shit, they're going to draw you up about it, bro. What do you think this is? Allow it.
And I know you mentioned she was 16, but there's 12-year-old gangbangers in America. So I don't know what, like, once you're a gangbanger and you're in that life, you're just in that life. Like, I don't know what, people are confused. Women gangbang, girls gangbang as worse than boys sometimes. They're known to line up men anyways.
The point I'm making, yeah.
It's like he lives vicariously through these rappers, but he doesn't know the reality.
100%. 100%.
You know what I mean? People have family out in America, bro. We know the politics out there. Like, you literally are living fairy tales vicariously through love. What's that show? What is it? World Star Hip Hop. You live through Star Hip Hop.
Man's out here watching War in Chirac and trying to tell me about what's going on over there.
And he wants black betterment by digging up King Von.
Yeah,
it don't make sense, bro.
But guys, you know what? I'm a bit lost. I'm still confused on what the actual contention is. He's trying to say that this woman is a victim.
He's saying she's innocent and that she was just killed.
No. Basically, it's
all right, one at a time, please. I'm still trying to follow the story.
Zelini, you tell a story because
basically what he's trying to say is that a girl that was a known hitter, bruv, is innocent in the grand scheme of things, and it's such a travesty she got killed. We should all feel sorry for her. Bloody blah. Now I'm saying, yeah. There's no feel sorry or happy, bro. Like if you're about certain things, you're doing certain things, and certain things come your way. It is where it is, bro. Yeah, like I don't care if you're on my team, the other team, whatever. I understand. This is a way that you live your life, so this might happen to you. You get me? I'm not gonna sit and be, oh my god, I can't believe it. Oh, they're so innocent. Like, what are you doing? What are you
your
doing?
stance is more, if you're in the badness, expect bad things to happen. That's what
100%, lady.
Right.
If your name is female, assassin, if your name is
exactly, Zilla. That's as well. If you're gonna name a fucking known, if you're gonna name a known female assassin, bruv, yeah, like it's a bit of a weak argument.
Karma doesn't have a point, man. Can't catch up.
Like it's a bit of a weak argument, cuz I'm not gonna lie, and that's all I was saying to the brother. The brother want to take it somewhere else. Like I said, it's Sunday. I'm not on no badness, as God is my witness, fam. I'm not on nothing.
I think his point as well is maybe you were saying like because she was a female and because she was young somehow makes it different from another.
And that's why I say he's very removed from the realities of America. Like I don't know if he's thinking it's in America's different. Like girls bang the same as boys. They have the same weapons. They do the same thing. So the same repercussions.
I think that's what he was trying to point out, which I think we all agree with. So that's what he was saying. Like we're making statements that the panel kind of like knows it's not like false, but maybe that's what he thinks.
It's sad. It's definitely sad.
But you get pulled out sometimes, isn't it? So don't like get all
certain people live in their own little bubble, innit? And there's nothing wrong with that, innit? If that's what you want to do, you do that, bruv, innit? You get me? If it works for you, it works for you. But don't try to ever convince everybody else that is reality, fam, because it fucking ain't. Yeah.
And just give the facts, innit? Tell your story, but just give us the facts.
You aim from Chicago, man. Allow it.
Yeah, like
he really wants to leave from Chicago. Like he's literally
man, you're not from Chicago,
Chirac.
Bro. If you want to go to Chirac, then it's that big.
Yeah, it's an obsession at this point.
Oh, I hate people that love to fucking talk like things are set in stone and they have no idea really what the fuck they're talking about. But I have to stop talking or go and do the research. Either one, fam. But you're not gonna sit here and spout bullshit to me, fam. This is not gonna happen. Yeah, and I think certain people get a bit upset.
You can't be talking about black betterment and then next minute talk about King Von.
Not even that. Your name is consciousness, and the first thing you went to was literally belittling
King Von's
like your own
and rappers who have
like,
publicists.
That brother there has a habit. Yeah.
Okay, like what does that mean?
That brother there has a habit of not being able to engage or respond adequately in debate, bruv, or conversation, and taking it somewhere else. He has a track fucking
and
record.
Celebrities aren't evidence, man. Let's stop using celebrities as some sort of benchmark or no. Let's stop it.
Benchmark.
Do you know what I mean?
But he loves using that though. Do you know about Marley?
Celebrities are actors. They're just another form of actors, bro. All these rappers, they're all acting. It is what it is, man. Bit of truth mixed in with it, but they all have publicists.
Yo, B, fuck yourself. Nah, yeah, man. That's you get me. Sorry, people, but yeah, man. It's just yeah, enough.
Came in with their violence.
Chill out.
Yeah. I even forgot what they.
I personally blame MA for this. You know, he started.
Yeah, I blame him.
What do women want with a bad man? He started.
And then he ran off, lady.
Well, he wanted us to, you know, we were trying to break down what a bad man is, and I think Zelini just personified that for us. Big up, Zelini.
Yeah, big up, Zelini.
Take notes, certain people in the chat. Pussy up.
Oh shit.
Oh God, who are you fighting? What the hell is going on?
Nah, I'm feeling salty, so.
Violence today. Why are we all on violence?
Smoke, I swear, from the show started today, there was smoking the chat on the panel. It was, what was it, Hangover Sunday today?
This morning, but they were just like,
okay, so it's your lot's fault, really, then. I'm just coming off of you.
Everyone's trying to blame everyone, you know.
Oh God, here comes the real bad man.
Big up everyone, man. Big up everyone.
Yeah,
big up,
big up,
big up all of you, man. Come on, man. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Big up.
I appreciate what you are doing, man.
MJ held it down. Bigger up, man.
Hey, it's a really good show. It's a really good show. It's so good, yeah. I couldn't get on for ages, and I didn't mind, yeah. But I wanted to jump on the subject of badmanism, and definitely the King Vaughn and the young ladies. It's not just one lady's been killed up there, but definitely these are hit women. These are hit women. Yeah, I'm sure there's a video.
They're not civilians, basically.
You know who mainly we used to report on it? DJ Academic.
Yeah. Warren Chirac. Yeah.
Right. Because there were so many bodies being dropped and so many. King Vaughn himself. Oh my God, this is a demon.
All of them were involved.
Yeah. How you gonna separate demon male and female demons? Nah, they're just demons. Don't worry about it.
I don't know. Are we gonna call them demons? He said they had demonic action.
You know why? Because it's like you said a little bit earlier. They are a product of their environment.
Thank you.
Right now, the environment is Chirac, Iraq, Chirac. So the rest speaks for itself. You can just move to Chicago, and end up getting killed.
Yeah.
Remember, I got family in America, right? So they're like, no one trying to go. If you're not from Chicago, don't go Chicago. Why?
Why?
They said, they said
it was horrible, bro.
They said if Von or the gal was still alive now, because they would both be facing multiple murder charges.
Of course,
100%.
Of course,
yeah.
And some of the murderers are snaking. They snake their own brethren.
They
You know
line
what I'm
people
saying?
up. I just said
Yeah,
to
they
him,
call it
women are the
backdooring.
biggest
They
ones to
love
line you
backdooring
up.
each other. Pause,
Women are the ones.
pause.
You want someone
Snaking
lined
your
up?
own
Get a
brethren,
woman.
blood. Yeah.
Like,
And of course, if a woman is the one you're sending to lick down, man, you King Von, this is your hitter. Do you get it? You're a hitter. It just goes in like it's a mad cycle.
it's a cycle,
Because
yeah.
as one dies, another one takes the mantle, and then
There's
he
an
gets
angry
revenge
person.
and then he gets killed, and then it's a
Retaliation.
perpetual. Do you get it? That's
Yeah.
how Chicago's running. You know what I mean? But to bring that young lady into the thing,
No, because
I
he made it
agree
seem like she was a
100% with
civilian at
Zelini.
first.
No civilians in Chirac.
See, and once again,
There's no.
That's why Zelini had to
and
come
once
and
again,
you know she's
this is my
Zelini.
issue. This is my issue. Well, I didn't want to say him particularly, but people in general. Man, are just spouting frivolous info, fam. Like we're not all sitting on the fucking internet, cuz. Like, and again, I'm not saying that this should be at the forefront of people's fucking minds or nothing like that. But I'm just saying, rather than just fucking.
He's a Chirac stunt.
Just type the shit in on the same laptop you're using to chat shit, fam, and you'll find out what you're fucking trying to talk about. That's it. But no, man would just rather watch a 2-minute clip and then say, right, this will happen, innit? This will happen. It's just like, nah, brother, allow it, man. Allow it. And again, man, don't care about none of the people coming from Chirac, fam.
You're lucky he didn't get hit with the. Do you know?
He's the type of
know
person that'll pull up to one of their blocks and just be like trying to be around just for the sake of it, just to say I was there. And get himself.
Guys, do you know England?
The
England. Oh
obsession
yeah,
is
I'm from
mad,
England.
Stop, Zilla.
And as well, you know what? Yeah, like let me apologize to the brother, car. I should have said that to him. Yeah, but I'm just letting it be known, cause in a real life, cause you wouldn't dare talk to man like that. Fam.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like you wouldn't dare, and that's not me on some bad boy or nothing like that, cause I'm not no He-Man, fam.
Preservation of life. Yeah, man.
But I'm simply saying, cause I know who the fuck I am, cause and I know who the fuck you are, bro. Yeah. So yeah, I'll leave that there.
Give him time, man. The guy's young, man.
No, but Sarah, I'm not even gonna do that because this is what everyone's saying.
No, you can't even do that. You can't even do that.
25 years old.
Yeah,
when are we gonna stop?
Say that, you know.
When are we gonna stop this?
He's chasing you down, Sarah. You know when man's chasing you down.
Whole children. We had all children.
You get me? I know.
Whole human
my first child at 23. Come on, stop it.
That's what I'm saying. When a man is older than my child,
and I'm a late starter. Listen, and where I'm from, I'm a late starter.
In there.
Trust me. I'm a late starter. I got
country,
my youngers.
Got 3 kids, a driver's license, 2 jobs. Like, what are you talking about?
Some people, hey, some of my youngers were leaving school with baby. So this is levels. Their kids are like 17. Closer to 30. Obviously, imagine I'm the big broski. Yeah,
they got grandkids in their 30s, man. You know them ones.
But the good thing is, like, I've done jail and so that's the main reason. Maybe if I wasn't in jail from like 18, I would have. You know what I mean? I might have, but I doubt it. I doubt it because you know, we always dealt with this thing about hats and condoms and we used to do bareback. You know, like and then you know, if people start catching things around you and the environment changed and they talk about AIDS and we had to strap up.
We had
to strap up, man.
Yeah, man.
Nah, man, just come on, man. Just relax. The kid just needs to relax.
You're not from Chicago.
You're not from Chicago. You don't gangbang. You don't know nothing about gangbanging. Just be the conscious brother you are. Let's just do that, man.
But you know what?
Like,
but last time you was speaking about Chicago,
every rapper
and he said,
know, every gang warfare you've heard of. You're not getting brownie points here. No one cares.
But apparently, he trusted them people there, though. Last time he was
Everyone's
saying that on stream,
you
I
know
can
what it
remember
is
that
in certain
much.
environments. Stop it. It's not. It is likely because in certain environments, everybody's a gangbanger, bro. You probably spoken to a couple of them.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? I probably spoke to a couple of them when I was younger, and I used to visit my.
Men are gangbanging by default in certain areas, bro.
It is what it is.
Yeah? Literally. Like, don't even want to be no part of nothing, but they understand, bruv. Like, I'm from over here, innit? You get me? It's what it is, innit? Yeah, that's just really the sad thing about it. You get me? A lot of these people, they don't even really want to be involved in nothing, but they have to.
That's what I said.
But they just have to, yeah. And you're glorifying
you're
it.
in the wrong place at the wrong time. It is what it is.
Yeah, man. His name is Unconscious. Closed eye from now on. No more conscious eye open.
Yeah, Zelini is right though. He has a tendency
sleepy
to
eye
and just like drop every.
Yes,
like
you
already know.
like,
no one cares.
Just allow it, man. Like, stop trying
I
to
mean, we
tell
have
me
to sit and
information I
listen or
heard in
else we're
03, fam. I'm not interested. Yeah. Stop trying to show me stuff I used to get on DVDs back in 05, bro. Fuck off, man. I want to hear about that. Yeah. Tell me something I don't, seeing as you're so fucking smart and clued up.
That will be
Yeah?
one of the most classic days for me on here when man brought us the BBC article.
BBC article.
To prove scientific findings. Oh, Jesus, really? Nah.
And you know what? I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, MJ was in the background, like,
Yeah, she was cracking up. She was busting up. MJ was cracking up, Reba. Don't let her gas to you. She was there on the floor.
I beg you, no. Mary, no.
Yo, this is not only me that's got powers in this.
Yo, Marco, no.
Bruh, you see me, I'm doing video. Trying to prove your point. You get what I'm saying?
Everybody
yes. Right. There's a little video about what was going on with Chirac, and obviously King Vaughn was mentioned. So let's have a listen and see what's going on in Chirac.
Cool.
Shit.
What the hell?
Have you watched this one before that?
No.
Is the main suspect.
Oh, no, this is bad.
Allegedly, we're gonna talk about King Von.
Okay. Let's go. Yeah, done with the weird music thing. Sorry, people.
It's your boy Max Payne.
All right, Max.
Today we're gonna be talking about King Von.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know this is a popular topic on YouTube. A lot of people talk about King Von and Chirac.
Looking like conscious, light skin conscious. Is it me or does it look like a light skin conscious? Yeah, they might have got the little plaits going on. Interesting.
What in the Q Von is going on?
All right, let's go. Because obviously there's people in the audience who don't know nothing about none of this. So here you go.
All right. But we're going to talk about the 3 murders that he was implicated in recently. Now, word on the streets is allegedly he has more than 10 bodies on the streets. But just recently, the Chicago PD
should be done there, isn't it? Yeah. We should just finish it there, right there. Anyone who's carrying dead body is a semi-Jeffrey Dahmer, no?
Yeah, sorry.
No?
They let him do the show.
Bundy levels.
Just for the purpose of this.
Sorry,
just for the purpose of everyone in the chats or whatever. This young man was no older than 23, I think 24 maximum, I think.
And he's an artist. If you look him up, he's got bare music on YouTube. A whole playlist of music.
He's a year younger.
Yeah, sorry?
Was he 23 when he died?
Around that age. I'm not exactly sure.
I think he's a bit older, but yeah.
He's around that age there still.
Okay.
You get me?
Yes, that's when you're ready, G.
All right, go.
released documents that he was the main suspect in 3 confirmed homicides. So that's all we're going to focus on. We're not going to focus on the rumors. We're going to focus on the facts. Okay. So let's get into it.
Here, Chicago gangs have become skilled at using social media to taunt and threaten their rivals. A phenomenon Professor Patton calls cyberbanging. These are 3 emojis you see a lot.
This is a threat. What we have is a smiley face devil, then a water gun, and a person running is someone being shot at. So this is telling someone, I'm going to come after you and I'm going to shoot you.
The cyberbanging trend would have deadly consequences for Jakira Barnes and everyone else in her neighborhood. And just before she turned 14, it went to a whole other level.
Just don't do it. Don't do it.
Wait. Is that the woman they're talking about, the kid?
Let me just leave it alone. I'm just not getting involved, man.
No, but she like what's killing me is you can see that she's a child. She's a fucking child.
Yeah,
this ain't
they're
no
all
woman.
children.
They're all children, sis. They're all children.
Yeah, apart from the older ones, like what's
Yeah.
his name again? I've forgotten his name. Fuck's sake.
That
With the no, older than that. Before, what's his name? He's still around now. I've forgotten his name now. He's the main one. Like all
Any
of this
clues?
music and the whole style is his style. You know what I mean? It's based off him. Chief Keef. Thank you. Yeah,
That's old.
it's from Chief Keef. He's a little bit older than them. Do you get it? But these are from his set.
Big
In a
up.
sense, you know what I mean? Yes, Jets. Big up, bro.
Big up.
Yeah.
I
Mad.
can't speak on Chicago itself, but I know in LA it's common, man. People get jumped
No,
into gangs
Chicago's
at 12 or 13. That's the average age. 12 years old,
Hey,
13
put it
years
this way,
old.
yeah. Chicago's so bad.
So,
I
yeah,
know
probably worse.
it's not on Jedi's travel list. You know places
There's
to
actually
go.
nice
Like,
parts
yeah.
in Chicago,
No.
Like, let's not make the whole
There are
thing.
places to go in America.
Apparently, there's some nice parts
Yeah,
out
they
there.
go Chirac. Really? Yeah.
No, there are some nice places in Chicago, man. Let's not.
Yeah,
make
no,
the whole thing.
100%.
There's some nice places out there. I've heard.
Yeah, downtown,
But
innit?
Chicago, you know how far Chicago's nowhere near anywhere. Windy City.
Yeah, Midwest, yeah.
Yes, it's in the middle of nowhere. Who goes to Chicago? You don't go, Babs. Going to Chicago is going out of your way. Trust me. You gotta say it. If you live in LA, it's definitely going out your way. If you live in New York, it's going out your way. If you live in DC, it's going out your fucking way. If you live in Baltimore, fuck's sake. There ain't no connecting road. You know, like the I-95 and all of this, like connect. Yeah, I can jump on the I-95 in DC and end up in California, right? But the other way around to go to Chicago, no.
It's a trek.
Yeah, like anyone can look at the map and you see, oh shit, this is Obama's town, huh?
And don't forget, a lot of these kids are off drugs, though. They're not moving.
Senator Obama represented what?
Yeah, they're off the
What
Zans,
state?
everything. You're right.
Yeah, do you know what though? I'm not gonna lie. Just as much
This
as
is
they're
Obama's
big on it,
L.
Just as much
This
as
is
they're big
Obama's
on it,
L.
as much as them are still, because you see a
What?
couple of these fucking beaming youths, fam, and they're like clean as fucking anything, fam.
No,
Yeah,
but
some
the
of them
thing
don't
to
even smoke
Delini,
fucking
your
weed.
environment
I
can
know.
like ruin your moral
Like,
compass.
they just got an urge for fucking badness. Like they
To
just
kill.
that's it. That's it.
To kill.
That's
As
it.
I said, product of your environment. America's all about guns and everything. And bro, if you see some of the machines they got, bro, it's not even.
Yeah, they're different out there, man.
I don't want war with you, and I'm a bad guy.
You know how really
I'm not that bad. This
They showed a
is
video.
savage. That's why they call them savages, because they're not. This is not badness. This is beyond
showed a
badness.
video.
It's beyond, man.
They showed a video the other day of a kids' party in Chicago, bro. Yeah, and the little youths had fucking imitation Glocks, boy, with switches on the back of them. Yeah, and for anyone who doesn't know what a switch is, it's a device that you put on a handgun that basically turns it into a machine gun, basically. Yeah, a little chip. You just slide in.
It lets all shots go off one time.
Yeah, they're having children have birthday parties with these fucking things.
Yeah, people do that. Sis, once your moral levels just got out the window, like you can have the
14-year-old
kids
kids have
throwing up
street
gang
battles
signs,
with
all
these
types of
switches.
shit.
What the fuck?
It happens everywhere.
Yeah,
Put it
these
this way,
lot have
yeah,
gun
um,
battles with the
Yeah.
switches.
Put it this way, Axum.
Mhm.
When I go to America, I always warn people: you have to be on your best behavior all the time. That
let
is
kid on
why
the bike,
I
man, they
cannot
switch on you.
live there. You get it? I can go there, visit. It's nice. There's nice places. But living
Know yourself, yeah.
under the pressure of, if I make a mistake, if I
You know,
jaywalk, I
speak
go
when they
jail.
tell you watch out for the homeless people.
You know what I'm saying? If you jaywalk, you can go jail.
If you
Yeah?
drive into the wrong
And
road,
then-
yeah, they'll block off the whole road. Now you're just stuck.
Listen,
Like you just need to explain
Then you
where
can go
come
jail.
from,
You can go county
who you
jail.
are. It's mad. It's mad.
Right? You can go county
Mad.
jail. They're gonna test
Proper
you, yeah.
politics. It's proper politics.
Then Mike has to be tested, right? For example, sorry,
Yeah.
Mike has to be tested if I go there, right? So I've gone county jail because I was jaywalking. The thing, someone didn't post the bond for me, so I went to county jail. Yeah, because they're usually you're in the pen or the lockup or whatever they call it. Yeah, holding. Yeah, and then they send you to the main prison, and that's not the main prison. Sorry. Yeah, that's like prison in between prison, but that's so rough.
That's just what
Yeah.
till they sort you out.
You might end up killing someone in there.
Yeah.
And then serving a proper sentence in the big house.
Yeah.
So either way, you're not escaping the fuckery. Do you get what I'm saying? So someone like me, who like, if you're gonna test me, you're gonna push me in my head, you're gonna bang my plate, I'm gonna take my time, I'm gonna survey the area because I'm a foreigner, and I'm gonna find somewhere quiet and deal with your clerk. But it's never gonna be that quiet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you know you're going down, fam. And exactly if you have to make somebody an example, like the first person who fucks with you, You know what I mean? I need to grab him in the dinner hall, bend him to the side, and juke him in the neck like 5-6 times, looking at everyone, and maybe saying some shakara stuff.
Oh no, say something crazy. Say something crazy.
Right now, leave Shakara. Leave Shakara.
Yeah.
Imbulu away.
All right, everyone. Calm down, everyone.
Hey, shut up, Sniper. Sniper's laughing with it, man. Don't let him gas you, Jedi.
That's it, Abula away. Nah, that's one of the oldest. No. You know why I chuckled? Because it's one of the oldest disses. Like raw. It's like close to Bubu. Close, very close. They're bedfellows and that.
I'm done with you, man.
Man used to say that to me at school.
Card though, Sniper. You should have used your foreign card.
Remember that, yo.
They're oblivious.
Yeah, Mackie, what did I say in your house? I said, nah. This is deep.
Nah, they're serious, man.
The depths of racism. No, it's cool, Zelini. Safe, man. Safe. We family.
Fair violence.
I know what was going on in that Jamaican household. We was getting slow. Fucking African. We was getting slow.
Yeah, and they don't fuck with Africans out there, man. Not gonna lie.
After church as well. Yeah, you said it's Sunday, and you said Abula where? No, I'm done. I'm done with you. Nigerian wise, you're cancelled. Amongst Nigerians, which doesn't really mean much, but yeah. Yeah, you're cancelled, man. Fuckery. Yeah. I'm gonna buy you a ticket for Chicago.
They're not very nice.
Yeah, I got a free ticket for you, Zillini. Go Chicago. Yeah. Spend 2 weeks.
I actually want. It doesn't. There are some nice places, man. We're not gonna strike the whole place. Stop it.
Yeah.
I don't know where.
This young man actually in his coffin, and this image has also been defiled.
That is the biggest no-no in this particular context.
That really escalates it.
And that really escalates future retaliation. The alleged word on the street.
Sorry, what in the social media is going on here? Is this how they're attacking each other? It's bad enough with the mobile.
Yeah, they
do.
It's
bad enough with the mobile phones in England.
Crips. They've got different signs for different gangs. Like I remember that. Like even language is just mad.
Come on,
like, it's a whole different language they use. These people are mad.
He does this. He does defacing. Like, where is it gone?
And this guy's just sitting there, on some informant shit. Like,
I know. Yeah, they got Reggie to explain. Yeah, American Reggie to explain about gangs. Well, if you ask me, you know, it's all aspects fault. Oh, fuck's sake. And gang, you know, have you heard of gang? Yeah, look at this woman as well. What does she know? What is this? This is fuckery, man.
The alleged word on the street is that Jakira was then asked to retaliate against the person that is responsible, allegedly, for Tupa's death.
Later that year, a kid named Odell Perry was murdered. So then the Parkway Gardens Black Disciples renamed their place O-Block.
Come on, family.
I hope area you don't own. It's just sad, man.
Compared to LA,
on that block.
Compared to LA, this is different.
Yeah, they're different. They're completely different. They're known to be. They're different. They're maddy.
Everything is in close proximity. That means you share the same high road. You share the same high road.
They're literally neighbors. They're touching. They're just it's mad.
You know what I mean? Man could shoot from out a man's window.
Look how small it is. All that chaos, and look how small the.
I'm not saying there's not chaos in other parts of Chicago. Trust me.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, in the main part, they're saying like, bruv, shots ring off so much. As I said, innocent people who go there can get killed.
Yeah, a lot of kids have PTSD from the shots. I remember reading an article.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
I was talking to one American brother in the Hangouts back in the day, and man said, "Yeah, man, move to Chicago, and within 2 months, man moved out."
Yeah. Who would
he's
move
innocent.
to
He's just
Chicago,
doing his
though?
right. You get what I'm saying? Remember, it's Obama state.
Work.
Remember, it's Obama state.
But
It's a
hold on,
black.
guys. Are
In
we
a
acknowledging?
sense,
Are we gonna at least
Chicago is a
acknowledge that
black state.
there's a Chicago in every fucking country around the world? Are we not acknowledging this though? Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
see
I
the
kind of
exact
agree
same
with this. I kind
But
right.
of
So you
not in
can't
the
just look at
same. No,
Chicago.
no,
There's
no,
Yeah,
no, no,
Chicago
no,
in
no,
it's
no.
not the
every
same.
level of
It's not the
violence
same,
is
country.
Lady
different.
D. Lady D.
Lady D.
I fully get you, but it's
Yeah.
not the same.
It's
It's
not
not.
exactly the same like
It's
that.
not.
No. The
Mm.
weapons and the thing that they have, the close
They're
proximity
using
and the
war, military
music.
weapons for war.
Remember, the music is like our version of grime, right? So the music is definitely influential. You know, like Fire of Truth would say. So, oh yeah, it's the grime thing. It's doing this to the youth. No. In America,
Yeah.
oh shit, that trap, that whatever, is followed with machine gun dancing, all sorts of fuckery.
Couple
And
man
they don't
might
have a
get
code
stabbed.
out there.
Couple
There's
man
no
might get stabbed
system.
over
There's
the
no
weekend,
code.
yeah, in England, yeah,
There's no
like at all,
hierarchy.
yeah, like worst way, bruv, yeah. Like this is crazy. Like
It's just
Ted,
kids.
yeah, that's gonna get fucking probably televised or reported on, yeah. Like serious stabbings. You get me? I think even the other day there was like 3 over the space of 24 hours in Craig's
Yeah, they're
Credit or
supposed to
something
be
like
in your class, Miss Sarah.
The
You know
point
what you
being
got-
is that you hear over a weekend like Memorial Day or whatever it is, or Labor Day, because you're hearing
Right.
65 man got what, like what?
Yeah, whacked. Easy.
Oh my god.
Like it's like, huh? Yeah, 65 people were shot, 42 are dead. Like, huh?
So
But
now,
remember, these people don't have a system, man. Everyone's still
but
mad.
listen.
100
How,
people
if
get
one
shot
kid,
every other year.
sorry, if one kid can have 10 bodies, is he a kid? One. And is he a fucking serial killer?
No.
He's not a
You
serial
know
killer.
what? It's so hard, bro. I don't even
That's
want
a
to.
serial killer, man.
It's oh my god, it's a tough question. Man.
No, I got you.
Black people
My
can't
mum's
be
like,
serial killers.
no, he's just a kid.
Black
And
people
I'm
can't
like,
be serial
logically,
killers.
that's not normal.
Well, they were. I
Serial-
think there was
Black people can't be serial killers. Serial killers is killing plus power.
Oh,
fuck's
Willie
sake.
Ross.
Who said
Like,
that?
what a-
Killing plus power.
Yo, go away, man. Are you just go away?
They definitely got all the power. You know,
But the
like some
thing
of
is
this
with
power
these
that these
kids,
people
yeah,
are
they're
talking
literally
about.
just
like,
they're running riot. I think with LA, there's some sort of a system in it. You need like there's the whole system out there. There's no system here.
No,
People
but
just killing, just killing.
that's what I'm trying to say. But again,
No hierarchy,
still-
no old. There's nothing. Just riots.
it's still not like how you're thinking. Like, yeah, it's like riots every day. No, it's not like that. Man are still doing their thing, riding their bikes and but man's got bike
And
with
they're just
machine
killing
guns.
someone
Yeah,
on the way
just
to buy
go
some
roll up on the
I'm like,
person, or in the middle of the night, or thing. They just come out of club, or people who's supposed to get hit are getting hit, but that's not the point. They're all around the same age group, and it shouldn't be happening, right? But it's the environment. It's America, man. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Like, you
access
get them
to
the right
guns,
to.
man. Guns is like
Thank
the most
you.
easier way to kill someone.
You got the right to bear arms. The feds are gonna kill you with guns.
Hey, Miss Sarah made a good point there. Yeah, she said something about where's the elders and the elder people.
They're dead.
Yeah, well, some of them are dead, and the rest of them
are dead.
And the rest of them, they just got swept up, like in the sweep that they do
Yeah,
every,
yeah,
like
that's true.
10,
Jail.
15 years,
Yeah,
where
yeah.
they just take out all of the hierarchy and then
Yep.
just leave a free for all. And then the same thing happens like over another 10, 15 years. You get me? So this is a
Yeah,
pattern.
like happens here just before carnival.
Sad.
Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah, whole gangs
Yeah.
off road. Like yeah. And then it leaves a void, and then a new set
They
comes.
have no guidance. Even do their
But when the new set come now, they come with their own set of rules or what they learn with additions. So it's not
Yeah.
the same as what I'm trying to say.
And in England, it's bad enough. So imagine in America.
You
lot
can tell they
started
don't
with
have
guns.
elders because they're all indicting themselves, putting their
But
shit
the
on social
oldest,
media.
the
You
oldest
can
had
tell there's no
guns
elders
too.
around.
The oldest had guns too, and the oldest had guns too.
No,
and
but
you know what I mean? Bodied
But
a
the
few
way they're
people.
moving, Sniper, you could tell there's nobody around them. Because how you indicting yourself and putting your shit on social media? Like there's no
No,
one to tell you, "Oh,
their
stop."
gang is their
You know what I mean?
family. Remember,
Mm.
they're moving like orphans.
They're
Yeah.
self-snitching
So the
after
gang
they
is
kill
a
people.
family. Yeah.
It's mad.
Yeah. But that's been the same as the drill. It's after the fact. I
Yeah,
tried to
they
explain that to
they've
Fire.
normalized self-snitching, man. Because there was a
Yeah,
time
it's
you could bring out a
self-snitching.
camera, bro.
Dry
You're fighting
snitching
it,
or
get
wet
the fuck out the
snitching,
way.
whatever snitching. But it's still
You'll get
snitching.
beaten up for bringing the camera out.
Yeah. I'm smoking so and so like a loud pack. That means the job's done. Not that
No, but
we're
there was
going
a
to
time
do
you
that.
couldn't do that. There was politics in place. You couldn't do
Yeah.
things like that. You couldn't even bring out a
But it's
camera.
doing its job
Like, why
though.
you
But
not
it's doing its
fighting? Why
job
you
though.
not?
It's doing
its
its job, and it's
job. It has
encouraging
an
another.
effect.
It's encouraging the
Another,
next set of youth, another
yeah.
generation to continue on the pattern and behavior. And this is what.
And look,
I think a lot of
you
people
don't
miss.
even have to do a tune, a diss track no more. You just gotta take a photo at the funeral, put it up on social media, and deface it. And that's it. Yeah. What's the other gang saying? You get me?
Like,
Everyone's gonna
or do
see
that,
it. Yeah. I hit the like.
sad, man. It's sad.
Nah,
Yeah.
they used to be on Twitter. As well. Like there was one case in particular where a
Twitter
guy
beef.
shot someone from across the street, and he hit him in the head. And then he went on Twitter and said, "Yo, did you see the way I shot your brethren in the head?" He goes,
Yeah,
"Oh,
that's
you
how
lot
they're
didn't
rolling.
see that one coming." And it's real. Like these lot actually at each other as soon as they do whatever they do to each other. It's mad.
Yeah, but guess who controls the operating system? Your phone system and all of this. Hello, 1-to-1. No, you're actually phone feds. We knew this from the longest time. That certain phone networks were just
Yeah,
the
of course
feds.
they're letting them allow to. They allow each other to kill each other, man.
Of course. Remember, crime is money, war is money, death is money.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So like all of the things bases are covered.
Yeah.
We understand that in England.
100%.
If everybody who does crime says unified thing says, you know what, we're not working this week. Fuck that. Yeah. I'm telling you, these motherfuckers will make shit up.
100.
Yeah, and they do it anyway. But you know what I'm saying? Like, but it's just showing you a more clear cut thing. Something they actually do. They make shit up. There has to be crime.
Yeah, 100%.
Lawyers need paying. CPS.
Yeah,
You know what? You're right.
And
You're
again-
right on
and
that one.
again, This is why all this behavior, music, film, whatever it may be, is reinforced, bro. Yeah, because this whole structure is set up on the fact that we need people to commit criminal behavior or criminal acts. Yeah, whatever they may be, whether we created them yesterday or created them 100 years ago. Yeah, where they've normalized criminal behavior.
But listen to this. Listen to this. In New York, right? They did a survey. And I mean a real proper survey where you go to Mandem and blah blah blah. What's a real gangster to you? Yeah. Everyone pointed to the movie Scarface.
Yeah.
So this was an infection in the community that movie coming out affected the community.
Yeah, I swear
More than any music or even the music is going to refer to Scarface.
I swear Jay-Z's got a bar like that when he's like, "Oh, Scarface, Scarface, the movie did more than Scarface the rapper for me," or something along them lines. You get me?
Bro, he began his first album with rip-off of Scarface, bro.
Exactly. Everyone was doing it. So and then when they were doing the interview and they're talking to Mandem on the block, right? Big grown man though. Man saying, yeah, man. Yeah, when I first saw that Scarface and he just dipped his face in the coke and yeah, that's when I wanted to be a real gangster. Like, oh shit. But hold on, you've got supposed gangsters in your ends. You live in Harlem, you've got Bumpy Johnson, you've got this one, you've got Calvin Klein, you've got the 80s, 80s, 90s, the Nicky Barnes era and all of that. You lot got that. And you're saying all of that came from Scarface. Do you get what I'm saying? Influence. I'm not saying completely, but majority, when you ask them, they said, yeah. Either they like the movie or they didn't. You know what I mean? But the ones that like the movie, they're roadman. Come out lifer after 25 years. Man's missed every other movie after that. But he remembers back before he got locked up. Yeah, we all watched Scarface, went to the cinema. I was like, that's mad. So this thing is a psychological thing, and as I said, this is Obama's ends. He was the senator of Chicago before he became president. So when you're president, you still represent Chicago because you're still a senator underneath the presidency. Pause. Yeah. So I'm saying this is your ends. You did Obamacare. You did all these type of fuckery because of the things that were going on in your ends. But you didn't really want to let the public know. Yeah. Because his church, remember his church that he used to go to was in Chicago. The preacher who turned on him and said, yeah, boy, Obama used to have a lover in the church, a male partner, that nigga died. Interesting. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then they tried to disassociate Obama from the preacher because the preacher was saying radical stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? He's sitting there with the man beast, Obama, right? What's his name? Michael, yeah, sitting there. So Barack and Michael is sitting there, you know, normal Sunday kind of thing, listening, but they bought the media, innit? They bought cameras, and now my man decides to go all full postal, man. You know, slavery, everything, like, yeah, full postal. Yeah. So from then it was like, that could affect your campaign, Obama, because he was trying to do a thing like, yeah, I go to church. Yeah. But they're like, whoa, to listen to this guy. You know what I'm saying? This guy's like, yeah, man, Malcolm X. Rah, 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 rah. Nah. You can't have your next president-elect, yeah, going to a church where they're talking semi-Pan-African stuff, sounding like Kel and that. Angry Kel. Moving on synchronized. Sorry, let me play the thing.
It's still called today, O-Block. So you have O-Block and Tukaville.
That fearsome status was amplified by Jakira's outsized presence on social media.
She was a real badass gangster girl. Every bit the definition. I think that for females, that if you want...
Yeah, conscious.
This is the innocent. This is the innocent, sweet little girl.
She was like yummy. She was like yummy. That's what he said.
Nah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Should have never gone down this angle, man. It's a mess.
Want to keep that kind of respect, she was never going to stop. It's more of a survival to be a female in this world, and you want to be better than the guys. You're the gangster. You're the real gangster.
Yeah, she got fucking a gussy soup slapped out her bowl, though, didn't she?
Straight.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why I was like, why are you even mentioning it? Because even if you mention King Von, the end to that story is body bag. Makes no sense. Do you get what I'm saying? And we fully know the story. As I said, DJ Academic, been recording it for time. And, you know, you watch these things now and again and so you're up to speed. But this is like 3-4 years old shit. Right, perhaps we ain't interested in that no more. Yeah, I don't know why conscious. You meant to be millennium, and this is what you're bringing. This is what you're.
I was conscious saying.
He tried to make out that this gal was innocent, 12-year-old. Like, what are you doing, bro? Don't lie. You know
Did he mention his friend from Chicago? Did he mention his friend from Chicago that does live streams?
No.
Yes.
Oh,
he did,
okay,
yeah.
Okay. I wasn't
He did.
Mad.
Yeah, there's one
That's
brother
why he's
that's
into it.
giving them information, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why he feels like he's the almanac, the oracle on Chicago, Joe.
Yeah, well, you're gonna,
Yeah, but
you're gonna have to go up against DJ
if
Academic.
that's the case, bro, he needs to check the brother because he's feeding him dud information, fam.
Yeah, it does. The beard eyes. Yeah, like, get it right.
That'll
Man.
make you look like an idiot when you go and fucking repeat this stuff.
12-year-olds. Come on, family. There ain't been no 12-year-old in the whole fucking video. Youngest was 14. Let's get it right, man. Mad. But regardless, yeah, they're fucking hit men and hit gal.
Yeah, crazy, man. Probably Jamaican.
Probably. Or the bomb was like.
No, I think she was.
Online, but over in O-Block, King Von felt differently.
When you tweeted once, you said you miss her.
Yeah. Because we used to be talking on the phone. Like, that's somebody, like, say somebody you DM and talking to. And then one day they just gone. Now you like, damn, who the I'm talking to now?
Now, the first victim we're going to talk about is Jakira Barnes, a.k.a. K.I. You could look all over YouTube and you'll see that they had a beef. There's plenty of videos detailing their beef going back and forth on Twitter. But I just wanted to show this video so that you can see that King Von has serial killer tendencies. If you look at interviews from like Ted Bundy, the Green River Killer, BTK, they show a lack of remorse or guilt, impulsivity, the need for control, a predator behavior, and sensation-seeking behavior. So, you know, it's really scary to see
Why
King
did they put
Von
Lady Divine on the
talking
screen?
about.
No. You
Lady
need to do
Divine,
that,
you still here? Where's she
You
gone?
need to do that, man.
My bad. Was you waiting for a response?
Oh,
Sorry
shit.
to
Oh, shit.
disappoint you.
Sorry.
Sorry to disappoint you. Carry on.
Big up, Lady D.
Always, it's big up, man.
Big up, man. Black
Forever.
I want no smoke.
AI like they were friends, but he really lined her up. And, you know, that is a clear indicator.
Who the hell is this?
No, did someone say
making
Zulu? Lie.
Oh, fuck. Ellen, let me move on. He's about to say Shalom Shabbat. Mad. Hotep. And also,
he's looking at Uber Eats the county, you know. No,
yeah, mad.
Trying to get the
Ordering.
county special mud.
Phone in the driver, all high pitched voice. Mad. You said you was gonna bring my order. Yeah, at least 20 minutes ago. It's 30 minutes now. Yeah. If those cows needs a cold, oh shit. I'm going to
Today's
sue
Sabbath.
you.
I can't even use my phone, man. Hurry up.
I've got Bible study on Tuesday.
Why did you say it with such
Indicated to me that King Von was indeed a serial killer. And that is, you know, I'm not trying to shit on him, but this is psychology. I like to talk about stuff like this. That's a clear indicator that he has serial killer tendencies.
You niggas ain't living like us, B. Might have fucked your bitch. We ain't fucked your bitch on purpose, my nigga. Bitch probably had a little body on. You know, we them boys. We probably done slid up in that. But that's still your bitch, my nigga. We don't want your bitch. You feel me?
Now, the second victim we're going to talk about is Malcolm Stuckey. Now, if you look on...
So, excuse me. Yeah, who was that directed at? Who the cat fit?
I'm just saying her name was Gakaira. Like,
I didn't even clock that.
The name's probably got some kind of meaning or something, but Gakaira, like, come on, man. What are you
That's how you end up. That's how you end up. That's how you end up as a Jane Doe. Nah, pause.
I hate them names that start one and then one direction and then switch up direction. Next syllable. How did you even start the G for? What was the G for?
Bipolar.
Gakaira, like you're trying to never let them know what you're doing.
No, the G is silent or something. Like, what the fuck, man?
Jakaira.
It's not, isn't it?
Jakaira. No, I swear it's Jakaira, not Gakaira.
Brother, that thing was spelled with a G, so if you
that's
even worse. It's even worse.
It's even worse.
Brother, I hear that, but I swear that they pronounce Jakaira still.
No problem. No problem. That's even, like I said, that's even worse, bro. Because now the G is really a J. So you're just playing games at this point.
Yeah. It says the Django business. I told you, man.
Like, you know how these Americans do with it.
Put your hand in the Scrabble bag and took out some letters.
Yeah, like, whoa. Who's naming these people, man? Like, fuck you. No, when your parents might be nitties, though, you gotta look at it that way, man.
No,
Octavius.
It's when you always want to name your daughter Kyra, when you ended up with a wrestler, man.
Or you was lean.
She's like, yeah,
high off meth. What would you like to call the young lady? Yeah, Jakara.
Jakara.
Yeah.
Can you spell that, please, miss?
G.
Kyra.
Kyra. G. Kyra.
You know, spell. Just write the shit down. Kyra,
Maybe just Jakira. See?
Oh, what are you doing?
Jakira.
had enough of this Swedish fuckery.
I know, man.
Tequila.
Digest the
Whoa,
brown
whoa,
cheese
whoa, whoa,
properly.
whoa. What
Jakira,
do these
Jakira.
people do now?
Long walks and that. Like how it
Tequila right now.
cheesecake. What?
Jikira. Yeah.
Through the Swedish
Tequila.
house.
Sound like she eats sandwich cake.
Cheesecake, sandwich cake, all kinds of cake. Let's
all
not go there, eh,
kinds of
Axum?
cake.
Oh,
Asparagus and
Mary.
asparagus and
I'm
icing.
so
Fuck
afraid
off,
of you
Axel.
right now, Mary.
Asparagus.
You've
and
been
ice.
shook all day, sis, ain't you?
On mute.
We're
Yeah,
not
you
doing
can hear
this.
them ones there. On mute. I'm on mute. Hi, Maddie.
Hey, Mary. What's
She's
that,
shook because
Mary?
I've got a video that she don't want me to play.
Oh shit. Was it Eritrean?
I told you, I'm Eritrean. I'm nothing else now. Okay.
She got real serious.
Oh,
She got
Sweden.
real serious there. They stopped me laughing at everything.
Yeah? Nah, yeah, put that. Yeah, play that after. Yeah, let's watch this
Yeah, I
and then
know,
we can
yeah,
play that
yeah.
after.
Yeah.
She's not getting away with it.
Keep that in the cut, MJ. Keep that in
On
the
the
cut.
screen, you're going to see the PDF documents from the Chicago PD indicating that King Von was the shooter in this situation. He beat the case. They had a shitload of evidence. They had the gun. They traced back where King Von bought the gun from. They had forensic evidence. I mean, this shit was like a home run for whoever the attorney was that was defending King Von. I don't know how he beat this case right here, but we're going to get into. All right, so this particular incident happened May 29th, 2014. Okay. This was at a birthday party at 5722 LaSalle Street in Chicago, Illinois. All right. Before Stuckey arrived for an afternoon birthday party for LaMeda Jones.
Afternoon birthday party. Are we fucking serious out here? Broad daylight birthday party drive-by. What? Nah. These youths are. I told you, man. It's mental health, man. Fuck's sake. Mental health is rife out here. And it weren't COVID. What?
A member of the Black Disciples gang, Davon Bennett, who was King Von, was already on site. He was chatting up other party guests until he spotted two rival gang members at the house and he took off. Before King Von left, the owner of the house told him not to start no stuff. King Von replied and said, "I'm not on that mess." But he later returned to LaSalle Street with a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson purchased 2 months earlier in Mississippi. So they basically tracked down where he got the gun from, who he got it from. And Stuckey, who friends and relatives says wasn't in the gang, he was in college, had just arrived at the party when Bennett and a fellow Black disciple, Michael Wade, got out of a friend's Oldsmobile Alero. That's a car you slide in. A block away, Stuckey and other partygoers planned to shoot hoops nearby before returning to eat food at Jones's party. As Bennett and Wade cut through an alley behind the house, Stuckey stepped onto the sidewalk to smoke a cigar. One of Bennett's rivals looked up and saw Bennett and Wade approaching the house. He fled, firing at him as he ran. Bennett chased that rival toward LaSalle Street. Prosecutors told the grand jury by the time Wade got out to the front of the house, Stuckey was face down on the grass between the sidewalk and the street, bleeding out. He died in his work uniform. So this kid, supposedly a good kid, he was in college, he had a job, and he died in his work uniform going to a party after work. "Why are you running?" King Von said, while chasing his rivals. According to Wade's police interviews, he and Wade kept firing. Wade hit one man in the foot. Bennett shot the other man in the face, breaking his jaw. A few moments later, the two were speeding away in the Alero. Stuckey was declared dead at the scene at 6:09 p.m. Detectives notified his mother a few hours later. The other two shooting victims survived. "He was supposed to be on his way to see me," said a childhood friend who lived down the street from Stuckey. He had stopped answering his phone. So basically, King Von got caught for this homicide. They got the gun. They traced the gun back to who he bought it from. He went to trial. He beat the trial, and he came back home, and he was back on the streets. Now, any normal person would beat a homicide and say, "You know what? I'm just gonna get my shit together. I'm gonna do this rap thing, and I'm just gonna stay focused." But like I said, them serial killer tendencies caught up with him. Like I said before earlier in the video, this isn't going to be in order. These are just leaked documents that show King Von was the main suspect in these homicides. The third person I'm going to talk about is Modell McCambry, okay? And I'm going to give you a brief summary on that. And then afterwards, we're going to sum up what a serial killer is, okay? A Leo high school football player was injured in a barrage of gunfire last year. Will see his classmates Friday night for the first time since the shooting. Miles Turner is expected to attend the prom with his mother and girlfriend. Last October, Turner tried to intervene when someone started shooting his cousin, Modell McCambry, in front of a house in the 6300 block of South Rhodes Avenue. Turner, 18, was shot 5 times, and McCambry was killed in the shooting. At the time, police believed the shooting was gang-related, but didn't believe that Turner had any gang affiliations. Turner was recently released from the Chicago Rehabilitation Institute. He's managed to stay on track for graduation with the help of his tutor. This homicide was just a rumor on the street, but recently leaked documents showed that King Von was the main suspect in this shooting. And, they basically have confirmed that he is the shooter of these 3 victims. Now, anybody else that he shot on the streets, we're not going to talk about.
Yes, bro.
Yeah, like, obviously, a lot of this paperwork comes out after a man's dead, and I think you got to remember it's easy for officers to fill their quotas and clean up certain dead-end investigations by pinning it on someone that's notorious and can't defend themselves.
True.
So, I think some of this stuff has come out and then it's been like debunked or whatever. I've watched one where the man's debunking some of it. Like, yeah, look, this person, basically in some of these cases, they've actually nabbed other people for it as well.
Yeah.
And now they're trying to just backtrack and put it on King Von or whatever.
Well, you can even hear in the other one, it was clearly 2 other men that licked down next man. You know what I mean? There's two guys he called. Yeah, he was with them and he was busting shots as well, but he didn't. Yeah, his bodies are different. He's supposedly got 10. Allegedly, they say. Yeah. So I'm just saying, I don't know where these 3 came from, but yeah, he's meant to have 10. King Von. But yeah, these youths are
that's
mad.
a good point, though.
Yes,
No, that's a good point though, Jez, because they'll get to even like famous serial killers, right? So they'll already be in jail, and then the cops can't solve this crime. So now we're just gonna throw them bodies on him. Like he's in jail anyway. Right. So, and like King Von is a dead man. Like he's a dead man. So we can just say he's a suspect. He did it. He's a dead man. Case closed.
Case closed.
We won't have so many cold cases.
Right.
But also, some people will take advantage that he's dead and snitch in a sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Might to suit their purpose or to get out of something they're into. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, I can give you a body. King Von killed this. What? Yeah, I talk about. You're gonna have to prove that, my G.
I think that happened.
No, slow it down. You know what I mean?
That happened. That's actually the case in one of these things.
Okay, yeah. Man's trying to get out of it.
Yeah.
Right. Trying to get out of it, yeah. And then other people who he was probably looking for can also do that as well, you know what I mean? And just like, yeah. Listen, because a lot of them are snitches anyway. Why they're allowed to have so many bodies? It's the same in London. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I don't want to
man.
Hey, get what, Snipes? I don't really want to switch it up, but this is something y'all keep in the back of y'all mind. If we could find the receipts for this would be dope. They're saying these record labels a lot of times have like insurance policies on these rappers,
on these artists,
especially the younger ones.
Right, and he's an artist. That's what I was saying to people.
That's a good show. Yeah, that's a good show if we could go find the receipts for that, though.
No, but I was saying, like, if you just go normally on YouTube and you type in King Von, all his music playlist is coming. Is the first thing that's gonna appear. You know, like any other musician. The mix. Yeah, the YouTube mix of all King Von's.
Yeah, they got to get paid. Yeah, that music still got to sell. You're worth more dead than you are alive.
Right. You know what I mean? Because it's that Chief Keef level. A lot of them was trying to attain, and they were getting there. And same like Bobby Smurder on the other side trying to copy these, man. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, man. Because what's his name? Rondo, my man with the rocket launcher.
Quando.
Right, yeah, Rondo #9. That's it, gents. You know the thing.
Rondo #9.
Yeah, that nigga was doing Insta with rocket launcher, bro. I said, yeah, this is African.
Yeah, bro, he's gotta be in the Rico.
This is African American. He's definitely African American.
That is
That's what I'd be on.
Oh, that's stupid though. The reason that's stupid though,
I wouldn't put it on social media, but I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's the easiest way to get a fucking Rico charge.
Of course.
Of
course. But these youths, social media is integral in this thing.
Yeah, they grew up with it.
So it's different.
I was having a conversation with my brother earlier. I know we all over the place, but I was having a conversation earlier with my brother, and I was telling him like we didn't grow up. See, I remember a time without the internet and social media. These kids now, they don't. They don't remember a time. So when they're happy, they go to social media. When they're sad, they go to social media. When they're angry, they go to social media. You know what I mean? When they want to, when they purchase something new, they put it on social media. And so that's the difference. We as the older guys got to find a balance and try to tell them like, it's hard to say everything ain't for social media because that's all they know. But we just have to try to teach them what to put on there, and then I don't think they realize that it's on social media forever.
I hear you, but you see the problem with this because
I don't really care anymore.
Yeah, I think the problem with this is
one thing. Like, look, the truth is, I think some of us all got that attitude as well. One fucked up clip or whatever can go viral and change your life and everyone else's life. This is the dream being spun, right? So people don't really mind putting up the most fucked up kind of content or saying the most fucked up things, or do you know what I mean? Because they know that it could go viral, it could go wrong, but then in their eyes it can go right. And there's a level of fuck it out there that all of us probably experienced at some point where it was like, yeah, I could get a lot of years, but I'm doing it. You know, so you got to be able to empathize with that or understand that. Not empathize, but understand that, right? In their head, it's like it can be a meal ticket, right? You know, they know what they're doing, man. They're not all dumb as well. They know what they're doing. They know that, doing the fuckery in real life and then going to social media can increase their following, which means that they can get more notoriety on the streets, which means that can convert to more money. It also means it can convert to more influence, which means that it could mean that if he's going into music or something else, you know, like, you know, the American dream, man, something out of nothing.
Yeah.
This nigga real and he raps. Nah.
Yeah.
For real.
You know, these rappers, like a lot of the rappers, they're realer than the generation before them to the degree that
I agree.
Yeah, man, they are.
I agree.
Dumbly though, like
dumbly,
dumbly though, like we ain't. It's not, you know, it's not a badge of honor. Well, maybe to some degree, maybe to them. And
well,
at some point
you got it in the tune, right? Why would I care, right?
But
and the youngest lit the dot in front of the chicken shop, right?
A bag of rappers that are doing life right now. It's kind of over. Like this,
I know.
You know, the generation under me, a lot of their favorite ones from their kind of time, doing life and that.
Yeah.
And it's another thing. The police, like the police are locking them up quicker too, though. You know what I mean? I know we saw this King Von, and it seemed like, you know, he got off on some, but man, these youngers are they locking these boys up, man.
For
real, bro. Like my neighbor. So Jace, look, let me tell you this.
It's crazy, right?
Let me tell you this. So last weekend, the neighborhood I grew up in, they had like a reunion, right? Where everybody, no matter when you lived in the neighborhood, come out, barbecue, music, the whole nine, right? And I heard an old guy say, "It's about to get dark. I'm gonna leave before the young guys come." And my homeboy looked at me and he said, "Bro, it's no more young guys in this neighborhood. They all in jail." He said they're all in jail. And I start running off names. I start running off names, and he's like, "Yeah, he's in jail." Well, what about him? Oh, he's in jail. Well, what about my homeboy, his son? Oh, he's in jail. I'm like, oh shit, they got these boys up.
To jump off your point, sorry. I'm sure you guys have heard of Charleston White and all the stuff he's been saying with T.I. and Little Boozy and all that drama, but there's another side to him apparently. Like, he kind of promotes putting those type of men or those type of people in prison. Like, he promotes that. He says that he will snitch on people like that because it's not good for our community, and his like, yeah.
The thing with that brother there, though, yeah, it's like he's a weirdo, and
Trust me,
I see a video of him, and he was just basically condoning. He said the girl was giving him head or something like that, and she tried to say she didn't want to have sex with him, and he just took it, and like, he's condoning it. He condoning some women need to get their pussy took, and all that. Yeah, man. So fuck everything that he says, does, or feels.
Not true, but there's people that feel that type of way, and for sure I've heard that.
Throw T.I. in the bin as well, man. What the fuck? Throw T.I. in the bin. Bruh, please. These guys, these names and these faces that they're pushing in front of us, bruv, they're demons. These are the demons. I do not want to be associated with these bad spirits. Yeah, when it's going well for them, I'm not there. When it's going bad for them, I'm not there. So, like, bro, they don't do nothing for me. I don't do nothing for them. I don't buy their records. I don't do, you know what I mean? I don't know why. Yeah, I don't see what the relevance is of them, but they keep pushing them. They keep pushing this. Right.
They give them the what you call them thing there? A Hollywood. Nah, was it Hollywood Wives? Something? No, what do you call it thing?
Yeah,
hip hop. They give them the hip hop wives and all that.
Yeah, hip hop.
The good housewives of
Yeah, that's right.
You give him this, you give him that. You give us stories about his son that no one asks for. You give us scandals that no one cares about. No one wants to see. You're definitely a. But you know what, bro? Can you not see? Everyone is a puppet. Like, even if their dramas are real, it's put forward.
It's still a puppet. Yeah.
Fucking look at and chat shit about, and then all these people are just in the way. That's how I see them. They're just in the way, man. Charleston White and all these man, you're in the way of the algorithm. We keep seeing shit that you lot are saying, but not what anyone else.
But
again, one 100 video, and your whole channel is gonna be flooded with wet 100.
Not interested, and still see the same videos from different channels and different. And it's I'll still click. I'm not interested, and it's still.
So the machine is pushing them, right?
That's right.
The machine pushes them.
The machine pushes.
So so like I give you what I'm saying is I agree with what Charleston White says about people from the community that are trying to harm the community, whatever. Yeah, but like. Let's just see it simply. Charleston White is red, T.I. is blue. This person's red, that person's blue. This person's red, that person's blue.
Right.
And they're there to have the conversation or the argument.
Okay.
True.
No, I never would have thought about it like that. So that's
Yeah, I mean, it's good. Like, it's good to, as I said, when they made a thing called entertainment news. Reporting on all these celebrities, what they're doing in their life, when they're going on the red carpet next, all of that. I said, we're done. We're done out here, fam.
That's part of the work.
We was done.
That was in the work.
What do you mean celebrity news? Like, what?
It's nice we old enough to remember it at first. Because at first it's like our parents was watching these shows,
right,
watching Dallas, watching shit, and then next thing you know, you go in the grocery store and now it's a People magazine. And it's reporting on the people from Dallas, but now it's getting into their personal life. What club?
Yeah.
Like
addiction.
I was alive when that shit happened, bro. Another thing they did that I watched a documentary on when they started doing court television, the O.J. Simpson.
Right. Yeah, now we got Johnny Depp.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing here, man?
Like, that
I didn't even think that was allowed.
Man. That shit was calculated. The celebrity worship was pushed upon us, man. And now when the kids got access to their favorite celebrities, but every aspect of their life, that's even getting more dangerous.
It's dangerous, man. It's
More
dangerous.
dangerous, boy.
Cardassians, dangerous, super dangerous. What was that? What was that? What they calling it now? What they call that now? What they call it? There's a name for it because it's live, isn't it? Supposedly live, but it's not.
It's reality.
In real life.
Reality
Oh,
TV,
reality,
right?
reality. Oh, yeah,
Right.
yeah. Hell yeah.
This is fuckery. Rehearsed TV.
Yeah, for real.
And they tell you so.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
You
rehearse
know what?
that shit. Like, that's mad.
You know what,
Rage
but
was talking about, right?
they've
And
been
that
doing
was
it for
whole.
a very long time.
Of course.
Because I didn't realize. Yeah, we had this conversation before, but I didn't realize even things like cheaters and that was all staged. So,
rehearsed pre.
you know,
Yeah.
a lot of these shows coming out, the fine print is telling you that this is all for entertainment purposes.
Right.
You know, so you're watching nothing. Someone showed me even like Storage Wars and all these fucking
Yeah,
things.
yeah, fake.
It's cool, like it's fake.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh man.
Why?
Why?
And
Why
now
would
guess
you
how
do that to me?
And guess how that's reflected in society?
Mm.
You know, you go on TikTok or one of these or like YouTube,
Social
Insta,
medias, yeah.
or whatever. Yeah.
Yep.
They'll have little videos where people pretend to prank each other, pretend to be shocked, pretend to. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like fucking hell. Everyone like it's
The
weird.
level now, yeah, exactly. Because
Weird.
one good video could change your life. Like you said, you know what I mean? One good video, one good thing that make people click and view or and it's like, oh shit, the algorithm says we're gonna reward you. Hold a check. Oh shit, I might as well do another one. You know what I'm saying? And another one, and another one. And who ain't got that yet is trying to obtain that. That's long. It's like so crazy.
Like here's an example. You ever seen that little African boy that always supposedly pranks his mum and dad?
Right. Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, mom, sit here. Oh, mom, close your eyes. Oh, hold your hand out. And then she acts all shocked. Yo, he's fueling the whole family with that thing there, you know. The whole family is chopping nice. But it's weird to me because it's like, why are we rewarding
foolishness?
Yeah.
Real Nigerian parents don't have time for this fuckery. So that was the first indicator of some coercion. But see, KSI is another one. The whole family, mom, brother, dad, the dog. I said, nah, you got a dog in your house. No, I don't mean like a proper dog like Jets. Like, I mean a dog. Yeah, just DOD.
With
no specific.
With most black parents across the board,
right,
Caribbean or African, whatever. It's a problem until they start seeing the checks you actually fucking
Wonga.
And they start seeing that they're not no joke checks either.
Yeah.
And then guess what? I don't mind being a part of your fucking act or whatever the fuck it may be. Yeah, if it's making this sort of
money. You know what KSI must be like, Mom, I've got 1 million viewers on YouTube. I said, what does that mean? Well, the turnover I make, look at this, Mom. Hey,
you make this of this?
Praise Jesus. Praise Jesus. My son you're so clever. You're so intelligent.
How can I help you, son? How can I help you?
What? Get me. What mic are you rocking with?
Why? The one on my headphones, you mean?
Oh, you got a headset thing on?
Yeah. I usually, because like, there were some mad people trying to get on and on. I wanted to be heard. I didn't want to be one of them days where, excuse me, hello. I want to speak. Yeah. I wanted to come in straight with Badman voice. Like, yeah. You lot talking about Badman, yeah? Oh, okay, cool. I'm so pissed that conversation ended. Mad.
Yeah, I know.
Mad. So mad. You know, you jump on for something. Like, yeah. Oh, yeah, a bad man, yeah? Yeah, so what's your definition of a bad man? What's your definition? And yours? Yeah, because I heard Schiffers and I heard Consciouses and I was like, nah. What are we doing? And some of the ladies as well, I was like, nah. We're not going to do this. Yeah, we're not going to do this to the bad man. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Yeah.
Big up Conscious, man, tagging me in his Freestyle Friday snippets on Insta. Big up, man. Big up.
Yeah,
Not there though, but big up for the tag.
Yeah, he was
follow me though, innit? If you're gonna tag me in that, follow me in it. Like, obviously, you're not hating on the old man and that.
I heard he's got tunes as well. But he's definitely got talent. He's talented youth, bro.
Rapping his fucking head off, bro.
Yeah.
Did some
He's a
Biggie
talented
Smalls-
youth, bro.
No, not Biggie Smalls. DMX tribute rap thing.
Okay.
Yeah, and then flinging in all the names of the albums and that. Pick 'em up.
Yeah. You know he's got like ADHD with that shit. So he must be like a machine when he raps, boy. Because he was rapping a whole thesaurus. You know
I reckon he grew up with a phone.
He's only 20 something. Yeah,
Fast, remember, he's always had a phone.
He's always had a phone.
I mean,
Life is always.
Yeah, you get me?
about
Uncle's
having
phone, old
phone.
phone, mum's old phone. He's always had a phone.
He's
At
always
work,
had a
yeah. not like the bullshit that some of our kids had when they were growing up. Like fake phone, just keep them happy. They're chatting to themselves. Now, real phone screen has to be charged.
Man.
Real shit. Ring me then if it's real. Ring me. You
You at nursery. You at nursery collecting numbers.
It was
Man.
off.
What
The
was doing?
phone was off.
True, 'cause from two
What's
kids,
that?
I got one kid that I used to give him the controller while I played the computer game, and he'd just be happy sitting there thinking he's doing something.
Yeah.
The other one, you give him the controller, and he's talking about, no, I want the one that lights up. Yeah, no. Give me the other one. I want the one that lights up. But it's the same. Look. No.
Yeah. Sometimes I gotta say F my own DNA. You too smart for your own.
Yeah, one with the technology, man.
Yeah, of course.
One with it.
Yeah. I'm in the room with my daughters, and more time their heads down into the phone. You know what I mean? Like, bro. And the room could be silent, you know. I have to start conversation in that. Like, yo, so what have you been up to, man? Come off that phone thing, man. It's dead, man. Dopamines, man. Dopamines. You ain't heard Uncle Kale?
Is this supposed to be prison, yeah?
I don't even know. I think it's, you know, when you get them generic videos to play while you're talking. That's what I think it is.
Stock footage.
Yeah. Like, what is this?
We're not going to talk about rumors. It's rumored that he had over 10 bodies. But these are the 3 confirmed bodies. Now, the main question is, was King Von a serial killer? We heard DJ Academics talking about it, but I'm going to give you some insight on what a serial killer is, okay?
So a serial killer is an individual who kills at least 3 individuals.
Okay.
And there is a cooling off period in between each murder. Normally
Sorry, why do non-killers always be the experts on killing?
Because they're researching it, and you know, they make up the categories. Them. But yeah, it makes sense. Yeah,
No, but it is true
if
though.
you're a
What she's
serial
saying.
killer,
Yeah.
'cause, like, there's a mass murderer,
right?
Yeah, that kills lots of people at once.
Yeah.
And then there's a serial killer.
Slow.
You know, like in
over
because
time.
the serial, every week he's going out there picking the next victim.
Yeah.
That that's the movie thing that they've given us, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a movie thing.
And his was like what, late teens in the numbers or something like 14 or something like that. For my man, I was like, right, yeah, okay. But this man, like Ted
You know what
Bundy,
they're doing, isn't it? Because he's a gang member. He's killed a lot of people. They don't call these mafiosos and all these La Costa Nostra. Man.
They kind of do now.
No, they do.
Because they're doing the same thing with them now. You know, like they're reanalyzing some of the old stuff and seeing it. Blood, this is a madness. This is a madness gang. Mafia. They got a whole mafia series on Netflix. I watched a bit of it. But you're right, Jed. It's sick, bro. They man are sick.
No, you can look at it like this too. The RICO law, right?
Yeah, that
was quote unquote introduced for the mafia and mafiosos, right? To take down. So we just don't get a couple people that's in the family. We want to get the whole family. So now they're reintroducing that to us. But I ain't gonna lie, they always been kind of doing that with us. Like you got to think about Tookie Williams.
Yeah, but we're saying black mafioso, was the main objective first. Yeah. Sounds like it sounds good to say the Italian mafia or the like that, bro. That's dead food. They don't control all the ends. They only live in a little part of New York. They got their little bit, and they do their other place in Vegas and other places and around the world and whatever. Yeah, but who's the boss of Harlem? Who's the boss of the
Man,
Bronx?
turn
Or
that
you know
down
what I
a
mean?
little bit. Not from the StreamYard though, but from like your computer. What's that?
Yeah.
It's a tiny bit. Because it's distorting a bit.
Yo, is that better?
Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. Can't tell.
Or is it still loud?
Yeah. You're calm.
Yeah. I turned it down.
Yeah. So, like, I'm saying this. You lot are saying that they're calling mafia gang members and Mexican mafia and that they're calling them serial killers.
Of
Yeah.
course.
I ain't hearing that, bro.
You know, like there was a.
Can I speak? Hello,
Sorry,
hello. I'm just trying to
there's
speak.
one guy
Hello.
called the Hitman.
So, Jed, what I'm trying to say is that I'm into the true crime sector of YouTube as well. If you're into that sector, yeah, they got a whole true crime, dark true crime
Hey, it's good.
sector,
It's good, Lady D. I just heard about it like 2 weeks
listen,
ago.
it's lit
Y'all
over
some
here. It's been lit
weirdos,
over there
but
for a couple of years.
Yeah,
And
Nature
they
Boy was a
literally
true
have
crime.
y'all some
second,
weirdos
Matthew,
over
man.
there.
Allow the threats, man. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, man, over in the true crime, they have a whole breakdown of what composes of a serial killer, Jeds. And half of the things she said so far, I don't know what else she's going to say, but the thing that does make sense. It literally does. Psychologists, all kinds of scientists have going into from their childhood, breaking down their whole childhood to adulthood. I mentioned it before on one of your panels, and it starts off like if they start killing animals and showing kind of displays of like dark tendencies. So there is a real deep.
We went through a couple. Do you remember?
Yes, we
I hear that,
spoke
Lady
about
D.
it.
I mean, officially,
You know
yeah.
it was there. It just left man feeling a bit. You know how these stories sometimes change your vibration a bit. You just feel a bit.
Yeah,
it was kind of fun. Remember the guy that was into. We covered a couple. The serial killers. We should probably get back into that. Mass shooters, serial killers.
Yeah.
Maybe one every 2 weeks or something like that. But yeah. The guy that was saying, "Oh, you women, you should." What was he saying? You women should want to be with me. What's wrong with you lot? You picking these other stupid guys? Remember that he's sitting in his car. You know the guy.
Yeah.
And then he went and started doing the mad thing. These people scare me, man.
Definitely.
Scare me because I think the world owes them, and they're just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna go do my thing, go out with a bang, because and they're inspired by films. So when it comes to this serial killing thing, I wonder, is it really life imitating art? I think in this situation, when it comes to serial killers, it's art. It's life imitating art.
You know what I find interesting that you said that, Jed. I'm glad you actually brought it up, because actually it's been brought up a few times now, especially lately. It's been a lot of talk over there in that true crime sector that a lot of these people have been found that when they've been locked up after a while, when they've eventually been caught, because they love to see their names in newspapers and you know, they get labeled. Like, you know, kind of tabloids over here in the UK will say things like, I don't know, the Scottish I don't know, they've got real names that they'll put onto these people until they identify who they are. Apparently, a lot of them have their heroes, and the people they look up to are also serial killers. And that's another thing that we find very interesting. Like, they have a fascination. It starts off as a child and it kind of grows with them. And
is it?
Yeah.
So the idea of being the establishment.
The idea of being a predator of your peers is something that's been popularized in the media, and I think people watch that and start feeding off it, right? And then once you've got a couple people that's done it, like for instance, I see something the other day. This girl's talking about how she was watching Dharma and touching herself and whatnot, right?
What?
Right, yeah, but like these things are gonna happen when you put the Buki shit up on the screen. Weirdos are gonna idolize it. We spoke the other day about how every kind of weirdo that's in jail, it's got pen pals and that. The weirder you are, the more fan mail you got. Women that love you off, want to marry you while you're in jail, want to visit you, want to be your girlfriend, sending you all sorts of things and pictures of themselves. So there's like, I don't know, there's like this dark fascination with this type of thing, and then people just want to start emulating it. But it's weird that half of these serial killers either got links to like I'm just gonna say the establishment. I'm not gonna go through all the different parts of the establishment, but usually they got some kind of link, and a lot of them have got links to each other. Like, a lot of them have met each other. These serial killers and that, went to school with this one, or in a picture with that one, or something. You know what I mean? Weird shit, man.
Even
Weird
Dharma.
shit. Weird shit. I wonder what's really going on.
I don't know. All right, let's go.
From the beginning to the end, you have at least 30 days. You're talking about, as I said, at least 3 victims.
John Edgar Casey.
Usually more than that. Depending upon how long a serial killer operates, you could
Who's this? Yeah, who is that? That's what I want to know. Who is that?
He look like the victim. I swear, is he a killer or a victim?
I thought that was. No, I don't know.
Oh, he might have been. Is it no the shooter?
No,
I was thinking the Sniper's
the Washington. Yeah, the Washington.
That's who crossed my mind, but I don't think that's him. I don't think that's him.
I don't know who this is. Yeah, he looked like.
I don't know, but we all agree. We all agree he looks Asian. Let's move on.
Upon how long a serial killer operates, you could be talking about double digits. So serial killers operate for long periods of time. They oftentimes will fly under the radar because they are incredibly good at what we call impression management.
So to summarize everything, all right, so the traits of a serial killer is lack of empathy, lack of remorse, impulsivity, grandiosity, narcissism, superficial charm, manipulation, addictive personality, a lust for power, sensation seeking, and the McDonald's